Speak out against injustice and fight for freedom and equality for everyone. This is blood politics. And we ain't stopping till they put us in the grave. We ain't gonna be quiet. And we ain't gonna be scared. And we ain't gonna go along with the crowd. This is blood politics. And it ain't about left or right. It ain't about Dem or Republican. It's about right and wrong. It's about us versus them. This is blood politics.
All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the show. How's everybody doing? Appreciate you joining me. I know everybody suffered through it all last night. I'm sure you couldn't help yourself. What's going on, chat? What's up, Yakov? What's going on, Chris? Appreciate you guys. Welcome back. It is the 25th of February, 2026. I'm Boston Brian. This is Blunt Politics, and I do appreciate you for your time, your energy, your passion, your aggression. Thank you to everybody over there on this space as well. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to the mods over there. And obviously, thank you to the best chat on earth right here at Blunt Politics. I appreciate you guys. What's up, Dane? What's up, Tina? First and foremost, thank you so much to everybody that showed up to the VIP Zoom last night. We kind of had like a semi-watch party. We were watching the State of the Swamp. We were watching the People's State of the Union. Obviously, we dove into a little bit. We couldn't help ourselves to kind of check out the state of the disorder that was going on by Donald Trump. And boy, do we have a lot to get into as it pertains to that. Some reaction to that, my opinions, my thoughts on the whole thing. Some different aspects of what we saw, what we didn't like, what we expected. We'll be getting into all of it as well. But let's say we bring in the chat. What's going on, guys? Like I said, what's up, Yakov? What's up, Blunt Front? Love that name. That's a good name. It's a good name. I appreciate that. What's up, Evie Zond? How's everybody over there on Twitch? What's going on, Twitchies? Appreciate you guys. Make sure you throw in them bits. Make sure you see if you can get that hype train going over there. Thank you to Alyosha and Andrea for everybody keeping it safe over there. I appreciate you guys. Thank you to everybody on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, the whole 9 yards. I appreciate you, all of you. What's up, William? What's going on, everybody? What's up, Dyslexic? What's happening? What's up, Chris? Appreciate you guys. What did you guys think? What did you guys think? What did you watch, actually? We'll start off with that. What's up, Slacks? Appreciate you, my man. Thank you for starting it off. Congratulations being here for 20 months. Love right back to you and all the Bryantologists, my brother. Appreciate you. All good. All good. No problem. It's don't worry about it. That's why we have them every month. We have them every month. That way we can, in case you miss one, you can always hop on to the next one. So very much appreciate everybody that showed up. It was obviously a discussion, a discussionary moment that we had with all of the ins and outs and the ongoing shenanigans pertaining to the state of disorder, the state of the delusion, state of illusion, state of the union, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, let's see if we can dive into just a couple things today because we got a lot to cover, not a lot of time to do it. But did you guys see this? Obviously, this has obviously been talked about before, but people are looking at this picture from last night. Let me throw this up on the screen for you guys. Look at this. Check this out. You know what I mean? It just gets more sloppy by the day. You know what I mean? It's just, let me see if I can zoom in on this. I mean, it just gets sloppier and sloppier by the day. It's like they just dip his hand into some fucking goop and just wipe off where they don't want it to be like seen on his hands. You know what I mean? Like, what in the fuck is that? Like, no blending at all. Like, I'm no makeup artist, right? I'm no fucking makeup expert by any means. But don't you want to like blend a little bit? Isn't there like a couple different colors you could use to, kind of L'Oreal that shit into his fucking skin? Or am I just, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me know, ladies in the chat. Let me know, or anybody that knows anything about about makeup. What is happening there? I mean, we already know he's got a bruised hand. So at what point do they think we're like not noticing the makeup? Do they think we're like, oh, the bruise is probably gone, but he just loves the makeup on his hand at all times? Like, what do they actually think they're getting by on us with this? You know what I mean? You think we're not going to speculate? You think we're not going to be like, oh, shit. Like, typically not something you'd see a president have is his hand dipped in fucking makeup. Jay says I'm a makeup artist, and that is bad. That is bad. You know what I mean? And I appreciate you chiming in, but I don't even know if it takes a makeup artist at this point. We do appreciate your expertise, obviously. But good Lord almighty, what is happening on that? I mean, he was gripping that thing so tight last night. I'm sure the bruising got even worse. But it was as expected. It was as expected. Lies on top of lies, fear, division, accruing more power, the awarding of the medals with that we always, the State of the Union is pretty much known for at this point, that they knew that they were going to do. It was pretty much a shit show all the way around. There was some great moments. Like I said, we were watching also the People's State of the Union, the State of the Swamp as well. So shout out to the people that were running those live streams and those events. And everybody that participated in those as well. They had some pretty high profile people. I know Robert De Niro and a bunch of senators and stuff were also speaking at these events. There was people outside of the Capitol. There was people on the street. So again, shout out to everybody that was protesting in whatever way they found fit. But, just a couple other moments from this that I wanted to kind of dive into before I talk about. And, I'm sure some people are going to get their panties in a bunch when I bring it up. Kind of the lack of cohesion with the Democrats, right? Some didn't show up, some did show up, some decided to speak out, others didn't, some stood up, some didn't stand, you know what I mean? So we'll be getting into that. Axios has a couple good articles that they were talking about. We'll be talking about Ilhan Omar also speaking out against Donald Trump in here. So we'll be looking at those clips and kind of the reaction to it. And also, just a few clips from Trump as well. But let's start off with this one. This was something that stuck out to me right away, which was kind of right in the beginning as the worst and most corrupt administration, cabinet, fucking people you want to call them, whatever you want to call them, entered the chambers here at the State of the Union. I want you to take a look at what happened, right? I want you to take a look at Howard Nutlick, right? And how, nobody wants to talk to him. But then you take a look at somebody that did shake his hand. I want you to recognize who did shake his hand. Check this out.
The Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries had said if you can't behave.
So yeah, this is them all coming in. And look at, yep. So there's the Republican side shaking his hand. I want you to notice one thing though. There's going to be a guy right above me, and we'll wait because check this out. You check who's this?
Lindsey Davis. You talk with Democrats.
Who's he going to get a handshake from? And keep watching this guy just above me because he knows Nutlick is coming. He already saw him coming. He turned his head. We watched and replayed it last night. So he knows he's coming. He wants no part of a handshake with Howard Nutlick. Okay? This guy is going to do everything he fucking possibly can to not shake this guy's hand. Who's behind him, though? Chuck fucking Schumer. Chuck fucking Schumer. You think Chuck's going to shake his hand? Let's check it out. I'll get out of the way so you can see it a little bit more clearly. Again, Chuck in the background. Keep watching the guy in the foreground as well.
Leaders tonight who said they thought that.
Oh, yeah. Nice. There you go. Isn't that nice? Let's get a picture for all time for that one. Let's wrap that one up in the history book. Let's look the leader of the fucking Democrat Party here, right? The Democratic Party's leader sitting here shaking hands with a guy known to have lied to the fucking Congress, known to have lied to the American people, known to have brought his kids to fucking Epstein's Island years after he said he disassociated completely with Epstein and the crimes had already been known to the public. That guy is now getting a nice handshake and a pat on the back here. I mean, again, we're talking optics in this moment. You got to know that fucking optics is a thing. You got to know that people are going to be taking pictures and cameras are going to be there. Like, this is what I'm talking about, a lack of a plan, a lack of cohesion. But keep watching the guy, and excuse me for not knowing his name, but the gentleman in the glasses, right? He keeps staring straight ahead, not going to give Nutlick the time of day. Look at him. You see him look at him? You see him glance over? Like, you ain't getting shit from me, buddy. Look at the look. He knows he's coming. He knows he's there.
Better suited elsewhere.
Looks at him, fuck you. Ain't getting shit. And of course, he's going to get one from fucking Roberts there. You know what I mean? That's no surprise as well. But I mean, just these little things, these little fucking things that would go a long way. And we talked about it a great deal last night. When we don't have the Senate, we don't have the fucking House, we don't have the Supreme Court, we don't have the presidency. We only have a small amount of options afforded to us in which we could fucking make a point, in which we could get our ideas out there in the opposition to what's going on out there. And this would have been a fucking great moment, and a great moment. This would have been to show everybody that's watching, all these fucking cameras, where you stand. Tell this guy to fucking beat feet. Tell him to fucking pound sand. Tell him, don't even fucking raise your hand, your eyes, or your head to this cocksucker. How about that? Or at the very least, do what the guy in the glasses did. And forgive me for not knowing his fucking name. Because he did the right thing. He knew he was coming, knew what he was about, knew the situation, knew the context, and said, absolutely not am I turning around to give this guy a fucking handshake, right? So, again, fucking we'll have to write a strongly worded letter apparently to that. Here's another one of the moments that stuck out to me. And again, we're not going to go through too many of these, so don't get your don't get your knickers in a bunch there. So this is just one of the more ridiculous, egregious, disgusting, despicable moments that I saw in one of the the many ceremonial moments in this aspect, where he was giving a World War II vet the Medal of Honor, awarding him the Medal of Honor. Basically, at the end of it, Donald Trump said that he himself wanted to afford himself or give himself the Medal of Honor, but was told he couldn't. I mean, just to even bring this up at the moment, at the State of the Union, where he's trying to recognize, or the country's trying to recognize, the sacrifices made. I mean, this guy's, I believe he said he was 100 years old, makes him stand for about 2 minutes, and then at the end of it says that he should have got the fucking Medal of Honor and he deserves it. Like, talk about fucking disgusting, above and beyond all the other lies, again, all the other fucking bullshit, the demeaning of the Democrats, all that and fucking nonsense. I mean, just these moments he couldn't get right either. He can't even get these fucking moments right. Okay? These free lunches that he's given, a free fucking car wash immediately to have Donald Trump drive right into a mud puddle by bringing up the fact that he wanted to give himself the highest military honor that we bestow upon people, typically, and I would venture to say, for the majority of the time, posthumously, right? Not while the person is still living. Of course, there's living legends out there, but I would gather, and I don't know the numbers on this, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but I would put my money on it that there are more posthumously awarded medals of honor than there were people that were still alive and kicking. If I'm wrong, correct me in the chat, but I'm going out on a limb and I'm thinking that. But to have this a guy that dodged, what was it, 7 drafts? I mean, excuse me, had 7 deferments to dodge the draft to get into Vietnam to serve this country because he said he had bone spurs. That guy's going to say he deserves the highest military honor that we bestow upon people that sacrificed and showed in a time of complete fucking, disaster and chaos, honor and grit. Aggression, like lack of self-care, lack of fucking preservation for themselves, only so they could go into harm's way and save people, or whatever it may be that they did to get this award. And this motherfucker is going to sit here and say that he's going to award it to himself. Listen to this fucking nonsense, and tell me if this doesn't fucking piss you off.
Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But
and again, everybody, just like he was joking about the women's team, right? Just like that was just a big joke. They're going to tell that was a joke, right? No, it was the president of the United States, dead fucking seriously, but people laughing at it to make it seem like it was a joke, saying that he's willing to award himself the highest military honor that we have in this fucking country. A guy that, again, 7 deferments, bone spurs, suckers and losers, didn't want to go to the cemetery, to visit the World War I veterans. All of the things that we know, that he's disparaged John McCain, the USS Iwo Jima in, I believe, 2017 on a trip to Japan. He had the USS Iwo Jima hidden from sight. The USS John McCain. My apologies. The USS John McCain hidden from sight because it had McCain's last name on it. Not thinking about that there's soldiers and sailors on that ship that are very fucking proud to wear the uniform, that are very fucking proud to be on that ship and want that ship as fucking front and center as possible. Only to have Donald Trump and his administration send over a memo saying that you got to keep it out of sight. We don't want to see it because of the disparaging things that Donald Trump has said about John McCain, because John McCain being a war hero, being shot down over Hanoi, spending time at the Hanoi Hilton, being fucking tortured to a point where it destroyed use of his arm, and then going on to mock John McCain for not being able to use that arm to the fullest of mobility. Again, that's the respect or lack thereof that Donald Trump has for our veterans. And to see this type of shit, and again, nothing against this gentleman here, whatsoever. Not the point I'm making. If anybody's getting that misconstrued, this is 100% about Donald Trump. Absolutely. I hope that's coming across in the arguments there. But to say that he in any right deserves or would in any point, if the law changes, he says, award himself the highest military honor we have in this country, is fucking disgusting. is absolutely fucking disgusting, right? And it's these situations, and I brought this up a lot last night in the Zoom. It's these types of situations that the Democrats were going to find themselves in, and they're going to what was it the last time? We talked about it last night. Oh, the young kid. The young kid at the last State of the Union. Like, okay, so if you're going to go in there, if you're showing up as Democrats, most Democrats decided to do, you're going to not stand for anything. Okay, you're going to stand for this? Are you going to stand for the kid? Are you going to stand for the other awards? Like, at some point, you're going to have to stand. Otherwise, you're going to give them the opportunity to do exactly what they did last time. And again, going into that, I wanted to bring up this because this is the bullshit I'm talking about, guys. This is the bullshit that I'm talking about. We only have so many ways in which we can fight back right now. We only have so many fucking, weapons in the kit. We only have so much ammunition right now that we could use. And this high-profile State of the Union should have been fucking used. There should have been a coherent plan by the Democrats, all Democrats saying we're either going to do one thing together or we're going to do this thing together or nobody shows the fuck up at all, okay? That way we don't find ourselves in this stupid situation where some people go, some people don't go, some people stand, some people clap, some don't. Like, it's ridiculous. And again, the Republicans are dumb as shit, but they know in the State of the Union should be well known enough that there's going to be these ceremonial fucking bits in it where if you don't stand up, you're going to look like an asshole. Okay? I don't care who the fuck you are. You don't stand up for a kid with cancer that wants to be a cop. You look like an asshole. You don't stand up for a 100-year-old fucking war veteran, getting the Medal of Honor. You look like a fucking asshole. Okay? And that gives everybody the ability to start, making the conversation about everything else other than the lies that Donald Trump was telling. Okay? So every motherfucker, in my opinion, either shouldn't have shown up or should have walked the fuck out with Al Green. And again, respect the fucking Al Green, as we'll see here in a couple of clips. But this is Democrats. This is by Axios. Democrats warned against unforced errors at State of the Union by this fucking spineless dickbag here. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is making one final push to shut down any flashy displays of protest inside the chambers during President Trump's State of the Union address. You fucking punk. You weak prick. Use the moments you have given to you, afforded to you by the moment. Where we don't have power, where we don't have control, and you're bitching and fucking complaining about that. Use the moments that you do have. Be a leader. Get people together. Do something in unison. Make the fucking country know that we stand together in opposition to what we're seeing in this fucking government right now. That's what an opposition party does. You oppose what the fuck is happening, and you oppose it together in unison. That's how the country looks at you and says, oh, shit. They do mean fucking business. Not a single one of them showed up, or they all fucking turned around and showed their backs to Donald Trump or something. Anything. I don't give a fuck what it is. You know what I mean? Frustrations are still lingering among House Democrats over the last year's speech, which was repeatedly disrupted by yada, yada, yada. They go on to talk about how effective it was. But again, to sit there and say that we're going to have decorum, right? We need to have decorum. Fuck you and your decorum. How about that? You can stick your decorum straight up your fucking ass. Again, I'm sick of going in circles and doing the whole 1 mile track while our opponents do a half a mile and cut through the fucking infield and beat us to the finish line every time. And then they get the same thanks and congratulations, the same powers, if not more, than we would have got doing the same fucking deed by the rules. Okay? So if we got to start bending some fucking rules, if we got to start breaking some fucking rules in the betterment of this fucking country, as opposed to the fascist fucking takeover of this country, then so fucking be it. Okay? So fucking be it. Again, they want to fucking get down and dirty. I'm ready to play in the fucking mud. Okay? They want to play in the mud. I'll dig a fucking trench underneath that puddle. I don't give a fuck at this point. I'm done. I'm fucking done playing Mr. Nice Guy. It's over. If we're not going to use these fucking moments, to the best of our ability, to the most political advantage, then you're fucking up. You're screwing up the moment, and you're not recognizing where you're supposed to be. To sit there silent with your fucking thumb up your ass isn't telling anybody anything about being an opposition fucking party. And that's just that. So fuck you and your decorum. Okay, I'm done with it. Bend, break, snap the rules if you got to. Shout out to fucking Al Green for at least making a stink. Shout out to fucking Ilhan Omar for at least making some of a stink. But again, that's secondary. That's just kind of like I don't even know. I'll give that a golf clap at this point because the fucking whole thing was botched. There should have been a coherent plan, a concise, coherent fucking plan between all fucking Democrats, a walkout, a no-show, something. Okay? And we fucking didn't meet the moment at all. We failed to meet that fucking moment. And again, God bless the fucking 2 or 3 individuals that did give us the clips to at least suggest that somebody was speaking out against something that fucking Trump was saying. And then there's this one too. The fucking dickbags. Speaking about the leadership. Dems defy own leaders by relentlessly disrupting State of the Union. And again, here's Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, where again, they were correctly pointing out that Donald Trump had killed Americans and had Americans killed. So fucking shout out to them. Thank God that somebody was able to speak out. But again, I'll reiterate, that's a fucking golf clap moment in my point, because at that point, people are tuned out. People didn't give a fuck. It was the longest address in history. You know what I mean? So anything that should have happened from the onset. Anything that should have happened in the first fucking 2-3 minutes. That's it. Other than that, you lost it. It's done. Okay. And then they get you by the balls when you don't stand again for the medal awards and fucking, this award and that award. Talking about this kid and this survivor and shit. You look like an asshole. You need a concise plan so you don't get caught up in those fucking moments. You know what I mean? Almost from the moment Trump entered the House chamber Tuesday night to deliver the State of the Union address, Democrats began to disrupt. It only deteriorated from there. Again, I don't know, Axios. I think they're kind of giving the Democrats far too much credit. I didn't see this like from the onset huge disruption. I didn't. I saw that these ladies speak up. Absolutely. I saw Al Green speak up. But again, for the hour and 40 something minutes, I think they completely fucking missed the moment. So even Axios here is giving them way more fucking credit than I'm willing to give them. Tuesday's disruption came despite House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries repeatedly telling his members behind closed doors not to repeat the widespread disruptions that Trump faced last year during his speech of joint session of Congress. Fuck you. Dumb ass, stupid ass fucking plan. Dumbass plan. This is the moment that we needed right here, that we should have utilized. And again, it took people doing the People's State of the Union and the State of the Swamp and all the people, again, to come together, to give a coherent message. Was the leadership doing that? Were the politicians doing that for the overwhelming majority? Absolutely fucking not. They weren't. Ahead of Tuesday's speech, Jeffrey sternly dismissed Axios' reporting that protests were still likely to occur despite his instructions to the contrary. Like he's got the chokehold over them. Like he's going to be like, okay, please don't speak up against this rapist. Please don't speak up against this fucking guy that's had Americans killed in the streets in broad daylight. Please don't speak up against Jeffrey Epstein's best friend and the guy that's now taking down the economy in this country is responsible for, again, the eradication of fucking research into kids' cancer research. You know what I mean? And we can go down the list of all these fucking different things. Let Doge into our Social Security, into our most fucking, important information that we have in the database stored there, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? I don't pretend to be a professional on it, but I know they shouldn't have been looking at it. And I know I don't want my personal information in the hands of those fucking bastards. I can tell you that much. So you don't need to be a pro to understand that. Jeffrey's spokesperson did not immediately respond on Tuesday night because he knew he looked like an asshole, right? Green held up a sign reading "Black people aren't apes," referencing again when the president of the United States posted a picture of the former president and the first lady, who both happen to be black and as apes and monkeys. Remember that? Is that something we should sit quiet for? Is that something we should sit on our fucking thumbs and just kind of let him roll? Just let him fucking spitball out there, Hakeem. That'd be great. Keep shaking hands of Lutnick there, Chucky boy. Doing great on that front. You fucking morons. Eventually, Green was escorted out of the chamber by a House Sergeant at Arms staffer, and I continue to say it's not even that moment that is the most, the most helpful, the most beneficial. It's the press that he gets afterwards. It's the interviews that he gets, and that's when he gets to tell the American people how much Donald Trump lied about what he was saying, how much that the Republicans don't give a shit about the American taxpayer in this country. That's the beneficial part. So you cause the ruckus, you cause the stink. You get fucking escorted out. You get that news coverage. You get those clips. And then you get on the Sunday news. You get on the nightly news. You get the interviews afterwards. You know what I mean? You go on the podcast. That's when you get the information out there. So it's a two-part thing you got to do here. It's not just a disruption. You got to fucking tell people why you're out there disrupting as well. You got to make sure you get the message across. Right? So again, like we talked about, and we'll look at here, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar were also, I think I have that. Which one's that? Is that, here's Al Green. So again, in case anybody, again, I don't blame you for not watching it, but if you didn't watch it and you're curious what situation we're talking about, let me throw this up on the screen. This is Al Green's disruption here. On the top, you can see, clearly that he's got, looks to be a scroll. I think it says "Black people on apes." And then down the bottom half of the screen, and I'll hop out of your way, is going to be the moment during the State of the Union in which he was holding that sign up. You can see Mark Wayne Mullen come up to him and try to snatch it out of his hands. That racist bastard. I mean, talk about having a bad look. Being a white guy at the State of the Union, trying to snatch a sign out of a colored guy's hands. Excuse me, a person of color's hands. My apologies on that one. A person of color's hands to after the president of the United States had mocked and posted this racist, bigoted post about the former president of the United States and his first lady. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous that you would have that as your optics. Like, you want to be snatching that out of his hands. That's what you're gonna have. And again, I think that I'm not sure if they have music on this or if there's just no sound whatsoever and they took it out. But again, you can watch down the bottom where Mark Wayne Mullen tries to snatch it out of his hands there. Look at him. He can't. He's not even quick enough. Al Green's too quick for him. Al Green's too quick. He chaps back. But again, just a sick moment. And then again, they end up escorting him out. There was actually another moment after this, I believe, where another one of the senators or Congress people there. Let me see here. I think I go on. Let me see. I think they side of the screen. Al Green getting up. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but here he is down here. Watch, and then you can see here he's getting shit. Who's this guy? Is this Mike Lee? Is this Mike Lee? Let me know if anybody recognizes him. I know it's tough to tell from this angle, but I think it's Mike Lee, who also tries to snatch it out of his hands and actually does grab it. And grab it, and I think that has one of the more more concerning pictures or more what do you want to call it, more popular pictures coming out of that night is the picture of is it Mike Lee? I don't know. I didn't get a name on that, so I don't want to continue to say his name. He's a douchebag anyway, so screw him. But it looks like Mike Lee grabbing that sign out of his hands, and there is a picture. Somebody snapped a good picture at that moment, which I'm sure is going to go down as one of the good pictures of this night, one of the pictures remembering this night. But yeah, that's Al Green here again, doing the proper thing, doing the right thing, even though again, so it should have been way more teamwork here involved. There should have been way more. Everybody was involved in this. You know what I mean? All Democrats should have been involved. And once he got up and once he walked out or was escorted out, everybody should have walked out right behind him. You know what I mean? Some plan should have been in place here, and there was none. Or there was. And that was to, again, sit silent, which is just absolutely ridiculous. And again, at least Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib at this moment in time here didn't let Donald Trump get away with the lies that he was telling at the moment. So this is, again, the clip of Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib heckling Donald Trump as Aaron Rupar describes as going full fear-mongering white nationalist. So let me play this play it at the beginning, and here we go.
That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of.
And she's saying, you have killed Americans. You have killed Americans.
Criminal aliens, in many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country. They're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
You can see she says, you should be ashamed of yourself. And again, they give this whole thing is just kind of ridiculous in my eyes as well. You know, the getting up and cheering every fucking 2 seconds and the standing ovations every 3 seconds. Like, give me a break on this. I mean, it's just all nonsense to me. Maybe I just don't get it in the procedures and the ceremonial pomp and circumstance and shit like that. But to every sentence, everybody, one side stand, other side, just shut the fuck up, all you. Do right by the people. Shut the fuck up. And how about that? You just do your jobs. Of course, that's not going to happen with this administration, but that's what I'd like to see happen at least. But she was questioned after by Wolf. I think she was on with CNN here, and she says she was asked, "Hey, do you have any regrets about what you did? Because you basically defied Hakeem Jeffries' kind of strict and direct order to kind of hold decorum." And she says, "Absolutely not, absolutely not." So standing on business, at least, Ilhan Omar about her outburst. What was again, golf clap at the very least. So let's see if we can. This is a short clip here.
CNN reported before that speech that the House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries advised your caucus, the Democratic members, to either skip the State of the Union address or sit there in silence. Should you have just boycotted the address? And do you think you violated the guidelines set out by your own leader?
No, I think it was really unavoidable. The president talked about protecting Americans, and I just had to remind him that his administration was responsible for killing 2 of my constituents.
And I'm curious, did that stay silent request from Hakeem? Does that take into account the ceremonies? Does that take into account the Medal of Honor recipients? Was there clear and concise instruction about what to do in that moment so we didn't look like assholes? Because it seemed like people didn't know what to do and in certain moments. You know what I mean? Which again is giving people ample opportunity to be like, oh, as fucking Trump did. You know what I mean? Just like this moment right here. And we'll go back to that. But he says here, he adds this moment and he says, stand up if you believe we should protect Americans above illegals, as he says in quotes there. And Democrats refuse to stand as posted by End Wokeness. Okay? But this is one of the moments that I'm talking about. Guess what? If Democrats weren't there, this wouldn't fucking happen. They wouldn't have this opportunity. He never would have got this shot to do it. If all the fucking seats were empty and all the Americans were looking at all empty seats there from all of the fucking Democrats that should be there, this wouldn't have fucking happened. Right? Or if they had walked out in the first 2 minutes, or if they had walked out with Al Green, this wouldn't have happened. These moments wouldn't fucking happen. And to not recognize that these are going to take place and that you're going to have to make the decision on what to do here, you know what I mean? Is again, totally missing the moment. And you can see in this is just real quick, but he utilizes the fact that he knows the instructions that Hakeem Jeffries had given the Democrats.
If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
So, and listen, I don't give a fuck what he says. I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I know it's a racist, bigoted fucking trope. I understand all of that. But again, it's being widely used as political propaganda to suggest otherwise by media outlets, by outlets that people watch. You know what I mean? You may not watch them. We might not give a fuck about them. You don't care about them. But Americans do watch this shit, whether it be Fox or the other fucking junk that we talk about. They do. You know what I mean? So to even have this opportunity, to afford them this fucking opportunity to these dirt bags is fucking inexcusable. Inexcusable in my estimation. You know what I mean? It shouldn't fucking happen. They should have never been there in the first place. Or again, a concise, coherent message that everybody was on board with should have been exploited. Should have been fucking enacted. Whatever it may be. You know what I mean? I can continue to say it, but it's ridiculous the fact that we're sitting here on a Zoom call and we have better ideas and it makes more sense what we're talking about than anything that we're seeing carried out by these fucking politicians. And again, here's another photo of Al Green outside. You know what I mean? And this is what it leads to more people talking about it. It leads to more discussion, more interviews, more pictures, more coverage, right? So again, good on Al Green for at least taking the moment to defy the orders and stand up for what he believes in, stand up for his constituents, and stand up for this fucking country. You know what I mean? And there was also the moment where the U.S. men's hockey team came out, and obviously the goalie was given the highest civilian award that we could afford a civilian in this country, which I mean is just, recognizing them, one thing, but awarding them the Presidential Medal of Freedom, or one of them, is just come on, what are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Which is why I want to play this response to, again, give the women's team a lot of fucking credit. And again, I'm really disappointed as a Bostonian, as a Bruins fan, in Swayman, in McAvoy. It's just inexcusable. It's just, what are we doing here? And again, as a lot of people have fucking rightly mentioned, McAvoy should better not show his face to another, LGBTQI event or, Pride event or anything that he was known to showing up to a couple times. You know what I mean? So what's the point here if you're going to go shake hands with, party with, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, the guy that on so many different fucking instances has denigrated and demeaned women on egregious levels, even if we're not talking about anything that he's done as a president. I mean, just talking about his past before he was a fucking so-called politician should be enough for you to be like, I'm just thinking, somebody affiliated or associated in any way with the rape of little kids, you'd think that would be enough for the PR person of the fucking men's hockey team to be like, maybe we should think twice about this. Maybe we shouldn't be so gung-ho, right? Maybe we shouldn't laugh hysterically at the joke made at the expense of the women's team, right? Considering they won gold and they busted their ass and they fucking had, gave their blood, sweat, and tears alongside the men's and fucking helped build up the men and stayed with the men. And like I said yesterday on the show, if the men actually respected the women's team and they actually cared about the women's team and there was actually this fucking close affiliation, right? And they were so closely, associated during this event, then they would respect the women's decision, right? And they would be like, listen, if they don't feel comfortable, it's got to be for a reason. Either they don't feel comfortable around the fucking dirtbags and scumbags that we're going to be here, or they don't like the message that it's going to be supporting, or both. But in that regard, if the women don't feel comfortable, neither do we. And we're going to support the women in their decision not to go, and we're going to go out with them, and we'll celebrate together. Fuck these fucking government officials, the head of the director of the FBI. I wouldn't give a fuck about them anyway. They had nothing to do with this. But the women were by your side. They did fucking sit there and cheer for you and applaud, right? They did make you feel welcomed, and they did show camaraderie to the fucking men's team. So what a good way it would have been to show, in response, how you feel and how much you respect the women and their decision to not show up to the fucking White House or to do something with the women to support them and uplift them. But no, that's not what happened. So I just want to play this because another great response from the USA women's team here, and this has been making its way around. So I just check this out, and I think this is very well put, very well said, and I have no notes as far as this is concerned. Check this out.
To send a military plane to pick us up now, we would refuse without hesitation. Refusing the invitation isn't just about scheduling conflicts. It's about not accepting that the gold medal we earned with blood and sweat is being used as a tool for politicians to avoid trouble. You've all seen that video. The president, in a call with the men's ice hockey team, publicly said we have to invite the women's team too. If they aren't invited, I believe I'll probably be impeached. Listen to that. This isn't an invitation. First of all, we won the gold medal on the 19th, and it wasn't until 3 days later during the president's call with the men's team that he casually mentioned inviting us. In contrast, the men's team received a personal video call from the president on the day they won, along with a chartered White House plane and priority invitations. And us, we didn't even have time to adjust our schedules. This is just for show. Secondly, there's the difference between the men's and women's teams. We can only take commercial flights, check in our own luggage, and handle all the check-in procedures ourselves, with no one supervising us the whole time. Meanwhile, the men's team has dedicated personnel and a medical team with them. This is a blatant denigration of women's sports. We're both trying to win glory for our country, so why should we be just dispensable decorations? We've always said that sports have nothing to do with politics, and we will never allow them to be used as a political gimmick. Even if the White House offered to send a military plane.
So again, well, I don't know if that's AI or real, but it's a fucking hell of a way to respond to this, and it's spot on. In every sense of the word. Every sense of the word. No, I mean, that's, again, but you would think, Ian, that these people that, again, is otherwise a good guy, that advocates for mental health, that's an adult, that has a fucking mind of his own, that can control his legs, that can control his thoughts, that has a PR guy and a manager, would be fucking have enough common sense to say, maybe I shouldn't be associated with what's going on in the government right now. Considering, again, the Americans that were just shot dead in the streets by the fucking armed Gestapo, the armed security force of the fucking president of the United States. Or, again, the ongoing cover-up of the Epstein files. The ongoing, again, denigration of the fucking survivors of the Epstein files. Not even letting them have a meeting with the victims of the Epstein files. Again, violating the law signed by Donald Trump. That all of this shit was supposed to be released by December 19th. And then they were supposed to adequately fill in Congress as to why they redacted the shit that they redacted. And it had to line up with the law that was signed, again, by the president of the United States. And it was not. Above and beyond the 34 fucking felony counts. Above and beyond the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll. Above and beyond the 2 times he went on to later defame E. Jean Carroll after he sexually assaulted her. Above and beyond the grabbing women by the pussy comment without consent. Above and beyond the comments about, his daughter, about her breast and her ass and wanting to have fucking sex in common. Above and beyond the comments on Howard Stern about going backstage at the pageants to go see underage girls naked because he's the owner and he can do it. Above and beyond saying, to that woman who had her daughter on the escalator that he'd be dating his daughter, her daughter in about 10 years or 7 years or whatever the fuck he said. right? Above and beyond the boat parties with all the underage girls in New York in the late 80s and early 90s. Above and beyond the 7 or 8 times, or, who knows how many times he was on the flight log on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Above and beyond the times that he lived no less than a fucking driver's distance away on a golf course from Jeffrey Epstein's place, no matter if it was in New York City or West Palm Beach. I mean, could we keep going in all of these instances that should have been fucking enough for these people to say, nope, all set, motherfucker. If you want to appreciate the congratulations, you can appreciate the congratulations, but that's as fucking far as it can go. And they had goddamn enough time between the phone call and the celebration and the time where they had to fucking show up to Washington to be like, you know what, this probably isn't the best fucking idea. Okay? Maybe we shouldn't be doing this. And shout out to the 5. I will say, shout out to the 5 that didn't show up. Okay? But I will say it's kind of a half. I'll give them half credit. And I made this point last night on the Zoom where it was like, unless it is accompanied by a statement against what this government is doing and why, telling us why you didn't show up, you're getting fucking half credit. Because for all I know, your kid was sick. For all I know, you had a fucking business deal. So I'm not going to give you credit for not showing up if you really did want to be there. I don't know if those motherfuckers did really want to be there or not. So unless there's statements accompanied saying, no, we chose specifically not to go for this reason, and speak out for this reason, then they get fucking half credit at the best, at best. And that's just, that's just my opinion. You guys can think differently if you want. But again, just very disappointing to see people that play on your team not have the common sense, not have the awareness, and care more about, I don't know what even, I would like to say money at this point, and not screwing up the bag, because if you do speak out against what's going on, you have a big chance of screwing up your career, screwing up your life. But obviously it's the moment is far too important to care about that in this instance. You know what I mean? It's just, we need now, and like I said, the men's team would have got far more respect from far more people had they declined this invitation rather than accepting the invitation. And to say that it's not political, and then to go on and take pictures with fucking Caroline Leavitt. Again, the main liar in chief for this administration. Quite literally, the job is detailed as you have to fucking lie to the American public if you want that fucking job. And that's the person you're going to take a picture with and then tell us not to get political on it? No, eat it, choke on it. I don't give a fuck. That's stupid. That's fucking moronic talk. That's bullshit. Okay? It was political the second Kash Patel, the guy that wrote a children's coloring book about the fucking dear Lord and Savior, the Führer Donald Trump, the guy that is still now actively lying to the American public, to Congress, actively lied under oath to Congress about evidence suggesting Donald Trump's involvement in the crimes in the Epstein files, along with Pam Bondi and the rest of them. But the second that happened, and the second that, again, the phone call from the fucking president went any further than just, hey, congratulations, and then you guys went on to make fun of the women's team. And like they said, it wasn't until fucking 3 days after that anybody even mentioned a trip to the White House for the women's team. Not until the men's one were the women thought about. And even when they were thought about, it was fucking, second-handed, a backslap and fucking a compliment or whatever it was supposed to be. They're calling it a joke, but they knew what the fuck they were talking about. They knew what the fuck it meant. And it sounds like people were trying to make, they're trying to take the audio out, and there was 2 people that said, there was one guy that said absolutely, and there was one that was saying 2 for 2, 2 for 2, right? Wait, what? What am I, too blue? Am I blue dabba die today? Because I can turn the light up. I think I turned it down last night for the Zoom. But if I'm too blue, dabba tell me. Let me know in the chat, because I don't want to be too blue. You know what I mean? The fucking world makes us blue enough at this point. It's dark? All right, hold on. Now you're going to make me get up. Give me a second. Yes, dear. I'm turning up the lights, dear. I'll be right there, dear. How's that? A little better? Any better? I don't know. Let me know. Can't be any worse. I know that. Any good? I'm glad we went 45 minutes into the show before anybody told me that. Appreciate it. Awesome. Oh, no. But yeah, shout out to shout out to the women's team, and again, shout out, half credit to the 5 that didn't show up. And again, until I found out why they didn't show up, they get that half credit. But it was exactly as we expected, right? It was exactly as we expected. You would have got more truth, facts, detail about what's going on in this country by watching either the State of the Swamp or, again, the People's State of the Union. You know what I mean? The speakers there were giving you more truth, more facts, more detail about everything that you're facing right now than anything that you heard at the State of the Union. So it would have been more beneficial for every Democrat to say, you know what? We're not showing up to that bastards thing, and let's show up and again, show up to the opposition things that are going on. Let's show up to the counter programming, and either sit in the audience as support, or we'll speak ourselves and lead this charge. Whatever it may be, there was better ways. To say the least, in which we could have handled this situation. It was disappointing, and I know I'm not the only one. I think we were in, we were all kind of on the same plane last night, thinking about and looking at what the fuck was taking place. And again, the lack of a coherent, like, they just looked like a team. That's all. Just look like a fucking team. Look like you all think the same way, at least about child sex trafficking, right? At least about pedophilia. At least about the rape of children. At least about a fucking 34-time fucking felon. If not, at least on that, can we? Right? Does anybody think we were going to learn anything? And I think something I heard from Mark Kelly said he wanted to, he wanted to show Donald Trump that he wasn't scared. And it's like, well, fucking, why are you making it selfish? Right? Why are you making it selfish? And I understand that to a point. Believe me, somebody that's as stubborn as I am can absolutely understand not wanting to get pushed out of somewhere, wanting to show, defiance. But it seems to me awful fucking selfish. And again, how does that point get across to the camera and to the people? While you're doing nothing, silent, while he spews lies. How does that, I don't think that message gets across the way you think it was supposed to get across. And I have all the respect in the world for Mark Kelly. So, don't take this with a grain of salt, but it's like, on one hand, I understand showing defiance and wanting to say, hey, you're not running me out of here. I do. But that message is pretty selfish in that moment, right? I mean, considering what Trump has put Mark Kelly through and labeling him one of the people that were, treasonous and telling the military to defy orders, above and beyond everything else. You know what I mean? It's like, just that message isn't going to come through like that. You're just sitting there listening. That's all that looks like to me. You know what I mean? You didn't protest. Nothing happened. So you were better off not showing up and showing your defiance that way. At least that sends a clear message. Hey, Mark Kelly doesn't fuck with this. Mark Kelly isn't fucking going to show up to this nonsense. He doesn't support this in any way, shape, or form. But again, to have some, and a lot, there's a lot that were there. There were a lot that were fucking there. So I don't understand. For the life of me, I don't understand how people thought that they could just go to this and treat it like another event, and nobody was going to talk about it. Nobody was going to speak up about it. Like, what is an opposition party at this fucking point? If not to oppose everything. Like, what was the line by the guy that's half dead now? What the fuck's his name? The guy that fucking freezes up. Why can't I think of his name? We were talking about him last night. The guy that's pretty much carried to his car now every night. Good grief. Why can't I think of his name? Mitch McConnell. Thank you so much. Yeah, Mitch McConnell. Like, what was his line where he said, basically, our goal, our fucking entire plan is to block everything the Democrats try to do. Every policy they try to put in place, every law they want fucking enacted, we're here to block it. We're here to stop it. Every Supreme Court justice they want appointed, everything. Right? Paraphrasing, of course, but I'm pretty sure that was pretty close to what his exact fucking comment was and his exact plan was. Why are we not doing that? Why are we not fucking, again, fighting fire with fire? I'm tired of playing by the rules and decorum and treating every moment like it's normal. And if we just make it through this moment, then we can fucking do something, this, that, and the other thing to fight. No, fuck that. Use all fucking avenues afforded to you to get your message across to the American people, to let people know, hey, fuck this guy. We don't stand for this. This is ridiculous what's going on in this country. This is the most corrupt, bar none, by far, exponentially government that we've ever seen in the history of this fucking country. The most damaging to relationships all over the world, to our allies, to people, to trade partners, right? All over the world, the most damaging, the most destructive that we've ever fucking seen. Threatening Greenland, just trying to destroy NATO, the threats against Mexico, the tariffs that he's, placed on this fucking country, the defiance of the Supreme Court that he brought up blatantly last night. Like, this is not normal fucking times, people, and you cannot have a normal reaction. So call me fucking hyperbolic, say you don't like me criticizing Democrats. If you can't handle it, the door's right there. I'm fucking sorry. Okay? The door is fucking right there. You want to continue to fucking get stuck in this fucking hamster wheel of bullshit and nonsense and fucking non-action, then the door is right fucking there. Feel free. Okay? I'm sure there's a few more people that are getting introduced here, and I'd like to make it well known. I don't fucking hold back. I don't sugarcoat, and nobody's going to fucking be left out of the fucking firing line, okay? Everybody's got a target on your back if you fuck up. If you're not doing the right thing by the American people, for the American people, and doing what the American people want, you can fucking catch it too, okay? I don't worship any fucking man. I don't worship any politician. I have a flag or shoes or underwear for Biden or Democrats, okay? So do the right fucking thing or you're going to be fucking catching it too. Okay? Everybody can catch them hands. You know what I mean? And just to make it fucking blatantly clear in this position, I don't give a fuck. It's crazy that we're not meeting the moment in this period in time. It's fucking crazy that we're not using the small things that we're afforded, these moments that we have that are a fucking gift to us, that are a free lunch for us to show the world, to show the fucking people the business that we mean. And how defiant we are, and how much we're going to stand up for them. And what do? Well, no, we got to sit there with your fucking hand up your ass, with your fucking mouth silent. You know what I mean? Don't sit, don't start, don't do nothing. Just sit there like a fucking bump on a log while the president rants and raves like a fucking lunatic and lies at every turn. Nearly fucking falls asleep at the lectern, grabbing on for dear life. Gritting his teeth like the fucking Adderall still hanging out of his nose like he didn't get it all on the fucking 14th try. So fuck that. Fuck that. Sorry. Not sorry at all. You know what I mean? And this is, if you need a fucking shining example, right? I mean, if you need a fucking shining example here, like what are we doing at this moment in time here? Chuck Schumer and shaking hands with Lutnick? Like, get the fuck out of here. Stop it. Come on. These are the moments in time where you're supposed to show the people you're not going to stand with these pedophiles. You're not going to stand with the people lying to Congress. You're not going to stand with the people lying to the American people. You understand the severity of the moment. You understand the severity of the crimes that they're now covering up. And that ain't showing it right there. That's not fucking showing it. That's showing incompetence. That's showing ignorance. That's showing I don't care about the moment. That's showing I don't mean whatever fucking strongly worded letters I send. Okay? Because you don't act like it. And I'm sick and tired of this bullshit happening. It's happened before, too. We've talked about it in, like, the black tie events that happen and all these fucking politicians that are so angry and yelling at each other and fucking, calling out each other until they get at these parties where they're all buddy-buddy, sipping champagne together, shaking hands, laughing and fucking chuckling it up. Fuck you. How about that? Fuck you. I don't chuckle it up with Nazis. I don't chuckle it up with fucking the Gestapo. I don't chuckle it up with these fucking people trying to now strip us of our rights that are supporting what ICE is doing. Fuck ICE, fuck Donald Trump, and fuck anybody that supports him. Again, to make the message and the point clear here. And that's absolutely the message that should have been sent last night, if not explicitly. Hold up a goddamn sign that says, fuck you, Mr. President. How about that? You degenerate pedophile protector. Release the files. Something. God damn. What do you guys think? Am I off? Am I right? Am I wrong? Do you hate me? Do you love it? I don't know. Again, I don't do it to impress or to gain favor with anybody. This is the shit that I truly believe. And again, because I have no ads, because I have no sponsors, because I have no financial backers of this show, I take no money from fucking people that are willing to control what I say. There's nothing hidden behind a paywall. All of my content is free. I can freely say this shit. And I hope to continue to run the platform just like this with the help and the support and the contributions of you guys that are watching and feel the same way. And find a home in this chat with people that feel the same way, that can understand your grievances, that can understand your gripes and what you want to see done. So when I ask for $1 or $2 on Venmo, anything above and beyond that above you is totally up to you. $1 or $2 on Venmo, I don't think it's too much to ask for. Signing up for a YouTube membership for under $3 a month, heading to the Patreon, check out any of the 3 levels there. That's it. Other than that, you can do the super chat, super sticker in the YouTube chat, bits on Twitch. That's the way to support this show. Nobody's changing the way I say. Nobody's changing my opinions. I'm not telling you that this fucking square here, this square, Jesus Christ, I'm losing it, Bri. I'm losing it. What are you going to do? Circle, I meant to say. Jesus Christ. I wonder if it would fit in a square hole. You think this would fit in a square hole? But this hasn't changed my life. Like, I'm not going to hold up some random mattress or some random cup or some magic drink and say, hey, you got to buy this for $97.42, or else, something's going to happen to you. You're not going to get, the next bit of information. Or, hey, send me your $5 so you can see my next video. It's really important. It's the most important video I've ever done. But if you don't have $5, you can't watch it. That's ridiculous. The moment in the moment in time we're in is too important to be hiding important information and crucial information that people want to see behind a fucking paywall. So again, if anybody has the opportunity, if you're in the financial position to do so, and only if you're in the financial position to do so, I do not want you robbing Peter to PayPal. I do, yeah, to PayPal. I don't want you, again, taking from other aspects of your life that you need this money. If you need it and it's, it's already going somewhere, stop it. Share. You can like, you can subscribe. Those are all free things to do, and it helps the channel just as much. But if you do find yourself in the position, think about reaching out if you do find some bang for your buck here in the old Blunt Politics chat ski. But we got a few minutes left. I do appreciate you guys, as always, for everything that you guys do for the channel. Hopefully that, a lot of people are feeling the same way. I have seen a lot of people already kind of coming out with the same, not rhetoric, obviously, because nobody kind of puts it like I do, but everybody has the same sentiment. Everybody kind of expected more from one side, and it was exactly what we expected from the other. A lot of instances to call out, a lot of stuff to talk about. We do have our show coming up later tonight at 8:30 p.m. here on the East Coast, and then 5:30 on the West Coast. So we'll be talking more about, obviously, the Ukraine, what's been going on in Ukraine. Obviously, yesterday being the 4-year anniversary. We are now in the 5th year of the war in Ukraine. So that's something we'll be talking about. Obviously, what we're looking at as far as the war in Iran, any action taking place in Iran, and then obviously any kind of news stories, any other things that you want to be talking about that happen from now until then. We'll be discussing them tonight on another episode of the Blunt Politics podcast. So again, if you missed this, if you're watching this late, check us out tonight, 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 on the West Coast, right here on Blunt Politics. I do appreciate you. That's also on Facebook, Twitch, and also on Instagram. So I appreciate all the new Instagram followers that I've received over the last couple of days from that video. I think we're up to, 16, 17,000 at this point. So I really do appreciate everybody, hitting that follow button and everybody that's coming to the family here. Really do appreciate it. So hopefully we can turn that into some more viewers here on the podcast. Hopefully we can turn that into some more eyes on, some more information getting out there. That would be fantastic. So again, if you guys utilize Instagram, if you guys utilize Facebook, if you guys are on, Twitch or Instagram, please share the show out, talk about the show, throw it in a couple chats. If there's any other podcast that you watch, throw the name of this podcast in the chat, have people come over here and listen, see if we can get some collabs going with some people. I'm hopefully going to reach out to some people that have some recent follows from the video that I did the other day. So maybe we can start connecting with some other people, some great people in this space. That would be fantastic. But, it's only with the help of you guys, and you guys continue to share the show out. And your contributions, and watching the videos and sharing the videos and the shorts and stuff like that, that people get to see it, people get to watch it, and then people get to come over here to the podcast. So again, to the mods, all of you guys are fantastic. No matter what platform you're on, you guys have really had my back this entire time, and I can't thank you for being there for me. All of your help, all of your support, your kind words, all the work that you do in the chat, not only in my chat but other chats. Another thing that we have to recognize: a lot of these, a lot of the mods are mods for multiple other channels, and they keep the chat safe, and they make sure that these accounts can continue to function the way they do. So all of you guys are fantastic, and you guys all deserve a big round of applause and a pat on the back for the work that you do. It is selfless. It is shitty work. A lot of the times you don't get to pay attention to the show, and you're dealing with the chat, obviously. So again, it's just, I'd like people to give thanks out to the mods that make this show run. And again, obviously to the people in the chat. You guys have just been absolutely fantastic. At every turn, just again, the support, the kind words, you guys sharing the show out, making sure that people, know about the show has been a real blessing. It really has. So again, if we can continue this, upswing here. We can continue on our way to 20,000 subscribers. I think we're only a couple away from 16. I know it's a big jump from 16 to 20, but hopefully at some point they start coming a little bit quicker. You know what I mean? A little bit more rapidly. So again, share the show, share the show, share the show. I really do appreciate you guys. I'll see you tonight, 8:30. I think I'll kick it over to Jeff over on this space. Thank you to Jeff Waldorf and Matt and all the mods over on this space. Really do appreciate you guys for all the hard work that you guys put in, the coalition that you've put together. So I'll send it to you guys over there. Stay tuned here in the Blunt Politics chat so I can make sure to reach out and say thank you to everybody that sent in a gift or anything. So I'll kick it back over to this space. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, mods. Take it away, Jeff. Appreciate you, brother.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Hey everyone, Jeff here, the illogical leftist. Welcome to the show. Thank you for joining the stream this afternoon. Tell you what, today we're going to dig into some of the stories that corporate media doesn't want to touch and the establishment hopes you'll ignore. So now, before we dive into the stories, if you haven't already subscribed to my channel yet, The Logical Leftist over on YouTube, please do it now. There's new videos every single day breaking down Donald Trump, MAGA, oligarchy, and why the system is rigged against all of us. We keep it real here, so why don't we get into it? So we've got some fantastic stories here that I'm going to talk about today. Of course, we've got your normal mix of, we got some Trump regret. Okay, little bit of FAFO going on here, as you know, from a Trump supporting family. We've also got Epstein files stuff. We've got the FBI director going on flights and slamming beers in the locker room. I mean, and of course, the result is that the FBI, doesn't have enough aircraft. Yeah, who knew? And then we've got a town versus an AI data center. If you haven't seen that story, fascinating stuff. And then, of course, there is a study on the economics of MAGA. Okay, so none of this is going to be all that surprising when we get into the details, because all you have to do is, check your grocery bill. Okay, check your electric bill. Okay, your gas bill, whatever, and you'll see the full effects of the Trump economy. Nonetheless, we didn't exactly need a study here on that, but as always, I got the receipts. So there you go. Let's do it. Let's start out, though, with the FAFO here that, Yeah, another heartwarming story of what happens when an immigrant family votes for fascists. So let's do it. In April of 2024, in Columbia, South Carolina, a man named Jose Inez Garcia Zaldivar got pulled over. His crime? Expired tags on his car. Now, Jose had lived in the U.S. for 28 years. He paid his taxes. He had an ITIN number. He had no criminal record. He was married to a U.S. citizen. His kids are U.S. citizens. And within hours of that traffic stop, by the way, this happened under the Biden administration, a deputy ran his information through an ICE app, got a hit, and they turned him over to the deportation machine. Jose was shipped nearly 900 miles away to an ICE detention facility in Jena, Louisiana. He spent about 98 days there. Hey, man, look, that's what law and order looks like in the real world. So inside that facility, according to reports from Time, the water coming out of the taps was brown. The food was moldy. Requests for medical care went absolutely nowhere. People were sick, ignored, and warehoused. You know, like they're in an Amazon fulfillment center or something. I mean, but for people. And by the way, that's according to reports from at the time. Okay, not Time magazine specifically. So I just wanted to clear that up. Now, Jose sat there for 98 days while his wife, who was, again, a U.S. citizen, and their children, tried to figure out what the hell just happened. And most importantly, how to get him back. Now, understand that this is not a cartel boss. Okay, this is not the caricature that Fox News sells people every single night. Okay, this is a man who had overstayed his visa decades ago. That's about it. Okay, and he built a life, paid into the system, raised a family, and got swallowed by over expired tags. I mean, that's the point here. Okay, look, the deportation machine does not care how long you've been here. It doesn't care that you pay taxes for almost 3 decades. It doesn't care that your entire family happens to be American. It doesn't care that your crime is a piece of paper on your license plate. It only cares that you are removable. So again, this was under the Biden administration. Not even as tough or cruel as the Trump administration, and you're still seeing this happen. Okay, this is why ICE is irredeemable. In April of 2024, they put Jose on a plane and dumped him in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, separating him from his wife and his children and everything he built in this country over 28 years. That right there, that's what law and order looks like, man. When you hand the state that kind of power and tell it to go wild. Okay. Now, here's the fun part that cuts right to the MAGA consequences part of this story. Because again, I talked about how, hey, man, well, this happened under Joe Biden. Yes. But somehow, this family decided that they were going to vote for even more cruelty. You see, Dalen is part of Jose's extended family. She and her relatives are U.S. citizens. They see themselves as conservative Christian voters. And so, of course, they voted for Donald Trump. So listen to what she said after she watched this system destroy her family. Quote, "We voted for this guy. We all voted, every single one of us. But we never expected something like this to happen." Really? The guy who talked about mass deportations now, and you didn't expect that? She said, "It's just inhumane. It's inhumane. And it's wrong." And I think most people who voted for him did not it did not expect this. And a lot of them don't even know this is happening. That right there is buyer's remorse in one statement. Conservative Christian voters, the whole family voted for Donald Trump. And now they're standing in front of the machine that he built up. Okay, saying, we did this. We helped put this man in power. The one who promised to be even more cruel than the system was before. And this is what he did with it, man. Yeah. I don't know, maybe they thought law and order meant going after some abstract bad hombre somewhere else. They thought, oh, we got to secure the border because Joe Biden left it wide open, even though this happened under Biden. We got to secure the border. Stop crime. But what they actually bought was the system that will happily disappear the man who's been sitting next to them at the dinner table for 28 years because his registration had expired. They actually thought that they were voting for more safety. Ooh. Instead, they were voting for a bureaucracy that treats their brother-in-law like street trash. And Dalen was right about one thing, by the way. Most people who voted for Trump actually don't have any idea that this is happening. I know it's crazy when you think about it, right? But they don't talk about these stories on Fox News. No, they don't see any of this stuff. So they still think that this is about the illegals pouring over the border like it's a scene from World War Z or something. Not about their longtime neighbors getting yanked out of their lives over a freaking traffic stop. So here's an ask that I have for you. If you actually know somebody who still believes this crap, believes that the deportation machine is only going after the dangerous criminals, why don't you send them this video? And don't argue with them about ridiculous, stupid slogans. Don't get lost in their stupid talking points. Just show them the receipts, man. Show them a conservative Christian family saying, hey, we voted for this guy, every single one of us, and now we're watching him tear our family apart. Because that's the only way that this changes. Yes, I know. It's the thing about conservatives, right? Bad things actually have to happen to them. Has to happen to them before they get it. Before they get it. People have to see that the law and order isn't like a TV catchphrase. It's brown water and moldy bread and 98 days in a cage for a man with no criminal record over expired tags. They have to see that the target here isn't just the villain in their head that they've created. The target is anybody the state decides it can get away with taking and disappearing. Again, Jose's case happened in 2024. That's where it started, and it continued into the Trump era. But nothing about the story is actually over. The infrastructure's still there. It's been built upon. The detention centers, concentration camps are still there, and new ones are being built. They're building new ones. So the question for everybody, every voter here, especially the conservative ones, is pretty simple. When you hear law and order now, do you picture a dangerous criminal? Or do you picture a dad with expired tags, clean record, 28 years of taxes that he paid, dragged away from his wife and kids, and dumped in a country he hasn't lived in since the 90s? Because this is what law and order actually looks like when you turn it into a weapon and point it at human beings. Okay. I mean, that story right there is just, that is something. That is just something else. And once again, you know, it's not just MAGA that's the problem. It is Democrats that went along with the whole, we got to be tough on the border narrative to try to pick up Republicans in the suburbs, which obviously didn't work. Worked great, didn't it? Worked great, didn't it? I mean, and we're going to support a genocide too, by the way. You know, not only are we going to try to pick up Republican voters in the suburbs, but we're going to support a genocide too. How'd that work out? Not good. Not good for any of us. Okay. Don't even start me on that one. Let's move on. Let's talk about the Epstein stuff. Oh, boy. On February 24th, NPR published an investigation that should have blown up every law and order talking point in American politics. So here's a receipt. Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Now, the whole point of that law was pretty simple, right? To force the Department of Justice to make public everything it knows about Jeffrey Epstein and his pedophile network, instead of letting those files rot in a vault. Now, in response, the Department of Justice says that it released around 3.5 million pages of material. Thousands of FBI interview notes, internal memos, all of it. However, when NPR compared what DOJ says it has to what it actually released, they found something missing. Yeah. FBI interview reports, documents in the DOJ's own index that involve allegations that Donald Trump sexually abused a child in the 1980s. These interviews are listed in the government's own records. They're referenced in FBI summaries. They show up in internal catalogs. And yet, when the Epstein files were released to the public, you know what wasn't there? Those specific interviews. They weren't redacted. They were removed. Gone. NPR went to the House Oversight Committee. Democratic members who have access to the unredacted files confirmed that there is a gap. Yes, there are FBI interview notes related to allegations against Trump that the public has not been allowed to see. And one of the women whose interviews are missing is not some random person off the internet. Her testimony helped federal prosecutors win a conviction against Ghislaine Maxwell. Hell, well, the government trusted her enough to put her on the stand in that case. So let's be clear about what we're talking about here. The Department of Justice is sitting on FBI interviews with a woman whose testimony helped convict Epstein's partner in crime, the facilitator. Those interviews include allegations that Donald Trump, sexually abused a child. Okay? Congress passed a law to make these files public, and the DOJ quietly left those interviews out? Now, when NPR asked why, because that's the obvious question, the DOJ fell back on a familiar set of phrases, right? Oh, no, privacy, the ongoing investigations, law enforcement sensitivities. The same kind of bullshit boilerplate language that always seems to appear right when powerful people might actually end up facing some consequences. Weird. Now, the White House asked about the specific Trump allegations, called them untrue and sensationalist. Well, that's it. No explanation for why the documents listed in the DOJ's own index never saw the light of day? Now, if you've been watching this show for a while, you know the rule. We separate what we can prove from what we can't. So here's what we can prove. Number one, Congress ordered these files released. There's a transparency law on the books. Number two, the DOJ's own catalog show FBI interviews and notes that were never included in the public release. And number three, House Oversight members who've seen the unredacted material confirm those missing files involve allegations against President Donald Trump. Number four, one of the accusers whose interviews are missing already helped the government convict Ghislaine Maxwell. So the DOJ clearly found her credible enough when it wanted a conviction. Number five, when questioned, the government did not say, these interviews don't exist or these accusations were disproven. It just said, oh no, ongoing investigations, privacy. That's the receipts. Okay. Now, what we can't say, because the documents are still hidden, unfortunately, is exactly what's in those interviews or exactly why the DOJ chose to keep them out of the public view. And that's the real story here. The institutional choice. Because for years, we've heard one thing over and over from MAGA world. Oh, hey, look, the system's rigged. The deep state protects pedophile elites. Oh, well, yeah, they actually do. The DOJ and the FBI, they're running cover for the powerful while they're crushing ordinary people. Well, here's a clean current example of that actually happening. Except the elite being protected isn't a Clinton or a nameless globalist. It's Donald J. Trump, the self-proclaimed law and order president. Oops. The same crowd that chanted lock her up is now completely silent, while the Department of Justice withholds interviews about a powerful man accused of sexually abusing a child. The same movement that screams about 2 tiers of justice has nothing to say when the FBI interviews about their guy vanish between the index and the public release. Maybe they just lost it in Trump's bathroom. I don't know. Or in between J.D. Vance's couch cushions. I don't know. But remember, this is the same justice system that will absolutely throw the book at regular people. They'll throw the encyclopedia at you, man. If you overstay a visa and you get pulled over for expired tags, they'll happily run your name through a database, ship you off to a detention center to separate you from your family for months before dropping you into another country. If you steal a few $100s to get by, you'll spend years in prison. But, if you're a billionaire president whose name shows up in the Epstein orbit, suddenly every law and order warrior online and in Washington gets very, very shy about transparency. Law for you, protection for them. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's exactly what NPR, a mainstream outlet, by the way, that bends over backwards to be careful, just documented. And here's where I want to bring this all home, especially for the people that in your, you might have in your life who still buy the, no, Donald Trump's the victim of the deep state story. For years, Trump has told his followers the FBI and DOJ are corrupt, when they come after him. But now when those same institutions quietly shield him from public scrutiny, he's fine with it. His party's fine with it. His media ecosystem is fine with it. That tells you everything you need to know about what they actually care about. They don't hate the 2-tier justice system. They rely on it. They want a system where a poor kid stealing groceries gets hammered, but a politician's name can disappear from files Congress had ordered released. They want a system where law and order means ICE raids in your neighborhood and mandatory minimums for you and non-disclosure redactions and missing interviews for them. And this is where you come in, right? Around this point in the video, platforms start deciding whether to bury it or to surface it. Corporate media has already given this story the soft pedal treatment. So if you want people to see what law and order really looks like for Donald Trump and his friends, I'm going to need you to be the algorithm here. Share the video with one person in your life who still thinks Donald Trump is some kind of enemy of the deep state, that he's going to take on the pedophile cabal. Somebody who complains about elite pedophiles online, but doesn't seem to be too bothered when the files involving their guy vanish. Ask them a simple question. If the DOJ was sitting on FBI interviews about Bill Clinton abusing a minor and quietly kept them out of the Epstein release, would you be okay with that? If the answer is no, then why is it acceptable when it's Donald Trump? I think that's a very fair question. Either you want one standard or you want a protection racket for your team. Because that's what this is at the end of the day. A protection racket dressed up as law and order. A system that throws 3.5 million pages of paper at the public and hopes you won't notice the 3 interviews that actually matter. A system that will always find a reason not to release the evidence when it makes the wrong people look bad. You don't have to speculate to see the pattern here. You just have to look at who gets locked up, if anyone, who gets deported, who gets their life torn apart, and who gets their name quietly removed from the files. This NPR story isn't the whole story of Epstein. It's not the magic key that unlocks everything, but it's a perfect snapshot of how power really works in America in 2026, Trump's America, where the state will crush you in the name of law and order, but will bend over backwards to protect the people who tell you that's a good thing. All right. Moving on here. All right. Let's see. Any comments here? Democrats will save us. AOC 2021. Am I right or am I right? Right. Yeah, look, as much as I like AOC, no, it's the system itself is broken. It is corrupt. And in a lot of ways, completely unsalvageable. Okay. Especially this two-party system that we have. I'm already concerned with the discussion around 2028. Okay. And how they're propping up Gavin freaking Newsom. Here we go. And telling us, oh, you better vote for Gavin Newsom or else you're going to get J.D. Vance. Oh, God. Here we go. But anyway, let's move on here. Let's go to Kash Patel behaving badly. Of course. And what effect that has. Okay. On February 25th, a sitting U.S. senator went on the record to accuse Donald Trump's FBI director, Kash Patel, of using the bureau like his own private airline. So let's start with the receipts here. The FBI currently has 2 jets. Weird. That's 2 for the entire country. Huh. Now, those planes exist for one simple reason: to move agents and specialists very quickly when something goes very wrong. For example, a terrorist attack or a mass shooting or a major crime scene where timing actually matters. But according to whistleblowers who went to Senator Dick Durbin and the Senate Judiciary Committee, Kash Patel has been tying up those planes so often for his own personal travel that frontline agents can't use them when there are real emergencies. Now, look, we're not talking about routine work trips, okay? No. We're talking about delays at actual crime scenes because the FBI director wanted to play frequent flyer. Whistleblowers described multiple incidents where agents needed those jets to respond to shootings and were told no, because there weren't enough pilots, or because one of the bureau's only 2 jets were already booked for Patel. In one case, after an assassination attempt on a conservative activist, the FBI's shooting reconstruction team, the people who document the scene, map bullet trajectories, lock down evidence, got delayed at least a day because there wasn't aircraft available. Not because the plane was broken, but because it was booked. In another case, after a campus shooting at Brown University, a specialized FBI response team needed to get from Washington to Rhode Island fast. Instead of flying, they were told, sorry, nothing available. So they drove all night through a snowstorm while Kash Patel was in South Florida using one of the FBI's 2 jets. So you have agents literally white-knuckling it up I-95 in a snowstorm to get to the site of a mass shooting while their own director is wheels up to the sun. That's what law and order looks like, man, when you hand the keys of the security state to a loyalist whose main qualification is being Trump's toady. And it doesn't stop there. Whistleblower also says that Patel used an FBI jet to fly to the Milan Olympics to watch the U.S. men's hockey team. He was filmed in the U.S. locker room chugging beers with the players. Think about the layers here, all right? For years, Trump and his people have screamed at the FBI, they're so corrupt that the deep state is weaponized against conservatives. So Trump installs Kash Patel to lead the agency to clean it up. And what does he do? He turns around and treats the FBI's emergency aircraft like his own personal Uber to Italy so he can shotgun beers in the locker room. When Senator Durbin confronted the Bureau about all this, the FBI didn't deny the travel. Their defense was that Patel had, quote, complied with federal safe security rules. And he reimburses the cost of what a commercial ticket would have been. In other words, Oh, it's fine. The director is burning through scarce law enforcement resources, tying up one of the 2 planes, pulling pilots off missions because he left some money on a nightstand or something. That's the logic. Imagine telling the cop, yeah, look, I took your squad car to drive myself to a hockey game, but don't worry. I Venmoed the city what a bus ticket would have cost. You know, you'd still get arrested if that were the case. But when it's the FBI director, obviously, the system's answer is, sir, yes, sounds good, sir. Anything for you, sir. And I want you to notice how many threads of the Trump project this story just, ties together. One is the grift to government pipeline. You see, Kash Patel wasn't picked to run the FBI because he's an investigator, right? He's picked because he's loyal. That's it. Because he'll protect Donald Trump. Because he plays ball with the whole, even though he runs the so-called deep state, he still played ball with the whole deep state is out to get us narrative. And of course, once he's in the building, what does he do? He doesn't depoliticize anything, doesn't make the Bureau more accountable. He uses the toys, man. He uses the jets. He uses the power. Now, secondly, there's this law and order just lie, okay? These are the same people who say that, well, there's no money for social programs, who tell you we can't afford better public defenders, who say back the blue and support law enforcement. But when it's time to prioritize, they're perfectly fine with the FBI having to drive overnight through a snowstorm to a mass shooting because the boss wanted to fly south. Law and order for you, Olympic joyrides for him. And thirdly, you've got the intra-authoritarian crack. See, this didn't come out because some lefty podcaster dug it up. This came from whistleblowers inside the Bureau. And it was aired by a senior senator in a formal hearing. That's Trump's own security state talking about what his guy is doing. And this is where I want to ask you for something, right? So, look, this is usually about the time of video where platforms start burying this or deciding to show it to more people. Corporate media will frame this just as another ethics concern, something dry and forgettable. So if you want people to see what Drain the Swamp actually became, if you want the Law and Order crowd in your life to see what their heroes do with the power that you're giving them, well, I'm going to ask you to share this. Share it with the people who still think Donald Trump is taking on the deep state. Share it with your uncle who posts back the blue and thin blue line memes, but doesn't know that the FBI director took a jet to go pound beers at the Olympics while agents were stranded on the road. Because this isn't just about Kash Patel. It is about the pattern here. When Trump world gets its hands on institutions, it doesn't make them less abusive. It just reamps them. The deportation machine, still running. Still pointed at the people that they think that their base won't defend. The justice system, obviously, still two-tiered. But now the law and order talk is a shield while they protect their own and loot whatever they can. The security state, obviously still incredibly powerful, still unaccountable, but now staffed with loyalists who think the toys are just theirs. You're not crazy if you look at this and say, well, if an Obama FBI director had done this, Republicans would be on every channel screaming for his resignation, impeachment, arrests, lock them up. They would be holding primetime hearings with giant blown up photos of a jet on an easel. But because it's Donald Trump's guy, the right wing, pretty silent. Because at the end of the day, all their talk about corruption was never about principles. It was always about power. That's what happens when you take a movement built on grievances and hand it the keys to the most powerful parts of the state. Turns out they don't dismantle the machine. They ride it. Okay. I mean, that's just an insane story. Absolutely insane story. All right. Got a couple more stories for you here today. But again, that entire thing, absolutely insane. Please, if you haven't already, like and share this stream. I know I got to keep reminding people, but it's really, really important, to get the message out, especially about this space, which I think is really important. And again, I got to give thanks to all the people that are making this space happen. And all the viewers here watching the various different shows and commenting and sharing. Really, really appreciate y'all. Okay. With that said, let's go into the next story here. And this is something that I'm pretty sure you are all already feeling. So the Economic Policy Institute just ran the numbers on Donald Trump's 2025 economic agenda, the agenda that we have been living under for some time. And the result, of course, is absolutely brutal. In a single year, his plan increased inequality about 4 times faster than the average of the last 40 years. The top tiny slice of America, the top 0.1% raked in an extra $244,000 per household this year and every year. Meanwhile, the bottom 90%, we get stuck with the bill. About $13,600 in extra costs over the next decade from higher prices and benefit cuts. That's not a mistake. That's the business model. Donald Trump calls it America first, but the math says no, billionaires first, everyone else pays. So let's walk through what this actually means in real life. Okay, so let's start out with the tariffs. I know the tariffs that were just overturned by the Supreme Court that were already replaced by more tariffs using a different law. Now, you've heard Donald Trump say it 1,000 times. We're going to put tariffs on imports. We're going to make China pay. We're going to make the other countries pay. Now, it sounds great. Somebody else paying, right? Problem is, it's a lie. It's just bullshit. Tariffs are, of course, a tax on imports. We know this. Importers will pass that cost on to you in the form of higher prices. The Economic Policy Institute estimated that Trump's tariffs policies reduced lifetime wages for the typical middle-income family by around $22,000. Holy crap. Again, that's not an abstract number. That's partly a decent used car. Not anymore. Okay. In fact, it's a lot more expensive, thanks to the tariffs, to even get a used car now. All right. So that's some groceries. Okay. That's utility bills, prescription drugs. That's really a lot of money, but not a lot of money anymore because everything is so much more expensive now. So here's the thing. You don't see tariff on your receipt at the grocery store. You just see that everything costs more. Donald Trump tells you he's making China pay, but your credit card bill obviously says otherwise. So let's look at the taxes next, right? Under the Donald Trump agenda, the MAGA agenda, the richest 1% got between $30,000 and $95,000 a year in tax cuts every year. That's it, just for being at the top. Poorest fifth of Americans, they actually see a tax increase of around $140 this year compared to compared to the previous policies. Let's repeat that clearly. The people with the least get a tax hike. The people with the most get a massive tax cut. That's what Trump's fight for the forgotten men and women looked like when you take off the red hat and you actually, look at a calculator. And it doesn't stop there, by the way. The same package that showers money in the very top also kneecaps jobs and public services. The CBO projected about 1.4 million fewer jobs than we'd otherwise have under Trump's policies. On top of that, his own budget envisions cutting roughly 290,000 federal jobs. And that's on top of Doge, by the way, what we've already seen in those job cuts. So if you're a federal worker or you live in a community where federal jobs anchor the local economy, congratulations. You're the cost-cutting item. So that someone in the top 1% can get a bigger tax refund. Think about who that hits. TSA workers, VA staff, people at the Social Security offices, Medicare offices, USDA workers, and rural communities. The same people Trump pretended to champion on stage, talking about our great workers and our incredible veterans. So when you put it all together, what do Trump voters actually get from his, policies? Nothing. If you're a factory worker in a small town, you got tariffs that raised your cost of living and killed export demand for your product. If you're a senior on a fixed income, you get hit twice. Higher prices at the grocery store and more pressure to cut the very programs you have to rely on to survive because the government can't afford them after giving away all that money to the top 1%. If you're a low-income worker, you literally get a tax increase while billionaires get tens of thousands of dollars back. If you're a federal worker or you live in a town that depends on federal jobs, you get to find out what small government really means: fewer paychecks in your community. Meanwhile, if you're in the top 0.1%, 0.1%, not just 1%, you get to walk away with enough extra money each year to buy a luxury car, another condo, or you just tack it onto your investment portfolio and let it grow even more. Again, this is why I've always said MAGA is not a movement. It's an extraction scheme. The whole point of the Republican Party, by the way, and their plan was to turn resentment and culture war nonsense into a smokescreen while they continue to move more money up the ladder. Now, the rallies, the MAGA hats, the chants, whatever, the own the lid stuff, culture war, that's the advertising. The product they're actually selling is a government that quietly siphons cash from workers, seniors, and poor people and hands it up to the donor class, the Epstein class, as I like to call them. And a lot of Trump's own voters, by the way, are the ones that are getting drained. Look, if you're somebody who believed Donald Trump when he said that he would bring back jobs, I mean, this is what you signed up for. 1.4 million fewer jobs than we'd have otherwise. If you believed him when he said nobody's going to touch Medicare or Social Security, this is what his budgets actually do. Starve the programs that ordinary people depend on while supercharging the bank accounts of people who will never need a Social Security check in their lives. Okay, this is the economic fuck around and find out. You buy the strongman myth, and what you get is higher prices, weaker public services, and a bigger boot on your neck from the people at the very top. And here's the really dark part about all this. They continue you to not see it. Yeah, they know that most people won't sit down and read an Economic Policy Institute report. They know you're too busy working, taking care of family members, or just trying to survive this rigged economy. And that's, by the way, why the culture war narrative drumbeat is so constant. That's why every day there's some new outrage against immigrants or drag queens or college students or whatever the outrage of the week is. Because as long as you're looking at that, you're not looking at the balance sheet. So let's be crystal clear about this. Donald Trump's economic agenda was never about fixing the economy for regular people. There's a plan to accelerate the last 40 years of inequality on fast forward. It's transfer of wealth, the bottom 90% to the very top. And a huge chunk of that money is coming from the pockets of the same people who chanted his name. Now, if you know somebody who still really believes that Donald Trump is an economic genius, fighting for the little guy, you might want to share this with them. Don't argue the feelings. Just show them the hard numbers. Show them who pays more, who gets cut, and who walks away richer than ever. Because at some point, people have to decide if they're okay with being the product in this extraction machine, or if they're ready to shut it all down. And there you go. And speaking of shutting things down, well, we've got some good news, which is it's very rare to have a good news story. In fact, I was almost surprised. I mean, you have this community where they were going to get a data center, and that community, the people power, shut that shit down. I love it. I love it. So let's get you to the details. All right. On February 18th in New Brunswick, New Jersey, a city council did something that you almost never see anymore. They actually told big tech, no, not in our town. So here's what happened. A developer backed by an AI data center company wanted to put a 27,000 square foot AI hub on a former industrial site, right up against a residential neighborhood. City leaders were told the usual magic words, right? Oh, this is innovation, yeah, jobs, economic development. But when residents and local organizers actually looked at the deal, here's what they found. First to power. So this one facility would have pulled so much electricity off the grid that it could spike demand like a small town. The utility would have had to beef up their infrastructure. And you know, those costs don't fall out of the sky, man. They land on the ratepayers. You know, the people who actually use the power, the human beings. The translation here is your electric bill goes up so a private company can run its GPUs 24/7. Secondly, the water. You see, AI data centers drink water, a lot of it. They need constant cooling. In New Brunswick's case, that meant a major new load on the local water system in a region that's already dealing with aging pipes and climate stress. Again, residents eat the risk while the company takes the profits. Thirdly, jobs. Oh boy. When people pressed the developer for some numbers, right? The mask slipped. Oh, yes. Turns out this has fewer than 50 permanent jobs. For a 27,000 square foot facility that would be running day and night, devouring public resources, they were offering just a few dozen positions. Many of them have to be highly specialized, meaning you're probably going to bring in people from either overseas or, you know, from a big city. So now the community started asking the most basic question in politics, and I wish more people would ask this question. Who benefits here? And who ends up paying? Now, the answer to those questions couldn't have been any clearer. The AI company benefits. Cheap land, guaranteed access to public utilities, and a city willing to warp its infrastructure around their needs. Now, the people of New Brunswick, however, they pay higher electric bills, they get water stress, they get more noise, environmental impact, and a giant windowless box humming away next to their homes. That's not economic development. That's extraction. And this is the part of that almost never happens. The people didn't just grumble about it. They organized, man. Neighbors, they knocked doors. Environmental groups got involved. Housing advocates pointed out what else could be built on that land. They packed public meetings, and they forced the council to look past the buzzwords from corporate America and to read the fine print. And by February 18th, the pressure was so strong that the New Brunswick City Council voted unanimously to reject the AI data center. Instead, that same site will now be turned into housing, 600 apartments, 10% of them reserved for affordable housing, plus some startup warehouses and a restored public park along the Raritan River. In other words, instead of building a giant energy-sucking black box for a private AI corporation, they're actually building housing, local economic space, and public green space, you know, for actual human beings. I mean, that right there is an incredibly rare thing in American politics. A community win over corporate extraction. And this is not just a New Jersey story here. It's a blueprint. Because this exact scam by these companies is being run everywhere. Data center companies, they roll into town with their lobbyists and their glassy slides. They promise future-proof jobs, right? They talk about AI like it's a gift from the gods. And they very quietly expect cities and towns to just hand over their cheap land, tax breaks, guaranteed access to their electricity and water. You get the bill, they get the profit. I mean, again, this is about privatizing the gains and socializing everything else. And whether it's a blue city council or a red state legislature, the sales pitch is always the same, right? If you don't say yes, well, you're going to be left behind. Oh, another town's going to take the deal. Well, New Brunswick, to prove that that's a lie, you can say no. You can demand that your land be used for housing, because we're in a housing crisis right now, instead of being used as server farms. That public resources actually serve the residents instead of GPUs. Okay? Instead of the GPUs, that economic development, by the way, actually means something beyond corporate press releases. So now here's where you come in. Now, if you live in a town where some company is pushing a data center, a crypto mine, or like a cloud campus, this is your warning. Ask the New Brunswick questions. How much power? How much water are you going to use? Who upgrades the grid? Who's going to pay for that? Who pays those upgrades back? How many permanent jobs? With what pay? Guaranteed in writing? And what are we giving up to say yes? Because once that infrastructure is built, man, it's very hard to claw that back. You're signing up your community for years of higher energy demands, higher risk, and higher bills. Also that, some CEO can go on CNBC and brag about AI capacity. But you know what? Here's the reality. Turns out, even though there's been massive investment, AI has not actually added any economic growth to this country. In fact, this is according to Goldman Sachs chief economist, Jan Hatzius. She was, talking about this in an interview with the Atlantic Council, saying that AI investment spending has had basically, quote, zero contribution to the U.S. GDP growth in 2025. What? Wait, so you're saying all that money that has been put into AI infrastructure, AI investment, hasn't actually benefited the United States at all? Yeah. Hatzius says that one of the major reasons behind that is that much of the equipment powering AI comes from other countries. It's imported. While U.S. companies spend billions of dollars importing chips and hardware, that offsets the investments in GDP. In fact, she said, quote, a lot of the AI investment that we're seeing in the U.S. adds to Taiwanese GDP and adds to Korean GDP, but not really that much into U.S. GDP. So let me get this straight. Foreign companies get all the gains, but small town America ends up eating all the costs. So New Brunswick, they looked at that bargain and said, oh, hell no. No, thank you. They chose homes over servers, public space over corporate warehouses, and local needs over AI hype. That's the fight right there. Extraction versus democracy. Look, here's the thing, okay? This is important because the more people that know that the word no is actually an option, and that's why it's important to share this, how harder it is for these corporations to continue being able to loot our utilities and our communities while calling it progress, because it is certainly not. Okay. Now, that's all the stories that I have for you today. If you have any comments or questions, I am more than happy to, to answer those. Let's see. Oh, that's awesome. Ms. Blue Ocean says, great story. This is my activism here. Awesome. I love it. I love it. Again, not a lot of comments. So I must be super engaging or something. I don't know. I must have picked some really good stories to talk about today for you to not have really anything to say about it. So that's pretty interesting. Glad that I'm able to do that, to have people hang on pretty much every word. So, what's interesting is actually I want to ask you a question. Okay. How many of you watched the State of the Union last night? I'm going to be honest, I did not. I really didn't need to sit there and watch a sundowning man, with an orange face talk about how everything is against him. Oh, it's so unfair. Everything's fantastic in this country. The economy is fantastic. It's so great. We defeated inflation, except that didn't actually defeat a goddamn thing related to inflation. But then the Democrats, they're so mean and they're so nasty. Look at Rashida Tlaib. Look at Ilhan Omar. We should probably send them back to their countries. Come on, dude. Really? And it's funny enough that, the same party that said it was totally fine for, what was that? I forget the guy who yelled out, "You lie," during one of Obama's State of the Union. Or even like the same party that was totally fine with Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, doing what they did during the Biden, State of the Union. Pretty silent, okay, about all that, but are calling for the removal of Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. So, come on. All right. So anyway, oh, that's a good idea. I put Zateo's feed on once the people of SOTU started sounding like any other campaign rally, and my girl and I basically talked over it the entire time, and nothing of value was lost. Yes, exactly. I just played video games, so there you go. That was my State of the Union experience, and so once again, nothing of value was lost. But anyway, that's all I've got for you today. Thank you for joining here. If you haven't already, please like and share this stream. Support this space. And of course, support my channel as well. That's The Logical Leftist. You want to see these breakdowns that I post, 5 days a week. Check out the channel, subscribe, do all that stuff. Also consider becoming a patron, patreon.com/Jeff Waldorf. All right. With that said, coming up next on this space, we have Andrea Rovenski. That's right. Look, man, Andrea, hopefully you have a good show. I'm excited to see what you're going to talk about today. It's definitely probably going to be something maybe a little controversial. Okay. Certainly. You do have some controversial topics or opinions, but that's always a good thing. Need a little shaking up the status quo here. With that said, here we go. The sign is up ahead. You know what it says? Welcome to Fville. Population us.
Debilioris homines non existendi is today's show title. We have titles here. Titulus on today's show. And last week's show. On every show, there is a title. I don't say them out loud every time, but there is one. I don't know. And today we're going to be talking about disability. We're going to be talking about a potentially, and thank you for Jeff's warning. Jeff warned everyone about controversy. I'm going to be making a controversial statement, and I'm going to say that disabled people do not exist. They are not real. There is no such thing as a disabled person. It's not real. So if you'd like to hear my explanation, feel free to stick around. If not, then I will maybe see you never again. But disabled people are not real is today's program. I would like to, before I get into today's program, say that Left Past 10 is not going to be tonight. We are taking a break from Left Past 10 this week. We may be back next week or not. I don't know. I'll keep you posted, but that is not going to be happening this week. Anyway, going to be talking about disability today and how there is no such thing as disability. It's not real. And I'd like to first define exactly what it is that I'm talking about. People are different. Everyone is different. People are taller. People are shorter. People are fatter. People are thinner. Everyone's bodies are different. Everyone's brains are different. We are all not the same. The concept of disability. What does that mean? What is disability? Debilitation. What is that? It means you are less able or not able to perform a certain task. Right? So, for example, when it comes to welding, most people are disabled. They cannot weld. When it comes to building skyscrapers, they're disabled. They can't do it. When it comes to driving cars, a lot of people are disabled. They're unable to do so. And so the concept of disability is very dependent on the context of where you live and what society you're in and the people around you. And so I don't think, inherently speaking, that there is such a thing as disabled human beings. I just don't believe in it. What I do believe is that everyone has a different set of skills. Everyone has a different set of abilities, if you will, and that there is such a thing called the social order that is maintained from the top down, but it is very well maintained by the down section as well. The population that we live in loves to maintain the social order. And so this social order is a prescriptive list of things that you must be able to do in order to be considered abled, in order to be considered real, normal, not weird. The concept of normal also does not exist. The social order, which again is prescribed by the kings of about 10,000 years ago, created this social hierarchy that we still deal with. It's changed over time. But the kings of 10,000 years ago decided, I want people to do certain things, such as slave labor. I want human beings, I want to put them in chains, and I want them to do tasks for me against their will. And basically, if you were useful in that very narrow environment of about 10,000, 5,000, 2,000, 1,500, 400 right now, years ago, then you were able-bodied. If you were not useful when it comes to slave labor, if you could not build the king's castle in a reasonable time frame, you were executed, you were killed, you were exiled. That's where the concept of disability originates. What is a disability? It means you cannot become a slave that is willing to do these tasks that I want my slave to do. That is the social order that we live in. All right. So that's what I mean when I say I don't believe in disabled people. What I do believe in is a social order that is real in the sense that we live in a world that has a social order, but it is not real in the sense that the social order, like money, is fictitious. We made it up. We made up the social order. We made up the racial order. We made up the ability order. We made up the gender order, right? We made this up. Humans, we made it up. It's not real, all right? In the same way, we made up money. Money is also not real. We made up power. Power is also not real. I mean, you could argue in the law of the jungle methodology, power is real. But this idea that like your parents had a bunch of money and then you went to a good school and you went to a good college and then you meet someone on the street that you've never interacted with whatsoever and you're wearing a suit and they're wearing like some old sweatpants that have holes in them and that makes you a more powerful person. That's made up. That's not real. All right. If you have a gun pointed at someone's face, I mean, there's power there. That's a real thing that does exist. But the social order of power is not real. We made it up. And we can always change the social order of power. And throughout society, we have changed the social order in some way. We have changed who is allowed to be considered normal in some way. In the United States, if you were Irish, you were not normal. You were not white in many parts of the United States culture. If you were Italian, you were also not normal. You were not white. You were something else. But nowadays, would people ever consider Irish people to be not white? I don't know. Italians, they got some dark skin. So maybe some people would still segregate Italians. But I don't know. Irish people, they're as pale as pale can get. But they were not considered normal in the United States for a considerable portion of time because the social order is something that changes. And it can either change because the kings in the castle decide that they want to shake things up, or it can change because the people at the bottom decide they want to shake things up and the kings of the castle decide, hey, let's relieve some pressure here a little bit. Let's keep our position as king. And in order to do that, we'll allow certain other people to be considered normal and then maintain the list of everyone else. Usually this is how rights are acquired throughout history, right? So for example, women being able to vote. If you were a woman, you were not considered normal in a political sense. You were politically disabled. Why? Well, because women are fucking stupid and they don't know how to do politics. Obviously, they're dumb as hell. The only thing that women know how to do is cook because they're disabled politically and intellectually, right? But then the social order was changed. White women were like, hey, we're not black. We're smart. We're able to vote. And so white women created a movement of which they got themselves free access to voting rights, while black people were still struggling to vote in most of the United States. Of course, Jim Crow laws made black rights to vote basically impossible in about half of this country. And could the feminist movement of people who wanted to vote be about, I don't know, democracy? What is democracy? Everyone has the right to vote. Where at least all citizens have the right to vote. That's a little bit, we can get a little sloppy here, but I don't want to spend an hour talking about what is democracy. But they could have just been a liberatory movement for freedom to vote for all people. Instead, the Susan B. Anthonys of the world decided, black people don't deserve to vote, but I'm white and I deserve to be considered normal. And so guess what? I'm normal now. And now we live in a world where women are able to vote, and that's normal. That wasn't normal 100 years ago. Think about that. 100 years ago, that shit was not normal. All right, 200 years ago, that shit was extremely abnormal. 300 years ago, are you fucking kidding me? In the United States, that shit would never have happened, right? But of course, nowadays, it's normal. Normal changes all the time, right? So again, the concept of disability is a little muddy. What is it? What does it mean to be disabled? It means to have less ability to navigate this social order, a social order that I might need to remind you is maintained by a seemingly, I mean, it just came out a couple of weeks ago that a secret pedophile cabal, this is not a conspiracy, this is a publicly confirmed thing. They released thousands and millions, actually, millions of documents that confirm the existence of a secret rape cabal of pedophiles that have been navigating global diplomacy. They've been behind the scenes in some of the most major moves in history in the last 20, 30 years since the 1990s. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, basically, there's been a shadow government of pedophiles operating on an island. And they have made a lot of moves in maintaining their social order as well as changing the social order quite a bit. In the Epstein files, for example, Jeffrey Epstein was intimately involved in maintaining or rather moving fashion trends among children in a more sexualized direction. In the 1990s, early aughts, and leading into the 10s, you may have noticed that things like child beauty pageants became more normalized. They were all over television. The idea of 12-year-olds wearing sexual clothing got really normalized in the 90s, aughts, and 10s. Jeffrey Epstein and his secret cabal of shadow pedophiles were intimately involved in a lot of the, again, talking to fashion companies, getting clothing brands to make themselves have less fabric. You know, they save money on the fabric. They show more skin of the children, and bada boom, everyone wins on Pedophile Island, right? They changed what is normal for children to wear so that pedophiles were super served. Right? This is something that if you grew up in the 90s, aughts, and 10s, you may remember it being very weird. That why are kids starting to wear this super sexual clothing all of a sudden? That's just strange. I don't know. It's because it was cool. It was trendy. And what is trendy is fed top down by things like magazines, things like television, things like fashion companies, and that kind of stuff. So again, the social order changes throughout time. Different people have power over maintaining or changing the social order. And it's very strange that the social order often is changed by the people on top and not the people on bottom. Right? Again, the social order has not been changed in any big way, really at all, in the last at least 2,000 years, at least 3,000, maybe 4,000 years. You could say the social order has been pretty fixed for the most part. Since the last 100, 200 years ago, a lot more groups of people have been added to the what is considered normal, but again, it's a little messy. For example, let's look at the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts of the 1960s. Black people campaigned. They begged the government to give them equal access to water fountains and not have to fill out literacy tests in order to vote, and so on and so forth. In exchange for, we're still going to get policed more often. Maybe I shouldn't say we in that instance. I'm not black, but black people are getting more policed more often. The crime bill of the 1990s is an example of this. They traded the ability to participate in a lot more jobs. They traded the ability, they wanted to vote, and then they got more policed. Black people were sent to prison at higher rates in the 1980s and 90s. And the federal government was even heavily involved in conspiracies to seed black neighborhoods with drugs and crime, to hire people to perform crime in black neighborhoods so that they could say crime rates were up so that they could justify heavier policing, right? So again, is the social order really changed? Maybe it's been shifted around a little bit. We're changing the deck chairs on the Titanic while it's sinking, and we're calling it a win. We're calling it a huge win. Think about it. Why would the United States government, the federal government of the United States, give black people rights? Why? It's because they want black people to stop asking for rights. And so they're going to give them a little bit, a crumb of rights. Then, while no one's looking, they're going to shift things around a little bit so that all of a sudden black people are in jails at an extreme rate. Black people are getting shot dead by cops over and over, shot dead by non-cops. You can shoot a black person and probably get away with it. Just say, hey, they had Skittles on them. Who knows what was going to happen, right? So again, has the social order really changed? I don't know. It's really interesting to think about, and this is what today's show is about. It's about how we are all different. We have different skin colors. We have different brains. We have different body structures. And really, the way we're classified is not something that we get to control. It's how other people control us. And the social order is something that's also used as a carrot to get people that are on the lower rungs of the social order in order to throw away the ladder once they climb up top. Once again, I'd like to use white feminists in the 1920s and 10s as an example. They wanted to climb the social order, but black women couldn't climb the social order. Hey, women have the right to vote, but all of a sudden in the Jim Crow South, they had a lot more policies in place to prevent black women from voting, even though they have the right to vote, right? So again, you can often do something where you give one minority group a little bit extra, right, as long as they maintain the social order of all the minority groups underneath them. And this is where we get to the concept more broadly of disability and how we understand it in the modern world. When you think of disability, you think of someone who, I don't know, is in a wheelchair. You think of someone who is blind. You know, they're disabled. You know, we need to accommodate them. How do we accommodate them? We have ramps. We have those little dots on the sidewalk so that if you're blind, you know that there's a street coming up, right? That's how we accommodate people with those disabilities. That's how we bring them within the social order. We give them a sandbox, a little playground within the social order, and that way they don't ask for anything more. Hey, you got a ramp. Come on, man. Do you really need anything more from us? We gave you a fucking ramp, for Christ's sake. Can you just shut the fuck up? We gave you Braille. We gave you Braille. Now, can you stop fucking talking to us about this whole being blind thing, right? That's usually how disability rights are progressed in the modern sense. That's how rights in general are progressed. But when it comes to disability rights and accommodations, disabled people are usually brought into the social order as long as they are easily controlled. There are lots of disabilities that are not so easily controlled, such as autistic people. A lot of autistic people are not so easily controlled. Whether or not they have the kind of autism that makes them say funny noises, you know, that's something that's maybe hard to control in a more physical sense. Or maybe they're the type of autist that asks way too many questions. Like, they're just really curious as to why the hell you're telling them all this information, and they just want to know more. And, you know, knowing more is usually a problem. So again, there are certain people with certain disabilities that are hard to manage. And so what we do is we tell them, you have to behave in a certain way. Otherwise, you are unacceptable. You are not allowed in our society if you are who you are. You have to change who you are to benefit us, the normal people, so that we can maintain social order. Brief pause. Hopefully people are enjoying my showgram today. Welcome to this space. We're live on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. That's a lot of days. Subscribe. So I would like to bring us to a specific moment that we all, if you are above the age of 5, you know, if you're 6, maybe you shouldn't be watching this. I don't know. Maybe you're not cut out. Maybe you're not able to watch the show and have any value from it. But let's just say if you're over the age of like 15, you distinctly remember a period of time in 2020 and 2021 where the social order was shuffled a little bit. Cancer patients, a little less valuable in the modern day social order than they were 10 years ago. If someone had cancer 10 years ago, they were treated a lot better than they're treated now. If you had an autoimmune disorder 10 years ago, you were treated a lot better than you're treated now. You know, again, a lot of people may have anecdotal experience that may point in the opposite direction. But as far as a demographical situation, as far as how our society is structured, I do think, and I would like, if anyone disagrees with me, feel free to reach out and tell me your experience or whatever. But I'm pretty confident that many people with many kinds of disabilities have been completely shunned from society since 2020. You may not know, in the year 2019, a novel pandemic virus appeared on the global stage. SARS, which stands for Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, appeared on the grand stage and affected the entire planet. To this day, we are in one of the largest COVID surges of any year at this current month. It is COVID is circulating at higher levels than most other years at this current month in February. And what does that do? Have you noticed the difference in society since 2020? Right? Again, the social order was shuffled. If you have a disability that makes it so that you have a higher risk of death if you get sick from a novel pandemic virus, sorry, we don't want to accommodate you. We want to go see Taylor Swift. We want to go to Wendy's. We want to go to Applebee's. We don't really care about your disability. It's not convenient for us. The social order and its maintenance is more important than accommodating your disability. If you have long COVID, you were unfortunate enough to get infected with COVID and your COVID infection never went away. This happens to about 20 to 25% of people that get COVID. Sorry, long COVID outpaces asthma in childhood disease. But are we going to change our society to let people with long COVID have a normal, healthy life? Of course not. We are going to tell them to stay home. And if you don't stay home, it's your fault if you get sick and die. That's your fault. You should have stayed home. You should have remained segregated. If you have an autoimmune disorder, if you have cancer and you are in remission or you are undergoing chemotherapy, sorry, we don't care about wearing a respirator so that you can go and see your child's fucking dance recital at their school. We don't care in making it safe for you to participate in society. Stay home or die. That is the social order that changed from 2018 until now. If you look back at 2018 and someone said they had cancer, people were way more willing to accommodate them than they are now. If someone has cancer and you ask a group of people to put on a respirator, even though the pandemic is ongoing, they're going to say no, because our illusion of normal is more important than accommodating you. But here's the problem with this novel SARS virus, which stands for severe, not mild. You may have heard the word mild. It's not Mars. It's actually SARS. This is not a planetary discussion. This is a biological discussion. SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome. SARS has been documented to destroy people's immune systems. There are people that have been infected with SARS, again, severe acute respiratory syndrome, in 2020 and have had those effects on their bodies studied since 2020. A lot of those people's brains have been destroyed. There was a new case that came out where COVID caused someone's brain to literally mineralize. It became rocks. Their brain's neurons turned to stone and became rocks. A child, by the way, was infected with COVID and it dealt with their other, again, all human beings are different, like I said at the start of this show, and COVID can affect people in all kinds of different ways, right? So again, a child recently had their brain start having, you've heard of kidney stones. Have you ever heard of kidney stones? I introduced to you brain stones. And so this is something that happens to kids with COVID. Are we going to make our schools any safer? Are we going to provide clean air, respirators, maybe provide healthy nutrients to children so that they're not chronically malnourished, so that their bodies are more capable of fighting off viruses? Of course not. We're going to tell them, stay home, be segregated, or if you go outside and get sick, hey, it's your fault. This goes into the concept of liability. If you may not have heard of the phrase, liability similar to culpability. Are you to blame either in 100%? Let's say you shot someone to death. You gunned them down on the street like an ICE agent did to an innocent man or woman or whatever very recently. They gunned them down in the street, right? Now, I would say if you point a gun at someone and shoot them in the back 10 times, you are 100% culpable. Well, in Alex Pretty's case, he was shot in the back 5 times by 2 officers, totaling 10 times. So I guess each officer was 50% culpable, which then adds to 100%. But let's say in a fantasy world, this innocent man that was shot dead several weeks ago, Alex Pretty, let's say he did shoot this ICE agent with a gun. Let's say he did, take off his jacket, revealing a bomber vest or whatever, or he had like drone strikes ready to set up on Minneapolis and he was ready to take out the whole place or whatever. Then maybe culpability would shift. Maybe the ICE agents that murdered him would go from 100% culpability maybe down to 0 in that fantastical world that we do not live in. So again, liability and culpability are very, very big terms, and especially in the legal system, about how social order is maintained. Please pause for a brief intermission. So, back to SARS. Basically, people learned in 2020 that there is this technology that exists that can prevent you from illness and death. Similar to how humans, thousands and hundreds of thousands of years ago, I don't know. I'm not super brushed up on my 100,000 to 200,000 year old history, so I would like to apologize ahead of time. It might have been before 100,000. It might have been after 100,000 years ago. Again, look this up. I'm not very confident. But we invented clothing at one point. I think it was over 100,000 years ago that we really started getting more, more intricate with our clothing instead of just wearing pelts. We invented clothing as opposed to wearing pelts is what I am trying to say. Just like taking off a fur, like a skin of an animal, and just like draping it around you as a blanket. We decided to get a little bit more advanced and to create more kinds of fabric and clothing. Why? Well, it's because it got cold. And it turns out if you stand outside and it's snowing and you're naked and you got nothing to wear, it turns out you get ill. It's called frostbite. And that illness might lead to death. It might actually kill you. So it turns out we developed this technology called clothing. It's a technology. You might not realize that, but clothing is a technology that we created to prevent illness and death. And in 2020, everyone was introduced to a new form of technology that prevented illness and death. And they said, no, we don't want that new technology that prevents illness and death. Because it's a little uncomfortable. So we would rather sacrifice millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people. Estimates when it comes to long COVID affect almost 1 billion people globally. Last I saw was about 750 million people estimated globally to have long COVID. Think about that for a moment. If we in 2020 had just adapted to this technology that we invented to prevent illness and death, those people would not be disabled under the disability statutes of today. And these are only the people that we know of. These are only the people that we can kind of have some information that leads us to believe they have long COVID. If you ask someone like me, and I freely admit that I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist. Now, it just so happens that a lot of my conspiracy theories end up being proven correct, but hey, maybe my streak will end at some point in the future. But if you ask me, I would tell you that if you have been infected with SARS at any point, that you are now disabled. And the social order still allows you to participate, but they won't for long. Think about in the last 10 years how homelessness has been criminalized even more. The top people in our world socially, the people at the top of our social order, the rich, the pedophiles, the people with the most power, they are designing a society where they want to get rid of people that do not go along with their ideas for slave labor. Like I said, the entire concept of ability and disability originates with slave labor. Are you able to be put in chains? And are you able to pick up the stone and put it somewhere else? If so, you are abled. If not, we are going to shoot you or exile you. Exiling was a lot more common a long time ago because there was a lot more room for humans to go. So I'm just throwing that out there. If you get exiled in the modern day society, there's nowhere to go. All the borders, which by the way don't exist, but everywhere you go, you're going to eventually end up walking into a giant steel wall where agents with guns and sniper rifles and drones are patrolling, and they're going to kill you if you have a certain skin color. For example, in Gaza, if you get too close to their border wall, you get shot, you get killed with a sniper rifle, or you get a drone strike sent to you. And maybe if the drone is able to take a picture of your face before they destroy you and kill you and end you on sight, maybe they'll upload that face to a database, and they might cross-reference that picture of your face and find out your family. And they might think, hey, well, their family isn't going to be happy. We just killed their kid. So let's go to the family's house and drone strike them. And then they think, well, the neighbors aren't going to be happy. Let's just take out the whole apartment building. And that's how you have the situation in Gaza unfold. Right? So again, exile is a lot less likely in our modern society because we have steel beams and walls made of concrete with sniper rifles and drone strikes pretty much at every couple miles, maybe kilometers if you're in the rest of the world, all across the planet. You can't walk that far without having someone shoot you in the fucking face. So I would like to introduce to you a parallel when it comes to, once again, I fully admit is a little bit of a conspiracy of mine that more people are disabled from SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, than official or even estimated numbers would like to let on. One parallel I would like to bring is the genocide in Gaza. Recently, the Israeli government adopted the Palestinian Health Ministry's numbers of the Gaza genocide. Approximately 60,000 people so far have been officially killed by Israel, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. Why is that? Well, in order to be added to the list, you need someone to work at the Palestinian Ministry of Health. You need someone to identify the body, to match it up with their governmental database and mark you as deceased. Well, if all the buildings that have access to these databases have been blown up, and all the workers that know how to navigate these databases have been blown up, and all the people involved in maintaining these databases have been sniped in the face, guess what? You can no longer add numbers to that database. And so, according to estimated death tolls, there are as much as 700,000 or more dead, mostly children. Most of these people are children under the 18-year age threshold. Dead, murdered, genocided, completely and utterly illegally, I should say, as if that word means anything, by the Israeli government. But the Israeli government maintains it's only 60,000 murders, not 700,000 murders. I would like us to take this mindset of calling out COVID numbers, or I should say SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome. A lot of people look at SARS data in circulation and say, hey, it's not that bad. A lot less people are dying of SARS now than they were in 2020. Therefore, the peak of the pandemic was in 2020. Except I guess you missed all the articles that came out over the course of 2021 and 2022, where the Biden administration directed hospitals that the threshold for declaring someone as a COVID death has changed. Now you have to die of these specific things within this specific time frame of this specific diagnosis to be counted as a death with COVID. Instead, you can get sick with COVID, right? And it can start killing you, and then you have a heart attack. You didn't die of COVID. No. You died of a heart attack. It was cardiac arrest. No. The SARS virus, severe acute respiratory virus, had nothing to do with it. No. It was just a heart attack. It was just, I don't know, you got diagnosed with dementia when you were 20. I don't know, it's bad genes. Maybe it's PFAS. Maybe it's, is it the lead? What is it? What could it be? Is it microplastics? Couldn't be the fact that we're all inhaling severe, well, I'm not, you guys are, severe acute respiratory syndrome. It could something to be with that virus that you're inhaling on a daily basis. But no, it's anything but. It's anything but. Now, do you see how the social order maintenance would benefit from miscounting COVID data the same way it miscounts the genocide in Gaza? Can you see how that would benefit those at the top? If they could convince you that actually people don't die of SARS, it actually doesn't happen. And actually no one is disabled with SARS. Actually, Taylor Swift's in town. Yeah, go get a ticket. Go and enjoy the fun, just like the rest of the normal people in our world. Enjoy the fun of being let in on the party that is going out and enjoying your social life. Yeah, let's go to the bar. Let's go to the restaurant. Let's party. As if, nothing is going on in the world. On October 7th, 2023, there was similarly this very similar party happening in the state that calls itself Israel. There was a festival of Israeli citizens dancing and partying with the wall of the concentration camp known as Gaza within sight. Now, I'm not trying to tell you that all of these people deserved anything. I don't believe that. And if I did, I certainly wouldn't say it on a live show. But what I am telling you is that this is an apt metaphor for how the world is treating everything around us when it comes to disability. How the social order works. These Israeli citizens decided it was acceptable to have a dance party, a festival of laughter and cheers within eyesight of the concentration camp's walls. Think about that for a moment. Think about just what it takes to be able, again, we're talking about disability here, to be able to dance, drink, and enjoy your life while looking at the giant walls of a concentration camp. That's an ability. Now think about disability from the lens of morality. Are you able to have a fun disco party outside of Auschwitz in 1943? Yeah, let's let loose. Let's have a party. If you're able to do that, you benefit the social order of Nazi Germany. In the same way that if you're able to go to this festival in Israel on October 7th, 2023, you are beneficial to the social order and its maintenance. If you are unable, if you are, let's say, disabled in a way that prevents you from being able to have a dance party outside of a concentration camp, you're not useful to the social order, or at least not as useful. Maybe they won't kill you outright, but maybe they'll force you into some form of segregation so that they can keep the other people higher up on the social order in line. They can use you as an example. Hey, you don't want to go to the dance party outside of the concentration camp? This is what happens. Look at the IDF's draft, for example. When you turn 18 years old, since 2023, I mean, let's be honest, since forever, but since 2023, October 7th, if you turned age 18, you are mandatorily required by the government of Israel to murder children in Gaza or go to jail. Now, they won't kill you. They will send you to jail, prison, and torture you. To use you as an example, if you are, let's say, unable, you are mentally or physically disabled in some way, you are prevented by your body, your sense of self, by who you are, from holding a sniper rifle and aiming it at a child's face and pulling the trigger. If you are disabled from that activity, you get sent to jail and tortured to keep the rest of the people in line. And this is also how I want to talk about disability as a broader subject. If you are useful in any way, if you are useful to maintaining the social order, you will be given accommodations. But if you are not useful, you will not be given accommodations. You will be lynched, executed. You will be mocked. You will be ridiculed, tarred and feathered, either metaphorically or not, for the rest of people to enjoy. If people don't have any other value for you, they might kill you. But before they kill you, they will torture you for sport. They will enjoy torturing you for sport. That is how a lot of disabled people experience this social order that we live in. Every time you leave your house, you are tortured for sport. If, let's say, you have a disability that makes you look a little funny. Yeah, your face is a little funny looking. What does funny looking even mean? Hey, they're not going to kill you straight up unless you're in Canada. Maybe they'll recommend suicide instead of, I don't know, any other form of healthcare. If you live in Canada with one of the worst public health systems in the world, I must say, only America is worse than Canada, and when it comes to healthcare systems. But hey, whatever. I mean, I don't know. We're talking about, that's a whole separate conversation. I'm not going to get into MAID right now. That's a terrible situation. But again, they might kill you, but if not, you'll be used as sport, as laughing stock, as, temporary relief. Oh, look, let's look at the funny person and laugh. Ha 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 ha. You look funny. Ha 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 ha. You stutter. You talk funny. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that enjoyable to us? Let's make fun of you. And that's your value to the social order. That's a value that's worth not killing you over, but it's your value. That is your purpose in this world that we live in, to be laughed at, to be ridiculed. That's how a lot of disabled people are, unless you're just straight up executed, right? A lot of disabled people end up homeless and then they get straight up executed. They get sent to jail or they're executed. They get sent to a police car, the back of a police car, where they're executed. A lot of homeless people are homeless because they are quote unquote disabled in a way that is not necessarily fun to look and laugh at. If you're fun to look and laugh at, maybe you can get, I don't know, disability payments. If you're not fun to look and laugh at, maybe you end up homeless on the street and Gavin Newsom will personally destroy your birth certificate. Right? That's the world that we live in when it comes to the social hierarchy and when it comes to ability. Now, again, as I said earlier, everybody is disabled to some degree and no one is disabled, right? Because there is no such thing as the concept of disability without the concept of social order. Without social order, disability does not exist. They both rely on each other to exist, like a binary star system circulating around each other's stars, creating a gravitational orbit that completely, is a self-sustaining situation. That's similar to the concept of disability and to the concept of the social order. You cannot have one without the other. Now, I would like to point back to the Epstein files for a moment. Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein spent a lot of time opining in the Epstein files that we know of. There's plenty of things that maybe weren't recorded, maybe are recorded, but are not public yet, right? But they spent much time opining about how to depopulate the world. One of the ways they came up with in 2018 was a pandemic. That would be really useful when it comes to depopulating the world. Let's look at the pandemic of HIV for a moment in time. The social order, right? Let's talk about the social order, okay? Once again, little spill job here, but don't worry about it. If you are gay, your disability does not appear in public. You are disabled. You're gay. That's a disability when it comes to the social order, right? You are not normal. Right? The social order and the maintenance of the social order requires heterosexuality because it wants people to procreate, to create more cells for the human machine, the meat grinder, to create more consumers. And if you're gay, you're less able and less likely to create more good little drones for the social order. But how do we spot gay people? How do we know how to execute gay people? How do we know? Well, we might set up sting operations. We may fake being gay so that we can trap people that are gay, and then we can shoot them in the back of the head in an alleyway somewhere. Or we can maybe raid nightclubs. Gay people exist. They've always existed. They're always going to find each other to some way. Maybe if we have the ability to find out which nightclubs or which locations cater to gay people, we can show up one night and just kill them all, or arrest them and send them to jail where they're just going to be beaten to death somewhere else down the line. Someone else is going to be culpable or liable for beating the gay person to death. It's not me. I just arrested them for the crime. I'm following orders. The legal statutes say being gay is a crime. I'm just following orders. I didn't kill them. I had nothing to do with killing them. Just in the same way that the person who said, yeah, I think there's a couple gay people that go into that restaurant, I'm going to call the government and tell them about this. Hey, they didn't kill all the gay people. They were just being a good Samaritan. They were being a good citizen, right? So when it comes to the HIV pandemic, this was a perfect opportunity to kill off as many gay people as possible because it's hard to identify who is gay and who is not. So, how does the HIV virus spread? It spreads primarily through blood and other such, bodily fluids, right? And let's just take a look at our world for a moment, and let's take a look at how human beings interact behaviorally, right? A lot of the times, certain viruses transmit more through certain other kinds of activities because certain types of activities are more likely to have certain types of outcomes, such as, micro tears, for example, where certain materials, such as bodily fluids, can be put into places in the body that they wouldn't necessarily or should necessarily be put into. This is maybe more likely, use your imagination here, bear with me, more likely in certain activities than other activities. And so the government, once they learn that information, they learn that these transmissions were more likely in certain conditions, they hid that information from the general public as much as possible. Straight people could be infected with AIDS very easily. They just didn't know that. They weren't educated. They just thought, it only affects gay people, so why should I care? I'm not gay, doesn't affect me. Well, it turns out HIV does affect a lot of straight people, and then that's when they declared it as a pandemic. They're like, whoa, shit, oh, fuck. It actually affects straight people too? Oh, red alert, let's call it a pandemic now. Once we thought it was gay people only. A straight person got infected with HIV. It's all over. It's a pandemic now. And this is what's going to happen with long COVID. Once someone who matters to the social order gets long COVID, then maybe they'll do something about it. Maybe they'll develop a cure. Maybe they'll work on something like that. But until then, it doesn't really rock the boat. It really doesn't affect the social order. If you get sick and die, doesn't really matter. As long as you pump out enough babies to keep the population stable, doesn't matter if you get sick and die. It doesn't matter if you broke your leg and want to go to the hospital and then you got infected with SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, at the hospital and then died at the hospital. That doesn't matter. This is something that happened in the UK. I mean, this happens every day, but we got an actual stated news article where they looked into it and found that this is what happened. Someone broke their leg in the UK. They went to a hospital. They got a cast, but before they left the hospital, they got infected with SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, hospital acquired. If they broke their leg and stayed home, they would not have gotten SARS. They would have had a broken leg at home. Would they still be alive? A lot of bad stuff can happen with a broken leg, such as sepsis or bleeding out, that kind of, right? But they wouldn't have gotten SARS. Maybe they'd still be alive. Think about that, right? So someone went to the hospital with a broken leg, ended up getting infected with SARS and died. Who is culpable? Who is liable? Well, if you look at it legally, maybe it's the hospital, right? But in the UK, the hospital systems are nationalized. There's the National Healthcare Service or system, whatever it is, NHS. So then is the government liable? It's certainly not the doctor and nurse who took care of this person without respirators on during a pandemic that's lasted 7 fucking years already. 7 years and you haven't learned to put clothes on. It's certainly not them. Certainly not the doctor who directly infected them with COVID and killed them. It's certainly not them. So it's the government. Yeah. And the government, it just so happens, I know, who would have thought that this is possible? Just so happens the UK government, they passed a law that said they're not responsible. Ooh, kind of sucks, right? So it turns out no one is culpable. Turns out it's that guy's fault. If he is going to die from SARS, COVID, severe acute respiratory syndrome, it's on him to not go to the hospital. Oh, he broke his leg? Too bad. You're not useful to the social order. The vulnerable will fall by the wayside. That may sound like an interesting quote. I would like you to think about this. If you don't know who said this, it is a politician. The vulnerable will fall by the wayside. What does that mean? The people who are going or most likely to die or be sick are going to die or be sick. The vulnerable will fall by the wayside. That sounds like something RFK Jr. would say, right? That sounds like something Dr. Oz might say. Hey, the sick, they're already sick. They were going to die anyway, whatever, right? But in fact, it was a certain individual you may be familiar with called Anthony Fauci. That's right. One of the architects of the COVID response under Joe Biden, Anthony Fauci, said in 2023, as the government stopped even pretending to care about the pandemic, one of the last things Anthony Fauci said as the Biden administration canceled the pandemic. Why? So that they could stop paying you the child tax credit, so that they could stop paying you unemployment benefits, right? Because that wasn't beneficial to the social order. Anthony Fauci said the vulnerable will fall by the wayside. That was his assessment of the future of the Joe Biden administration's pandemic response. Yeah, old people are going to die. So what? Disabled people are going to die. So what? Who cares? The vulnerable will fall by the wayside. Many people may not have heard that quote, but they live that quote every time they leave the house without a respirator on. They think to themselves, I'm normal. It doesn't affect me. Hey, if I wear a respirator, I might get laughed at. Have you ever thought about this? Well, no one else is wearing a respirator during a pandemic. If I wear a respirator during a pandemic to protect myself from death, I might get made fun of. A fate worse than death to a lot of people, because it means they lower on the social status order. They lose social status because they care about themselves. That is a disability. In the third decade of the third millennium, Anno Domini, a disability is caring about your own health. If you care about your health, you are disabled. You are not allowed in pleasant society. If you ask someone for accommodations, hey, I don't want to get sick and die. Can you wear a mask so we can socially engage? A lot of the times you'll get mocked. You'll get made fun of. I have had the personal experience of asking medical professionals and doctors to wear a respirator during a pandemic, during a required medical procedure, and they've laughed in my face and said it's not necessary. Doctors, why would they do that? Because, again, every single person, whether or not they like it or realize it, can be an agent of the social order. The social order is prescribed from the top down. These are the classes. These are how they relate to each other. They are prescribed from the top down, and they are enforced by the top down, but also from the bottom to the bottom. If you are disabled in such way, it's usually not the government that tells you to kill yourself. It's your neighbor. It's your doctor. It's a police officer. It's someone else on the bottom rung who decided, I'm going to do the job of the top for them. I'm going to do the job of the billionaires and pedophiles for them. I'm going to take a police job for $40,000 a year just so I can kill a bunch of disabled people and enforce the social order. And that will make it so that maybe when the rich people decide to kill everyone, they'll keep me around as a pet. Yeah, that's what people are choosing. They want to be the pets instead of being eradicated. The social order is often maintained when it comes to disability and such, like the schools. Schools are how the social order is enforced. If you are disabled in some way, you will be bullied. You will be ridiculed. You will have no friends. You will be laughed at. You will be mocked. You will be beaten senseless if you have a disability in school. Why? Because parents teach their children to enforce the social order. They may not teach it explicitly by saying things like, if someone is black, you should punch them in the face. If someone is autistic, you should punch them in the face. But they teach it indirectly through their own actions. And children are great at picking up on things. And children are great at learning the social order through context and osmosis. And they are great at enforcing that social order. And so when you have the social order enforced on you from a very young age, you internalize the social order. You blame yourself. It's not society's fault for bullying you. It's your fault for being undesirable. It's your fault for being inconvenient. Because that's how society functions when it comes to disability and when it comes to all sorts of intersectional analyses of race, class, gender, and more, right? It's, are you worthwhile to maintaining the social order or not? Are you comfortable to be around or not? Autoimmune disordered people that have immune disorders, I should say, it was a little awkward speech, they were told they're uncomfortable to be around. And if you want to be comfortable, you have to take your respirator off, get sick, and die. If you have an autoimmune disorder and you want to participate in society, you have to kill yourself or severely injure yourself in order to do so. Because society does not give a fuck about you unless they can use you to maintain their own goals and benefits. And they will use all of your peers to enforce that social order. Hey, let's say you are paralyzed from the waist down. Now it's going to be a lot harder finding a job. It's a lot harder to find a job when you're paralyzed. So, hey, we're going to put you on a government program. We're going to call it Social Security Disability Insurance. And it just so happens, it's totally, hey, I didn't know this ahead of time. It just so happens, if you're on Social Security Disability Insurance, you're not allowed to build wealth. You're not allowed to save money. You have to actually, if you say, you might not know this if you're abled in a way that you don't collect SSDI, but if you are on, at least in the US, government disability, you are not allowed to save money. They do not let you save money. If you have too much money in your bank account or in other assets, let's say you bought a stock with $3 and it went up to $100, then you might get your Social Security Disability Insurance canceled. You're only useful to society so long as you don't build wealth, so long as you stay at the bottom, so long as you're allowed to be experimented on. And this is where, I know I've only got a couple minutes left, but a lot of disabled people are utilized for experimentation, whether that be by the medical systems, whether that be by the Nazis in the gas chambers, whether that be by the Japanese soldiers putting people through ungodly amounts of terror experiences so that we could get some scientific information, whether that be everyone getting infected with SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, every single person in the entire population, unless you're, smart enough to read medical papers and also don't care if people make fun of you, then you leave a respirator on. But if you were dumb enough, stupid enough to make the mistake, or ignorant enough, or desperate enough for social connection, I guess, maybe I shouldn't be so mean to some people, then you are being used for medical experimentation so that the top can learn more about human biology, can learn more about how the human body functions, and they keep you around just long enough so that they can do the experiments on you. And then once you're no longer palatable, you have no more value, then they're not going to give you a job anymore. And then maybe you can't pay your rent. And then maybe you become homeless. And then you get caught up in Gavin Newsom's homeless sweep. And then you get sent to jail. And then you get measles because you're in jail and everyone has measles now. And then you die in jail. And that's your use to society, to die cold alone in a jail cell because you have no more value that can be extracted by the world around you. And I want people to think about, what is disability and who defines what disability is? The majority. The majority can define what disability is. Why isn't being short a disability? I can't reach the top cabinet in my own kitchen. I'm disabled. Well, that doesn't really impact the social order too much. It impacts the social order enough that people are going to make fun of you for being short. Whatever. I don't have enough time to go into that one. But either way, at the end of the day, I don't believe that human beings are disabled. I believe we all have a separate set of abilities, and they overlap in ways that are either useful or not useful to maintain the social order. And I think people need to treat other human beings with respect, even though it may be uncomfortable. You might not want to put a respirator on so that the person who has an autoimmune disorder that you know of can finally have one social gathering the only time that year that they're able to find enough people to engage with socially. You might not want to do something where someone, let's say, has Tourette's and they're loud and it's annoying to listen to. You might not want to be in that environment with that disabled person. You might not want to accommodate them. So what do? Do we just get rid of people? Do we segregate them? Do we say stay home or die? It's your fault. It's all your fault. I don't know. I think we can come up with a better solution here. But again, I want people to really think about the fighting of data when it comes to the Gaza genocide and the amount of children that have been sniped in the face and bombed and drone striked in Gaza, with the amount of people that are being disabled from COVID, SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome. Is it possible that you are more disabled than you might realize? Think about that. Anyway, coming up next, Left of the Box. Thank you all for watching my show. Goodbye.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box.
Go lie down. I'll do it. Okay. I'll do it. Just go lie down. Hi, humans. I was told by Sandee that it would be appreciated if I do a little bit of a sound bite for this space. So let's see. Make sure that everything looks good. Everyone, subscribe to this space. I hear the humans on here are very tasty. Sorry. Oh. Okay. The humans on here have good taste in politics, but I'm sure they're pretty tasty too. Is that good enough? Now go lie down. Hello. This is Minuet subbing in for Sandee, as is, the standard. I come down here from Ottawa every month to help her out, to promote the book she wrote, Necroplasm, book everyone should be buying. Also, check out Sandee Lovas on YouTube. That would help her out a lot. It's still very, very bare bones channel. She's working on getting some more videos put up there, but she's an interesting one. ADHD can really mess up a human. And she has actually started to focus on her TYT essay. And when that happens, every other project tends to go out the door. But you have to understand that she can't give a timeline for when the initial script will be done or when this video will be done, because I've looked over her notes and damn, she runs into this problem where, okay, I have these clips there and I'm going to do this and I'm going to say that. But then as she's writing it, something will, and she realizes that, oh, I should probably check into this, or I should probably add blank. And then she'll go down a rabbit hole looking for a whole bunch of different things that are relevant and should be in the essay. So that's taking her a long time, but some good news is she almost has the Emma versus Jank and Anna part done. Like as in scripted, not actually like ready to go on YouTube or anything, but like scripted out. She has all the clips she wants. Granted, she got one from yesterday on the majority report to add in because the longer this takes, the longer the essay becomes. And yeah, she's almost done scripting out that segment. That said, she realizes that this might be a three-parter essay because all the clips that she has out for MR versus TYT, the clips alone equal over an hour's worth of content. So that wouldn't include her scripted part in it. That wouldn't include her reading out the tweets, because if you were here, she mentioned that last week. She did you all a nice little sneak peek, and she went over some a segment within this larger segment. And she read out a whole bunch of tweets. Well, then that adds time. So as is the whole MR versus TYT, when all is said and done, could be close to 2 hours long on its own. And this doesn't include like all the other things that come after that, like all of the right-wingers that Jank and Anna have become a little bit more friendly with. And then all the issues they've kind of turned on, things they've lied about, all of that sort of stuff. So she is going to have to potentially think about splitting it into three. But as Donald James, as I'm explaining, she's not almost done with it. She's almost done with a large segment within it. And by done, just scripted out initially. Because all the videos get clipped and edited and stuff. The little tiles or images that need to be added in are made at that time, so that when she goes to review the script, it's easier to review. She can make sure everything's in context, make sure she has everything she needs. And then when she does her own recording of her scripted part, then it's much easier to edit in, and the editing time gets cut down drastically because everything is already laid out for her in order. So it takes a long time. And with her constantly being like, oh, here's another little new rabbit hole to go down, it takes her even longer. Like she has a segment about a human named Tucker Carlson. I've looked into him a little bit. Real nasty excuse of a human. Like those clips that she has of that segment alone is like another 15 minutes. So you start adding it all up. And so she'll have to try to figure out if it's going to be like a 3-hour and a 3-hour essay, or if she's going to split it into three. It depends on what's all said and done by the time she's done editing all of it. That said, she has rendered a part of this segment that she's been working on. And if people are really, really nice to Nicholas, she told me you have to be like really nice to Nicholas, the producer. She's allowing me to go over it with you, and I can give my 2 cents as a vampire. But while I'm waiting for you all to praise Nicholas, there are a few things she thought that I might find interesting to talk about. Let's see. Oh, you humans with all this. There we go. So this one apparently is in Russian, but let's show the translation. I can read it, but I don't think many of you watching can read it. So somebody is replying to this image. Oh, isn't that darling? That is so cute. What went wrong? I don't understand what is the person. What is wisdom? Oh, that's a very ironic name. What is wisdom thinking is wrong with this? This looks absolutely delightful. Like, this just looks very problematic for a whole bunch of different reasons. Like, let's see what this human says. So in 1990, there was no Jack, and the guy gave himself a hernia. In 2025, the girl has a gorgeous motorcycle and leather suit. The guy has freedom of self-expression and killer legs. Where's the bad part? Didn't even mention anything about the dog. Yes. Why strain yourself to do some performative masculinity when you can just be yourself? Be yourself and be happy. Because this is a kick-ass getup that the female is wearing. I've worn plenty of outfits like that because we have vehicles in the vampire world that do require that sometimes. Just saying, it doesn't look like people are thanking Nicholas. But yes, no, this is absolutely darling, and he looks absolutely lovely with that outfit. I don't see the issue because, again, in the vampire world, especially when we're on our retreats, there is no gender. We don't recognize gender because we don't reproduce ourselves. So there's no need for a gendered term. And so we just live our lives and express what we want to express. And so there is nothing gendered. A dress is a dress. It's not for men. It's not for women. Same with, pants. You humans have finally become a little bit more flexible on that and are allowing women to wear pants. But, a certain sense or jobs or titles and stuff, nothing belongs to a gender because we don't have the gender. So on our retreats, we just get to do whatever we want. You see, when we're in the human world, we usually try to express as a male or a female, so we blend in more because we don't want to stand out in the crowd. That can be problematic when you're hunting. Wait a sec, you're being censored for thanking Nicholas? And why would Sandee care? She's not here. Yeah, so on retreats, we get to do whatever we want. But we also have humans on our retreats because there's still human jobs to do. A lot of our manufacturing happens on retreats because it all happens by hand for the most part. Sewing and everything. We like to go down to the bare bones and have everything as natural as possible. Few machines because the noise bothers us. And so it's a more basic lifestyle. Like, there's still electronics and all that sort of stuff, but they tend to be quarantined in soundproof areas and stuff so that when we go, we can relax. But the humans, they compete to go to these retreats for the same reason that we like going there too, is that we don't care what humans do when it comes to their expression. It doesn't. Our only concern with humans are, do they work? That's it. That's it. Are they doing a job? Are they doing a job that helps benefit the community at hand? Are they competent? And when we say work and jobs, we don't mean like hard labor or anything of that sort. It could be something as basic as being the janitor or gardener or being clerk at a cafeteria and stuff. Those are all very worthy jobs to us. And if you do any of them and you do them well, you get a very good quality of life under us because we've learned that the way to keep humans loyal, treat them well. It's weird that you humans haven't figured that out yet in the capitalistic world. Like, no wonder everything is on fire. But yes, very darling. Let's see. What else? Oh, what's this? Ontario resident who wants both vagina and penis wins public funding for unique surgery. A court has ruled Ontario must pay for a penis-sparing vaginoplasty for a person who identifies as neither fully male nor female. Fully male. Huh. Yes, that is kind of cool as fuck. You see, again, as vampires, we have medical technology way above what you humans have. And it's nice that you're finally introducing this into the wild population. We've already been doing that. Because again, we have full comprehensive health care for our humans because if they are healthy and happy, they're better at doing their jobs. I don't know why this is such a complicated thing. They last longer. And yeah, why wouldn't you want people that actually are appreciative of what you give them and being there and stuff? That's why I say our humans, very loyal, absolutely loyal. Let's see. Oh, there's a human talking. Oh, let's see what this human has to say. I've heard some very interesting things about this human. I don't pay too much attention to human politics because we don't have a political system like you guys do. We have our own systems, and it works. It works very well. Your democracies, they don't work. Monarchies definitely don't work. Like pretty much all of your systems of governance don't work because they weren't designed to work for everyone. They were all designed to keep a handful of people in power and in control. Whereas in the vampire world, nobody is seeking power. Our governance, if you want to call it that, is solely designed to make sure everything runs smoothly and that the society functions. It doesn't dictate things like what you should wear, how you should express yourself. There are rules that we all have to abide by, but again, they're for the protection of the overall population, such as you can't go on a feeding frenzy in the middle of Times Square. You know, you can't do things like that because we still are not out to the humans. So we have to, keep it a little undercover. So there are things that we have to do and to make sure things function and stuff, but we don't have elections. It's just qualified people, well, kinfolk, we don't call them people. We don't call ourselves people, but qualified kinfolk step into positions when they open. And if somebody is in a position and no longer is qualified because of advancements or they want to move on, then we all just kind of, oh, yes, this kinfolk, very qualified to do it. They're nearby, they want to, in they go. It's not that complicated. So there is a council. I'm a chair on the council, but I'm one of 3 kinfolk that have been on the council since its creation. It keeps me busy, that's for sure. But yeah, let's see what this human has to say. So this human says, the Democratic Party isn't focusing on pronouns at all. The right is with genocidal fever. The way they focus on Black people and immigrants, they want trans people to not exist. Yes, all of our reporting, because we have spies in all levels of government. Yeah, that's what the Americans are going for. It's quite disturbing.
There's no doubt that the Democratic Party needs to be, dare I say.
Oh, wait, he's a Democrat? Everything I was hearing about him, I really thought he was a Republican, huh? I'll have to update our notes.
More culturally normal. I believe that. Less Democratic Party needs to be, dare I say, more culturally normal.
Culturally normal to what? What are you talking about, culturally normal? There's no such thing as a normal culture. What is normal to an individual? What do individuals partake in? There's normal for individuals. There's not normal for a culture. There's a commonness, like something that is more pronounced in different cultures and things of that sort. But cultures change all the time. There is no normal when it comes to culture. Culture is just, it just is. And what is normal to an individual may not be normal to the individual next to them. So he's not talking about normal culture. He's talking about what he thinks is acceptable in your society. And so he says the Democratic needs to be more acceptable to what we want. They need to be abiding by the rules we think that others should be abiding by.
I believe that. Less prone to spending disproportionate amount of time on pronouns, identity, politics.
There's an easy way for you all to spend less time on that, and that is to spend less time on it, as in, why the fuck are you talking about it? Don't engage with right-wing rhetoric.
More focused on tabletop issues, things that really matter, the stacking of stress in terms of the
Tabletop issues? There's tabletop games. We have cafes for that too. Tabletop issues. I think he needs to be more focused on the words coming out of his mouth and the pronouns he is trying to hide from.
really matter, the stacking of stress in terms of electricity bills and childcare costs and health care and obviously housing costs, and how easily we get trapped in that, how I've fallen prey to that. I mean, here I was, way out front on marriage equality. So I understand this.
Oh, so he's saying here I wasn't culturally normal because I was way out in front of marriage equality. That's how I interpreted what he just said. That he's looking back on it and it's like, yep, I just was not culturally normal by being way out in front of this issue. We need to reel that back. This is your Democrats. I'd hate to see what your Republicans are like. Again, I don't pay that much attention to human politics. Sandee has me commenting on it, but you know, that's about it. Okay. So, well, I see that some people are trying to thank Nicholas, but I haven't seen anyone propose to him yet. And until I see someone propose to him, I don't know if, you know, you're going to see the video, because the amount of affection you show towards Nicholas has to be proportionate to the clip or segment that she wants me to show you. So there has to be somebody in subspace that proposes to him. Simple. That shouldn't be censored. If you really want to see this segment, it is about 20 minutes long, the video part, let alone what I'll be saying within it. So time is running short if you really want to see it. But yeah, Sandee has been working a lot on it because she definitely wants it off her plate so that she can get back to writing this. Oh, what's this? See, Nicholas, I told you this would work. Okay. Hopefully I can actually add it because it's in a video player. Share screen. Media player. Oh, it looks like it works. Okay, good. Ugh. So this is going to get a bit complicated for me because Sandee has a script, so it'll be up on the screen, so I won't be seeing if anything is not going according to plan. So you have to let me know. Also, she wanted me to let you know that this is like the raw put together. It's kind of like when you see the behind the scenes of a superhero movie and you see the green screens and people in dotted pajamas. That's the level that this is at right now. So the script isn't all that smooth yet. Not all the audio is going to be synced up, so some clips might be a lot louder than other clips, but you get the drift. You get the drift. And there'll have to be a lot of stopping, and I might not know exactly what she's implying in the script. So let's see. I want not that one. Where's the other one? There's another one that's like halfway in between. Not this one. This one? Maybe this one? No, there's one where this is like, this is twice the size. Huh. This one. Nope. 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 Ah, maybe this one. This one works. So let me get the script up that she wants me to read. I have to put that here. So for those of you who are watching her last week, she went over some tweets from a Brianna Wu, who apparently is a transphobic trans woman. And so this is kind of leading into the next segment and why I covered the clips earlier that you saw in my little appearance here. Because this is the next part of it. So, and in the part about Brianna Wu, it looks like Sandee is mentioning something along the lines where Brianna doesn't think that Emma should be able to talk on trans issues because Emma is a cis woman, whereas Jank, apparently very manly man, he can talk about it and it doesn't seem to be an issue. And so this is what follows next. Emma and Sam have never claimed to be talking for trans folks. They had never said they are morally superior, but I would argue them being consistent in their defense of human rights does make them morally superior to Jank. Unlike Brianna, who tries to dissuade people from exploring their gender identity, wants to make it harder to transition, dictates what makes a person trans, a real trans, spews hateful rhetoric about trans and non-binary people, who has slathered herself in barbecue sauce to serve herself up as lunch to the right wing. No, we don't like that. We don't like our humans in barbecue sauce. That there's just something about the taste. We're more sensitive to. No, we do have seasonings we can put on humans to help with the flavor and stuff, but barbecue sauce, ugh, it's gross. It's gross what you humans do. Oh, where was I? Oh, serving herself up to lunch for the right wing. And unlike Jank, who has spread misinformation, arrogantly told us we're doing activism wrong, seeds ground to the right wing on transphobic talking points, claims we're trying to push our outrageous agenda and won't see reason while refusing to engage with us, and believes we only deserve constitutional rights, Emma and Sam have been unwavering in their support of the trans community. When it comes to supporting the trans community, Jank and Anna feature stories on the main TYT show about trans folk and use poor framing. Trans folks aren't invited to have conversations, but Anna will publicly support people like Jesse Singal, even though GLAAD has this article pushing back against his anti-trans work. They whine when they get called out for using TERF language and point to all the good coverage of trans issues they've done in the past. This isn't a punch card. You don't get to do 9 good segments and then get to do a transphobic one and get off scotch-free. Jank and Anna, I think I can, there's going to be some weird pacing on this. So Jank and Anna go on right-wing shows and use a willingness to negotiate which rights trans folks should have as a way to curry favor with people who want queer folks erased from public life or even dead. If the commentary you have around trans folks lead. Is that playing now? Yes. If the commentary you have around trans folks leads to Fox News posting an article like this, you might want to reevaluate your commitment to supporting the cause. I'll have more to say on specific issues related to this later, but for the fans of TYT who only watch TYT, here's a sampling of how Jank and Anna talk about trans folks when they go on other shows. So that's a big but right there, huh? If you want to have a nuanced conversation to figure out how both parties will feel like they're being treated fairly, you need to have both parties at the table. Is this muted? I hear it in my ear hole. Nicholas, is everyone hearing this, or is it just reference frame who is not hearing it? Because I hear it. Okay, so you hear me, not the video. Share screen. Let's do window. Share audio. Share. Okay, this should work now. Your technology. Okay, I know there's a delay, so let me know if you're hearing it this time. Oh, I should probably actually put it up on screen. There we go.
Housing, employment, all of that. There should be protection for this community, and we should respect the fact that they're human beings. At the same time, there are some issues that arise where the rights of one group, in this case, the transgender community, kind of conflicts with the rights of another group, the rights of women. And what I think is...
Oh, yes. The collision of rights between different groups of people. If you just put basic human rights for all humans, this type of thing isn't a problem.
Important is that we actually have a real dialogue, a civil dialogue, about how we move forward in a way where both parties feel that they're being treated fairly and with dignity.
See, that's what I was saying about if you want to have that conversation with both parties, you need to have both parties at the table.
And then you have individuals who purport to believe in Marxist theory, but their actions don't really prove it. Their actions seem to indicate that they're far more interested in identity politics and representing various groups of people depending on where they land in their vision of like this oppression hierarchy, right? So I think a perfect example.
Oppression hierarchy? Didn't the young ones used to say oppression Olympics before? So now there's a hierarchy of who's more impressed than other people? Because here's the thing, if you're living in America, you can have a very shit life. But there are other people around this world that are being oppressed way more. And I don't think she cares too much about them. Nobody should be oppressed in any way. And the idea that giving trans women rights equal human rights is taking away from cis women, that is false. It's the same way men feel like their rights are being taken away when other people are given more rights because the leverage they had over this group is no longer as strong as it used to be. They no longer feel like their status is above others.
Is how this whole transgender debate is playing out in America and how the left in America talks about it. So, for instance,
why did she put left in air quotes? If she is not part of the left and she's not transgender, why the fuck is anyone caring what she has to say about these issues?
you know, women for a long time were considered oppressed in America. But right now on that oppression hierarchy, they're much lower compared to transgender people. And so when it comes to a topic like transgender women in women's sports, well, transgender women are more oppressed than women are. So who cares about the unfairness of including transgender women in women's sports? Throw biology out the window. If they say they're women, then by definition, that means they're women, not just gender-wise, but sex-wise. Biologically, we're just going to pretend. And
humans know that if they say they're a different gender, that doesn't magically change their sex organs. They know. But gender is not attached to the physical. And if people want a physical that expresses more in line with the gender they feel, then certain procedures can be done. Hormone treatments, surgeries, that sort of thing. We're not as aloof as she likes to think we are.
And that's turned a lot of people away from the left in America. The unwillingness to kind of go along with it, the unwillingness to kind of shut your mouth and refuse to bring up any of the concerns that some people have been bringing up lately, as it has to do with these social issues. It's kind of torn the left apart. That obsession with intersectionality, identity politics, and just this refusal to really address class politics.
She sounds like Gavin Newsom. Oh no, we're focusing on intersectionality. The horror that we're being inclusive. So, right, the script. Yes, the unfairness of treating trans women as women and apparently pushing back on right-wing narratives about trans women in sports is tearing the left apart. Allyship at its finest. Oh, but it gets better. Here's Anna on another show called Her Take.
Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender. Okay, that's where it should end, right? Okay. We have queer, we have questioning, intersex, pansexual, two-spirit. What the heck is a two-spirit? Anyways, androgynous and asexual. I knew there were two A's. I thought it was ally, but it's androgynous and asexual. Do you feel like these types of acronyms are actually helpful?
Sometimes I wake up in the morning and I have no spirit. So I'm kind of like, are they really marginalized?
Can I borrow one? Jeez.
My God. It's so funny mocking an indigenous identity instead of taking the 2 minutes to learn what two-spirit means. Oh, but it gets worse.
We haven't included various kinks into
That's right. Well, here's the thing. This is my other issue that I take with it, Jillian, is like you hear of the MAPS, the minor attracted people, which is a community of pedophiles who are trying to legitimize being a pedophile as a legitimate sexual attraction.
Well, we have one for that.
And
it's actually called pedophile.
I know,
you can put a B if you identify.
I wouldn't do that though.
These people, they have a flag. They have a flag. They have an acronym. They're trying to rebrand away from the word pedophile. And in large part, they're using the LGBT community, trying to latch onto it. And again, I don't think it says anything about gays at all.
So we're so scary for me just there. But anyway, it's so scary.
It's attracting
Take me back home, please.
I know.
Anna's going to be pushing back on this because I know the woman who brought it up in the first place, because why the fuck would you bring that up? She says, oh, but this doesn't say anything about gay folks, except you're trying to say that those horrible people are trying to insert themselves into our community. I'm sure Anna is going to say something very forceful about that and just shut the entire notion down, right?
You back to the center. I'm giving you go. I'm gonna let you put a button on this one, and then I'm giving you guys a choice between the last two topics.
No one dared bring up this crap among Gen X. That's why I'm saying Gen X was like the more reasonable generation, right? The generation where you can have a political debate and the person you're debating with isn't automatically going to assume that you're a Nazi.
If you are on a panel and someone implies pedophiles think they should be included in the same group as queer folks, and you don't forcefully shut it down, instead you lament about being called a Nazi for bad political takes, you're not an ally. Let's see if Jank is any better. The video will start momentarily.
And of course, we've had some disagreements on the issue of transgender rights. Let me just say quickly what my position is, because a lot of people outside
We all need to know his position on trans rights.
of the network have been misleading you about this.
Have we?
So I'm for 100% constitutional rights for transgender Americans because
Constitutional rights, not human rights.
why they're Americans, just like the rest of us, and they should have the same exact rights as us. They should be protected in bathrooms. They should definitely be allowed to serve in the military. And I happen to think that they should be allowed to play, transgender girls should be allowed to play in girls' sports in high school. But I don't believe that they should be mandated to play in college and professional level. I think the league should get to make those decisions on their own.
They already do.
I think that that is a small disagreement. Obviously, others think that's a giant disagreement.
Yeah, a giant disagreement between constitutional rights and human rights, you know. There's a difference.
So some on the left, I mean, one of our hosts, Piers Morgan, asked her, so are you okay with Leo Messi playing in women's sports? And by the way, he said in the most extreme way, if he declared himself a woman tomorrow, even without hormone therapy or anything like that.
Hold on. Is that really what Pierce said to Francesca?
If he declared himself a woman tomorrow, even without hormone therapy or anything
Doesn't
like
work. First of all, that's not what happened. You guys just saw what happened, right? He said if Lionel Messi tomorrow, he didn't say without hormone therapy. I said if he transitioned. Caveat. If he transitioned, yes.
Oh, okay. So no, it wasn't what happened.
First of all, my opinion is, are you nuts? Like if you put Messi in, he'd score 20 goals a game. If you put LeBron in the WNBA with or without hormones, he'd score 200 points a night. Okay, and you could, and they
Yes, because female athletes aren't capable of defending the net at all or whatever.
and I've read the studies. They always say, "Oh, there's studies," and they never read them. If you read the studies, the ones that are the most on the side of letting them into the leagues, all the studies say inconclusive because there was only 7 of them. Then they got to the absurdity of Floyd Mayweather going into women's boxing if he declares himself a woman. Do not say yes to that. Do not say yes to that because they're going to hurt someone.
Wait, you mean a sport that involves hitting people in the face might hurt someone? Besides, I'm more concerned about the women he hits outside of the ring.
Because they're going to hurt someone. And when they do, you're going to lose the country even more.
100%.
Then you're not protecting trans rights. You're walking them backwards. We had the bathroom thing and the military thing solved. I think that they should be able to go into the bathroom that they appear to be. So since they insisted that Floyd Mayweather should be able to go, Mike Tyson should be able to go into a ring with biological women if he has puberty blockers, etc.
Wait, what?
Mike Tyson should be able to go into a ring with biological women if he has puberty blockers.
If a 59-year-old man is on puberty blockers, I agree. He probably shouldn't be in the ring and maybe focus on what's causing him to go through puberty again.
Mike Tyson should be able to go into a ring with biological women if he has puberty blockers, etc. That made people go, oh, forget it. Then I guess they're wrong on the bathrooms too, and they're wrong on the military. No. You made it worse, not better, by sticking to an absurd, extreme position that is both indefensible logically.
Agree.
So, this is our fault for not playing along with ridiculous hypotheticals designed to something the narrative? Oh, Sandee is still trying to figure out the wording right here. Designed to promote the right-wing narrative or something of that sort. She hasn't quite figured it out. Got it. Play. I'm not seeing people saying anything
But
in
also,
subspace. Is it
whether
working?
you think it's right or wrong, you're driving 98% of Americans into the other camp.
100%.
So why would you want to do that?
Well, why are they doing it?
It's
because the authoritarian structure has been set up and you're not allowed to disobey. But what are we disobeying? Who set the rules on trans people participating in professional sports? When did we vote on it? When did the left wing get together and vote on it? So this transgender issue we're talking about, do you know that out of 500,000 athletes at the college level in the NCAAs, only 10 are transgender? Okay.
I do know it's like 1%.
It's like way
It takes one athlete in the
less than
league.
1%.
Then why the fuck are you, cis man, devoting so much time on other shows talking about something that affects less than 1%? Everything else good? I have personally known trans women who can no longer watch TYT because of their anti-trans rhetoric. People in the sandbox have told me they no longer feel safe engaging with TYT's chat because it has become hostile to queer folks. Meanwhile, Sam and Emma have used their celebrity to push back on right-wing transphobic narratives on other shows that never invite trans people on to talk about the issues. They make themselves the target for right-wing vitriol by standing in front and holding ground. Sam and Emma have on the Majority Report trans activists, lawyers, authors, celebrities, and journalists. They then allow average trans folks to use their platform and give them a megaphone to talk about their stories, experiences, and concerns that would have never been heard otherwise. Sam and Emma have never condescended or talked over a trans caller. Instead, they show nothing but compassion. This is what allyship looks like.
I think it's incumbent upon you, if you are a part of the left, to be militant in support of trans activists, because I think the excuse that's given is that this is a wedge issue and not conceding the point that somebody might have a different muscle structure if they're a trans person, blah, 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 is helping the right. I don't agree with that at all, actually. I think conceding the framing is much more helpful to the right than being an advocate. I think being an advocate, you're providing a counter narrative for a wedge issue that is being used cynically by the right, not being brought up by the leftist activists or the trans activists. They're responding to it with protection. It's inverted, the focus.
But even that, like, first off, we can see data. We can see data, and we know how this plays in elections.
We saw it in this last midterms. Yeah.
Now, you can show me a poll that says people don't want, trans women to play in women's sports. But I can also show you a poll that 75% of people want gun control. If you want to come and say that this is an electoral issue, come with data.
I can show you a poll that MLK had a 25% approval rating at the time of his death. I mean, we can't just be fighting for what's popular in the moment, because then you're saying that you can't change the framing around that.
But even if you're saying it's popular in the moment, like it's not resonating from an electoral standpoint. That's why I think that is
granted too much to
bullshit.
the anti-trans.
Exactly.
Right.
I think that is a bullshit excuse.
They aren't the post,
because you would lead with that. Tech bro, you guys have been killing it, pushing back against fascist hate toward trans people. Huge thanks. First off, understand too that you have to come to the defense of fascists attacking. They're always going to be looking for the most marginalized people in our society. But you have to come to the defense of them, because there's nothing that grows fascism more than them chalking up victories and seeing that there's no one stopping them. That's the bottom line. They're all talking about precedents. They want to set precedents. They're not going to stop. Just like they're not stopping with like they're not going to stop with abortion, banning abortion. They're going to go for they're ultimately going to go for birth control. Believe me. They're going to try and roll back marriage equality. They're just going to keep going unless they're stopped. So you must defend transgender people.
Slam Cedar, Emma, there's tons of evidence regarding testosterone levels and height, strength, and speed between people with XX chromosomes and XY chromosomes. Matt's citation off cases about the Olympics is pertinent, but an argument for better planning and more transparent discussions. Your argument is really bad on this, and you're out of your depth. You're correct that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports, but your argument for it is just scientifically and factually incorrect. I'm actually not bad about this. I'm 100% right on this. I don't give a shit about the scientific explanations. People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, because the societal interest of including trans people in society trumps stupid competition. Full stop. So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this. We've naturalized girls' sports, right? As if they need to be like this incredible national priority. To be honest, the real national priority, to Matt's point there, is making sure that trans women and people have every opportunity to participate in the joys of life, in competition, in social institutions. And that means in sports, full stop.
In the joys of life, trans folks get to participate in the joys of life.
To say that people are obsessed with pronouns, you have to be living in such a bubble. If that is your actual experience, you are living in an extreme bubble. You are living in, because I live in Brooklyn. I'm like the quintessential Brooklyn, like whatever it is.
You volunteered at the co-op, yeah.
And not anymore, but I used to.
Yeah.
But I run into the pronouns thing, and listen, my daughter has friends who go by they, them. It is such not a big deal.
Does it keep you up at night?
I can't. It is such not a big deal. But he is creating a straw man. So he is creating an consultant class problem that does not exist with normal people. I'm sorry, the normal people going around, they don't care if their friends are them, it's just.
And if they care, they're already voting Republican. And the problem is that even if you poll trans issues in a vacuum, there are people there's nobody that is activated to vote for the Republicans that already wasn't voting for them based on trans rights in any meaningful way that impacts the election. They throw gender affirming language and trans people and non-binary people under the bus because he doesn't want to address the fundamental issue of class and the kitchen table issues that he's gesturing towards but not addressing.
Feels familiar somehow. Kind of like how Jank and Anna have thrown their queer audience under the bus because they don't want to come across as too woke or inclusive, because that would be distasteful to the center-right audience they're trying to appeal to. Even on other shows hostile to trans rights with millions of viewers, Emma won't hold back when challenged.
How can that be right?
Absolutely.
900 medals.
So Piers.
Yes. Explain to me. Why don't you care?
First of all,
So why don't I care about that? One is the fact that this should be determined by those specific bodies. It's not at the top of my priority list.
Some
care
are
about
male,
the fact that
some
the
are
majority of
female.
Americans
That's
are
why
running
we
paycheck to
separated in
paycheck,
the Olympics.
that women are bleeding out in parking lots, that trans youth are committing suicide at extremely high rates because of this exact kind of rhetoric, where you otherwise
This kind
the
of
gender
rhetoric?
identity of their choice.
What, you mean
where
standing
if
up for
trans
women's
care was
rights?
available to all of these kids, if trans care was available to these kids, they would develop in the exact same way where none of this would even matter. And so back to what was being said before about these assaults on other people, back to what was being said before about assaults on these people. I think they should be prosecuted, and definitely I'm completely against the idea that we should let someone slide just based on their identity if they assault somebody, which is why I'm sure everybody on this panel that is obsessed with this issue has been talking repeatedly over and over again about the rape in male prisons by male prisoners repeatedly against their same biological gender.
That's
in
wrong
fact,
too.
it happens.
Yes,
so,
it is.
Right. So how many?
But you
how
know
many
what you
news
don't.
cycles
You know
have
what you never
dedicated to
hear,
that very
Emma.
topic?
Emma.
Yeah, I host a sports podcast. I care deeply about sports, and I believe that anybody that identifies as a woman should be able to participate in the sport as long as it abides by the particular bylines or guidelines.
You know it's wrong. You know it's unfair.
Said sports league, but actually, we're talking here about Nancy Mace, who loves a camera in her face and loves attention wherever she can get it. You know, I find it pretty disgusting that she is basically implying that this trans lawmaker, just by being in her presence in the bathroom, may rape her. I do choose to speak up for women's rights. I believe that I do so on my program, The Majority Report, regularly. And I'm disgusted that Nancy Mace has decided essentially to support Donald Trump wholeheartedly, who has been found liable of sexual abuse in court, and multiple of his cabinet appointments, picks, including Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, have been credibly accused of sexual assault themselves.
You
Has
in
this
here.
trans lawmaker been accused of rape? Has this trans lawmaker
No,
who
but
she's
actually,
barring
if
from
you
the
are a
bathroom been accused of
congresswoman,
rape?
if you're a congresswoman who survived sexual assault, you should be entitled to feel safe in the
So
restroom.
the presence of a trans woman in the bathroom. Oh gosh, you know, I'm in here in New York. There are a lot of multi-gender bathrooms, and I've gone to the bathroom next to a man. Oh my goodness, it was so fearful. What was
I would
gonna
actually
do
be
with
quite
the rest
fearful
of
if
my
you.
life? I mean,
If I
this
found you
this is
lurking next to me
ridiculous.
in a men's restroom, I'd feel fearful. Deborah Lee, let me bring you in here. I just think
that is a ridiculous accusation, Piers.
I didn't
and
make an
think that you should
accusation. It
take
was a
it
statement of fact. I would feel fearful. If
You would
were,
feel uncomfortable? Why would you
if
feel
you were
uncomfortable?
lurking around me in a men's urinal, damn right, I'd feel uncomfortable.
Lurking? Who's lurking?
Well, what
Who's
else would you be
lurking?
doing
Is
there?
this lawmaker lurking?
What else would you be doing there?
Going to the restroom.
I don't want you going to my
to the
restroom. Stick in your own restroom. For my safety, never mind yours.
Okay, but would a man be lurking? Would a biological man, is he
Yes,
lurking next
that's
to
the
you?
whole point.
Why
That's
is there
not the
something
point of a
inherent? Why is there
washroom.
something inherently perverted about going to the bathroom? You right wingers, and yes, I'm including you in this with this
There
classical
isn't.
liberal BS, are so bad faith. It's incredible. You
Right.
are linking sexual abuse and sexual assault to trans people inherently, and that is a bigoted
No,
statement.
I want trans people to
Absolutely
have. I want them to have fairness and equality like the rest of us, just not where it erodes women's rights. But Deborah Lee, you've been listening to this patiently.
But separate
All
but
right,
equal.
Emma,
Separate but equal.
We're four
right,
people
Piers?
on the.
Here's an example from the February 24th, 2026, yesterday, MR live stream of how Sam and Emma provide their platform for trans folks to speak out. In this touching exchange, the caller does more for trans rights in a few minutes than Jank and Anna have done in the past few years.
One of the big things we were asking is for them to watch out for the anti-trans riders that they're sticking in the budgets and like the must-pass bills, because a lot of times people aren't focused on the trans thing because there's so many other issues that are happening, and you know that can be really scary for us. So I just wanted to ask folks, you know, I know that a lot of your listeners are you know, supporters of trans rights, but if they could please call their representatives, even if they are Democrats. Right now there is a push to move further right on trans rights, and you know, it's really exhausting. I've been doing this for 20 years, longer than advocating for trans rights, longer than people have even known the word trans in, like, you know, public. And so, like, honestly, we just want to live. We're your neighbors. We're humans. We have jobs. We have families that we love, that love us. And if you could call your reps and say, please co-sponsor the Trans Bill of Rights. There's also a couple other bills right now, Transgender Healthcare Access Act, No Place for LGBTQIA Hate Act, which would help in schools for bullying. the 988 Funding Restoration Act, which would restore the 988 suicide hotline that was for LGBTQ folks that was removed by this current administration. Therapeutic Fraud Prevention Act, which would ban conversion therapy, and the Safe Schools Improvement Act. So there's a lot of stuff that they're trying to move forward right now. And honestly, they were pretty honest with us about they don't expect the Trans Bill of Rights to pass or many of these things to pass at all. We don't have the votes. But it does help every time somebody co-sponsors or supports one of these bills, because it moves them a little closer to co-sponsoring or supporting something that actually will pass. And so, you know, it's a marathon, not a sprint, which sucks.
Right.
But this is where we're at. And if anybody, you know, if you could call your reps, write them and say, hey, if you're supporting trans rights, thank you so much for doing that. Please continue to do that. Please co-sponsor these bills. If you're not doing that, hey, I'm your constituent and I care about this. Please block anti-trans bills and support pro-trans legislation.
Yeah,
and I just want to
go ahead.
Thank you guys so much for the way that you talk about trans people, because there's not many people that I can listen to about news commentary that humanize us the way that you do. So thank you for that.
Oh, of course. Thank you for calling in.
Appreciate you calling in. And
Yeah.
it is like an era of like almost like just defending and making sure that we don't have any more backsliding, and hopefully soon, you know, we'll get some type of progress. But I think really appreciate the call. Hang in there.
The results are in. Sam and Emma are allies, while Cenk and Anna are versions. So that is a smaller segment within her much larger segment about TYT versus MR, which she's hoping to get that particular segment scripted out. So rough cut like what you just saw in the next couple of days. And then there's still so much more that needs to be done. So unfortunately, for those who are waiting for this essay, it's not going to be done anytime soon-ish. But Sandee, is working very, very hard on it. So I am like running out of time. But quickly, even though there's a time delay, I know, let me know what you thought of that, and I'll pass it on to Sandee to see what you all think of it. And while we're waiting, I know I'm running over. You humans and your time clocks and stuff. So Groove Dragon say, which includes people who identify as neither male nor female, has been part of the South Asian culture for over 2,000 years, often revered for their spiritual and social contributions. Yes. There's been all sorts of genders throughout throughout the millennials that vampires have been around. It's not a static thing. It's not a binary at all. It's very, you know, talking about the cultural norms. It's just what is normal to you, what feels right to you. And as long as you're not hurting anyone else, then why is it anyone else's business how you express yourself? And just the mere presence of a trans person, that does not equate to harm. That is not harm. If you feel like you're in danger because there's a trans person near you, that's a you problem. And you need to figure out what's wrong with you, that you're immediately jumping to those conclusions. Okay, well, it looks like time has run out. Hopefully you liked the little sound bite I provided earlier. Sandee says that I get to nibble on her a little bit longer because I did that for her, which is good, because she's been seasoning herself, getting herself ready for my next feeding on her. Anyway, so Groove Dragon, oh, okay, says, hi, Minuet, tell Sandee we love her and her work, and you ain't bad either. Groovy to see you. Groovy to see thee. Ah, okay. Why, thank you. So, right. Oh, right. She has, what's the phrase? She has a phrase to sign off on. Oh, yeah. And Nicholas, you're welcome for the marriage proposal that I got you, just like we planned. Salut, à la prochaine. Oh, check Sandee out Sunday for her regular news live stream on all platforms as Sandee Lovas and Left of the Box. Sandee Lovas is for her art and writing. Left of the Box is for her politics on most social media platforms that you probably go to. And everyone like and subscribe this stream while you're going over and liking and subscribing to her stuff. Anyway. And thank you, mods. Thank you, Nick. All of that. All of that. All of that. Salut. À la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Minuet, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Bullying that's happening. And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records ain't sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
Born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. Not transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just crush cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who.
They want you to comply.
Hi, friend.
Hey, how's it going?
This is how the Leftist Mafia starts now.
This is how it starts now. I figured, we might as well be a little bit more on time and people will just trickle in. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing well. I was just watching the NDP debate through you and
Oh,
David
you were
Doel.
watching it too? No way.
I was, yeah. It's nice to see reasonable people debate policies in reality. So I was very impressed. So I've got to say, good job.
That's what both my chats were saying the whole time, because I was watching it too on my stream, and like all these Americans were just like, wait, y'all just have reasonable discussions about policy? There's no name calling, no chairs thrown, there's no one's threatened anyone else yet. Like, what's going on?
It's very weird to see that. It's almost jarring, dare I say. Now, for those wondering, Matt will drop in soon, I'm sure. David Doel is actually streaming on his channel, so if you want to, we can resume the debate that Lance was watching for a little bit and spy on David Doel.
Oh, let's spy on David Doel.
Look at that. Okay, let me shut off the audio. He has no idea. He has no idea.
Energy industry. It doesn't have to be this misinformation of, well, I'm not going to make as much or they're not going to be as many jobs. That's just not true. So we need to get the education out there that demonstrates.
That's a good point. There needs to be more education about
need to bring forward this renewable.
The biggest point that these pro-oil people always make about jobs.
Shut up, David.
Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about.
And it needs to be
free.
You have to have free education.
Mr. Ashton, let me bring you in on this debate. You talk about protecting workers, and I want to talk about the Indigenous part of it too. you. When energy jobs are tied to Indigenous-owned projects, does opposing development risk putting New Democrats at odds with both labor and reconciliation?
So look, to win this war, to this climate war, we need workers, Indigenous, non-Indigenous workers. But we have people on the stage right now.
I interviewed this guy.
That are going to stand against plans.
Did you really?
Like the BC transmission.
Everyone calls him Socialist Santa.
Or plans to build.
Oh, I love that.
The Port of Churchill. And we're sending more workers to the Conservative Party like that. And so when we say we need to shut down industries, those jobs already being there, we just send more workers to the Conservatives. Climate action needs to be centered on workers and Indigenous people, and that includes Indigenous projects. We have to have an open mind here. We have to be able to bring new projects along.
I agree with you, Cole. I feel like Rob Ashton kind of fell off since
to bring Indigenous communities
launched.
along with that. And bring the rest of the communities across this country along with that as well.
Well, I think that was
he seemed promising
referencing
initially, but
Mr.
I don't
Lewis.
You're calling out the side shot there? Rob, that was very restrained for you. I appreciate that.
We're in the debate portion, so
listen,
go ahead.
we're a big country.
Yeah, he seems
we're
great as well.
an affiliated party, and we're allowed to have differences with our provincial sections. I've had warm conversations with my premier, David Eby's office, with my friend, Wab Canoe, with Nahid
The fact
Nenshi,
that the moderator
and we all allowed to have
acknowledged the
differences on
existence of
specific
Indigenous
issues because
people
we
is
support
really
each other as
impressive to me as
Democrats.
well.
When I spoke to
Well,
Nahid
one of the
Nenshi,
candidates is Indigenous.
I told him that I
Really?
love the way that he stood up against Daniel Smith's disgusting
Yeah, it's Emil
notwithstanding
Johnson.
clause. Attacks on
She's,
teachers,
I
attacks on
think,
trans kids. Nahid Nenshi needs to be the next premier of
I don't know how
Alberta.
the podiums are
And
set
we
up,
have some
but
profound
I'll tell you when she
differences
comes on.
around fossil fuels.
Okay.
And he was asked
Yeah.
in this,
How do you work that out?
She's actually been probably the best in this debate so far in terms of just like getting really good quotes. Like she was the one that when it was like, what would you do if Donald Trump like tries to negotiate and take over Canada? And she's like, if Donald Trump calls, he's getting my answering machine. I was like, "Oh,
That's a great answer.
Yeah. We shouldn't be doing our opponents' work for each other. We can stand together as New Democrats and have democratic disagreements around crucial issues of public policy.
I know we're out of time, but I'm going to give you 20 seconds, Heather.
Yeah, listen.
Good answer.
I agree with what Tony said in terms of this
She's
is an opportunity for us.
This is
a
Heather
huge
McPherson.
opportunity.
She's from
But we
Alberta,
cannot be
and
picking
she's
fights
weak
with
on
our provincial
climate,
parties,
weak
and
on
I have seen that
oil
happen
and
in the
gas.
past. You know, we
But
have
she's
people who have
been very
pushed
good
those
on
fights.
Palestine, and she's actually
This is
the
where
only
we can
person
go.
on the
And
panel who
if
got
we put workers at the center,
like a warning from
if we
Parliament
have
for
a
wearing a
plan,
watermelon pin
then we
because you're apparently
actually
not
can
allowed to do
build
that.
before we
So
see economy,
even though there are,
people
the members of
builds our
Parliament who wear
country,
like IDF
it builds a
dog tags and stuff like that,
forward-facing
say
future
like
for
ring
all
them
of us.
home, that's
Okay,
all
we
allowed,
did go a
but
little
she
bit
got
over.
she got a
That's my
warning for a
fault.
watermelon
We are
pin.
moving to the next section.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for her.
For watching me watch
Yeah.
the debate.
Hello,
Mike. Hello, Lance.
Oh no, he got us.
He caught us. We're busted.
Each of you will have 1 minute to answer. So we're giving you 15
Talk more shit about him.
To answer that question, it has to be answered in French. If you don't answer in French, we're going to cut you off. However, in the debate portion, you can choose to answer in either French or English. So let's play the video.
Bonjour, mon nom est Malcolm Lewis Richemont. Je suis impliqué au NPD.
No, I was supposed to translate, but someone else is doing it for me.
L'année passée, j'étais candidat dans Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount. Je suis aussi membre du conseil d'administration de la section Québec.
They gotta lower the French voice if they're going to do the voiceover.
Et je me rappelle toujours en 2011 quand le NPD
Yeah,
a gagné le
my
prix
ADHD, I can't understand this.
Yeah. No, same. It's just all jumbled to me.
Nous avons presque été rayés de la carte au Québec. Alors,
since then, we've almost been erased from the map in Quebec. So my question for you is, what are the ideas to reverse our decline in the...
Thank you so much for that question from the NDP in Quebec.
If anybody understood.
Pour cette question du NPD au Québec. Avez-vous 5 minutes?
À se connecter avec la vie quotidienne québécoise. On doit recommencer à nouveau.
Okay, so I can fill in on this part for everyone who doesn't know who's watching from America right now. Canada is technically a bilingual country, and why is that important for politicians? Well, because in Canada for elections, you need to win the most seats to form a majority government, and there is a fuck ton of seats in Quebec, the province. They have a lot of seats, so you are not going to be able to do well as a politician and win a federal election if you are not very, very bilingual and you can demonstrate to Quebecois that people that you have their interests at heart. And so every like, you know, major, a lot of the big liberal leaders, and then the ones, you know, like Justin Trudeau, etc., you'll notice they're also either French or very fluent in French, right? Like Jean Chrétien, etc. And that appeals to the Québécois voters and helps them, you know, win the federal elections.
How many people in Canada actually speak French? Do you know?
If the other parties are
way less than you think.
Oh, okay.
It's taught to you in high school, but like it's not a thing where you need to be fluent to operate in society. There's no like requirements. I only know it because I took French immersion, which is a free public school system in Canada you can take. That's really cool. You grow up doing basically bilingual schooling for free.
Wow.
And that's what I grew up with. That's why I speak like fluent French today. It's handy because I can use it with like some of my relatives and my grandma and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, that's
But
awesome.
Totally free.
Wow.
Okay, I think they're doing it.
French is the official language spoken for 22% of the population of Canada for 37 million people. Yeah, that's actually a lot higher than I thought it was.
That's really good, actually. I'm impressed.
10.7 million Canadians can carry a conversation in French.
Wow, that's a lot. That's really impressive.
But like, how do they define carry a conversation? I wonder, because
True.
like, you know, I can carry a conversation in a lot of languages just from being like,
right. French noises.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Americans who aren't even fluent in English. Like they speak English, but you can't understand them. So it's so impressive to see a country with such a large bilingual population by comparison.
Oh, you know what blows my mind is Scandinavian countries. When you meet people and then they're like, they speak better English than I do. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then they'll just bust into like 4 or 5 other languages. I'm like, this is just absolutely Japanese.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why we never invested in that in this country, because we desperately would benefit from, I think, French and especially Spanish.
Well, I was going to say Spanish must be the biggest second spoken language in the US, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think that it really helps you if you know how to speak Spanish in certain communities, get jobs and whatnot. Like I worked in a Spanish speaking community. It's probably like, I want to say 40%. And we were always looking for people. This was like a blockbuster when I was in retail. Like we needed like Spanish speakers because it was really, really helpful.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Who am I to judge?
To win over the confidence of Quebecers in Canada.
I love this guy. He looks like a hippie.
Yeah, so he's pretty darling in that it's basically he's a farmer and he just cares a lot about the environment and he's kind of like, you know, soil of the earth kind of a guy.
Okay.
He also, when asked about trade, he had a great answer where he was like, you shouldn't back in World War II, we wouldn't ship steel to the Nazis, so we shouldn't do it to the Americans.
I love that.
Yeah.
Kind of follow some of it.
He's coming in hot. I love that. I respect the straw hat too. Hey, Bender.
Hello. Who is that guy?
We're watching the Canadian federal NDP leadership debates, but we're actually just doing a spy on David Doel, who's not part of Leftist Mafia, and we're watching his stream so we can.
Oh, I just realized that he's not there with us. He's just on the screen.
Yeah.
We're stealing David Dole's stream from him.
Yeah, we're hijacking his stream.
What if he issues us a copyright takedown?
He can't. That's absolutely within his right.
You DMCA. Strike us.
I don't know if this is within fair use.
It'd be pretty funny if he came on here and said, like, actually came on the stream after and said, I did not give you permission.
You owe me all your ad revenue.
He did catch us, though. To be fair,
he might be the first. If he did that, he might make history and be the first person to do a copyright takedown on a stream that he actually originally appeared on, like to create original content for when he came on to say that we can't use it.
Yeah, he would like technically own like what 16% or whatever it breaks down to each of the 6 of us.
She's just like calling everybody out.
That would be funny. Okay,
what is this for? Who's gonna be the leader of the party?
It's the final NDP debate.
Yeah, so the basically the Socially Democratic Party of Canada, the one that Jagmeet Singh, you probably remember, was the leader of in the last cycle. that party doesn't have a leader right now. So this is the leadership debate, the final one for who will be the leader of the NDP, aka who's going to be the leader of the left of Canada. So this is going to be the next leftist face of Canadian politics for the next little while, basically.
It was Susan that narked on us. Susan tattled to David. How dare you, Susan? By the way, just in case anybody doesn't know, this guy who's speaking right now, Avi Lewis, that's actually Naomi Klein's husband.
Yep. Which is
very cool.
I've met him in person a handful of times. I've campaigned with him. I think I have my Avi Lewis button behind me as sort of the props. He's a really, really awesome dude.
He's doing pretty well right now, I think.
He seems like it.
Yeah. He's got a lot of media training, which is why he comes across at times a little bit more charismatic or a little bit more like a seasoned politician. The person speaking right now is Tenille Johnson. She's the only Indigenous candidate.
Okay. I'll turn it back up because they're speaking English again.
They were not speaking English before?
Oh,
French, I'm assuming, right? Yeah.
Component of your culture, and I think understanding that and reaching out to Quebec and offering that relational history of retaining language is huge. I think what Quebec has been able to do with holding on to their Francophone community and their language is absolutely amazing. And it's
Binder, what everyone has to do in Canadian politics is kind of kiss the ring to Quebec and the French in Canada. You have to do it because they have so many seats in Parliament. So you're never going to win a federal election if you say fuck the French. That's just basically your DOA. So you'll notice all the candidates both try to learn French best they can and brush up on it before running, and then they will say a lot of things. I deeply respect the French culture, the French people. I think they should have autonomy over their culture in the same way you would over like Indigenous folk, because it's necessary.
So it wouldn't be smart of me if I'm running for this position to open up with going, ha 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 ha.
I tell I'll become fluent en français.
Wow, that's the first time I've heard David Doel talk on his stream that we're watching.
Well, now he can copyright strike us. Now he owns the content.
And so what we need to understand is I do speak.
Okay, should I pull it down? I don't want to steal too much of his stream. I do feel bad.
I don't think we have to worry about it. There's no one who's watching it seriously.
He doesn't own the rights to the NDP leadership debate. He can't sue you for this.
I know. I just want people to be able to enjoy his stream. I don't want to like crash it too hard.
The sound of the wind.
I just thought it'd be fun to spy on him for a little bit.
I'll be honest. This is like incredibly like for me a little bit too Canadian politics insidery for me to care about too much.
You goddamn Americans! I have to learn the names of comptrollers in the U.S. when there's a fucking scandal.
I get
it.
I mean, listen. Like, I get that you have to pay attention to U.S. politics because the U.S. is what it is. But you definitely you do the comptroller thing because face facts. Unfortunately, on the internet, like US based content, it gets more views than like Canadian based content. Am I right?
Not just views, just like not only is the US basically like the world police, everyone's got to talk about it. US content does well in other markets. US content does well in Australia. It does well in Britain.
Right.
Like, because everyone talks about the US.
That's what it comes down to.
Everyone's terrified of what the U.S. is going to do next. Is basically
no,
what
but like
I'm
talking about like how into like everyone obviously in the world needs to pay attention to what the U.S. does on like a national stage, but like you could avoid the comptroller stuff, but as a streamer you can't.
You could avoid the comptroller. I think I like that joke. What I'm referencing is that like I'll talk about a lot of Canadian politicians in part because they're probably involved in scandals. Like if I was to ask Americans, what's the name of the crack smoking mayor of Toronto, you might know because he smoked crack. Not because of what he did with the city. Yeah, exactly, right? Like that's why.
Oh no, I knew him because he's such a upstanding. He was such an upstanding, amazing mayor of Toronto. I mean, that's
right. And today we're probably going to talk about the royal family a little bit, I'm guessing, and maybe Andrew, right? But we normally wouldn't, but we're going to be talking about that specifically because of the Epstein files, the fact that he got arrested. That's pretty huge news, right? So we'll talk about that. But yeah, there's that deal with the devil that every Canadian content maker makes, where they travel to the US and then they suddenly pretend they're Americans all of a sudden, like your Crowders and your Lauren Chens and your Lauren Southerns and your Jordan Petersons and your Gavin McInnes's,
Don't forget Tom McDonald.
Tom McDonald, there you have it, right?
Talented musician.
Yeah, and then they all suddenly pretend like they're Americans out of nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to get so many Canadians who come here and LARP as Americans, it's only fair that there's some sort of refugee program for us Americans that are normal.
I agree. I influencers, right? I think we should trade, right? Like we should be able to so Jordan Peterson moves up and down. So when he's in the US, someone else has to flip, and then has to the equilibrium has to be rebalanced.
When I was looking at the news stories from today, just seeing how South Korea sentenced their insurrectionist president to life in prison, and how the UK arrested Prince Andrew. Yeah, I'm like, man, it would be really nice if before I was born, my parents just drove a few hours across the Canadian border, dumped me with any Canadian family. My life would be so different. Okay, so I do have some clips queued up about the Donald Trump reaction to the Prince Andrew arrest. I thought that the Prince Andrew arrest was really, really interesting just because of all the responses from Americans who were like, hey, why can't we do that here? But Trump's reaction, I believe he said this when he was on Air Force One, was pretty predictable, but also very, very sussy. So I'll go ahead and play it for you. Hopefully the audio is good. I haven't listened to this clip yet.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. So I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, king. So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages of documents.
Yeah, he sounds totally not guilty. I love mentioning how many times I'm totally exonerated, not guilty at all, when discussing how not guilty I am.
Something somebody very innocent would say, not sus at all. It's very interesting. And let me remind everybody that when he was asked about Ghislaine Maxwell, I think this was in 2020, he said, I don't know her, I wish her well. He said he wished her well twice, which is crazy because we learned recently that he said that she was a monster or something like that. But in 2020, he's wishing her well, which tells me that he knows that she knows where the bodies are buried, like metaphorically speaking. And it's just weird that if you were so innocent, why would you wish this monster well? Like, I personally do not wish any pedophile well. I wish them the worst. So that's a very suspicious response from him.
Well,
and
their
this is
position,
weird too.
their position is that she was framed or she was a victim as well, right? Like that's their position. That's why they're giving her that sweetheart deal where she's in a very low security or like one of those like nice fancy prisons.
Yeah,
and there's a potential that.
Yeah,
what's
exactly.
To your point, Binder, that they're saying that she's the fall gal, I think is kind of the play, right?
And I mean, it's very clear she was not. I mean, it's very clear she was in on it with Epstein.
Yeah, no, she was an actor. No, she's a monstrous human as well.
Yeah, she was his right hand man, and not only that, she seemed like she was getting involved with some of it for her own purposes as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, her own crimes. I just don't get how he's saying totally exonerated when he's now more guilty than ever. Like,
Well,
it's not like things got better for you.
he knows that a lot of people, especially his followers, I mean, yes, the hardcore Epstein heads, a lot of them are hardcore Epstein heads. I'm making it sound like
No,
it's
when
a
you said
band.
that, I'm like, oh.
The hardcore Epstein file followers, a lot
Epstein
of them
files.
Yeah. A lot of them do have right-wing or conspiratorial tendencies, no doubt about it. But the vast majority of MAGA, he knows they're not sifting through these documents. Please. They're going to understand the Epstein files through what they hear from their media. And their media, the right-wing media, covers what Trump says. And what Trump is saying is that he's been totally exonerated, which means right-wing media is going to say Trump says he's totally exonerated, which means when they read it, or see that clip of Donald Trump saying it, they're going to say, oh, he's totally exonerated.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it crazy, though, that he's saying, oh, this is sad and whatnot. It's sad. And I like, to me, that's wild because it seems like he's inadvertently admitting that he really empathizes with the people who are accused of these crimes. Remember a couple of weeks ago, he said about Bill Clinton that, like, yeah, he just gets me. Like, he was saying nice things about Bill Clinton as well. That's very weird. Wouldn't he, if you're innocent, wouldn't you think automatically, oh, that's good, maybe there's justice for the victims? Of course not. His head goes to, oh, this is sad that this pedophile is getting his comeuppance. That to me is a little bit weird. And I just feel like you can't watch that and not think that this is the behavior of somebody who's guilty unless you're completely like a cultist. It's just, he is so fucking guilty. I'm not sure if you guys saw as well, Roger Sollenberger, he's a journalist. He published a bunch of really alarming things that the DOJ is doing. They deleted the interviews that the FBI apparently had with a victim who told the FBI on, this was 4 different interviews, that Trump had raped her when she was around the age of like 15 or 13 to 15. So she was a kid basically. And they deleted all the files regarding what she said, and they deleted the interviews. We never saw those, but they just got rid of them like that. So they're literally trying to cover up Donald Trump's pedophilia, and now he's saying, yeah, you know, it's I've been totally exonerated over and over again. Who is this convincing?
I know the answer to this, but what's their excuse for why they did that?
As far as I know, they haven't responded yet to what Sollenberger has found.
Wow. That seems really bad.
Yeah, it's not just that like they're covering up crimes. Like what they're doing is hiding evidence. Like they're becoming co-conspirators themselves. I think that Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, they also need to be investigated now. It's like we've got the fucking fox guarding the hen house. Like it's really crazy to me. Progressive Voice. How's it going, Progressive Voice? So I have another clip on a different subject. We'll come back to Epstein in a second because I have a bunch of clips from the Les Wexner testimony, or it was a deposition. So the whole thing was released. It's like 4 hours and 55 minutes. We're not going to watch all of that, but there's some highlights that I found on Twitter. But I just wanted to play this because Trump was asked about Obama saying that Epstein on the brain, that aliens exist. He said this on the Brian Tyler Cohen show, and he later clarified and said, well, it's just, you know, the universe is big and aliens must exist. So he wasn't like confirming that like they're talking to reptilians or anything. That's kind of what I suspected. But
okay, that's what I thought when I saw the clip. But I'm like, the internet's losing its mind over that one little clip. And I was like, yeah. It sounds like anyone else is just like, oh yeah, aliens are probably real. But because it's Barack Obama, everyone's like, oh my God, he said the aliens are real. Where are they?
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck is happening?
And I will say, to be fair to everybody who was freaking out, Brian Tyler Cohen probably should have asked a follow-up and said, well, when you say aliens are real, you know, you haven't seen them. Do you have evidence that they exist? Or are you just saying that, you know, the universe is so vast that there has to be aliens that exist? And it is the latter, but yeah, no evidence that there's aliens. But Donald Trump weighs in here and says that Obama may have leaked classified information.
Oh my God.
Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth.
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, if the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so if you want to make an announcement.
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
We know illegal aliens are real.
Linder, this goes back to our original discussion. I was like, this isn't happening right now in Canada. There's not like one person just flippantly says something that everyone else has said in casual conversations, like, oh yeah, aliens are probably real. I don't know. I haven't given it much thought. And then there's an entire news cycle about like the president of the United States said aliens are real. Another president confirms the aliens are real on Air Force One. Like,
I mean,
there's been zero confirmation of real aliens.
You're right. The question that he was asked was from that Brian Tyler Cohen interview, right?
Yes.
And I mean, I know that the clip went viral, but my read of that wasn't that like Obama was confirming aliens exist. He was just sharing his opinion that aliens likely exist. I mean, I think
what I thought too when I saw it.
Talking about.
Yeah,
that was my read too.
Right. I mean, anyone, I would say any intelligent person at this point, what we know about the vastness of outer space. And there's got to be other living things out there, you know? So that's how I read that.
The truth is out there.
Yes.
Do I think the U.S. government probably knows more than they let on? That's a possibility. Do I think that's what Obama was sharing? No. Do I think that now that Trump said what he said? Yes. Like Trump's the one who gave up classified information by saying Obama shouldn't have given up classified information.
I will say, give me a second here. So there has been, I'm not sure if anybody follows this stuff. I kind of follow the alien stuff a little bit. And there was recently video evidence of aliens. I'm not sure what kind, there's theories about the Greys, the reptilians, but there is evidence that there is at least semi-intelligent life. They're bipedal, they are human-like, and I'm going to pull up the video now, just content warning. This is going to be disturbing for some people, so I'm going to pull this in. So the first picture that I have, it's actually a video, is so this creature was found, I believe, somewhere in Florida, and
oh god,
I gotta say, like
he's
he
able to
looks
speak
exactly like what you'd think a lizard person is supposed to look like. I mean,
right?
I mean,
like you were not wrong.
Yeah,
like even his eyes right now look like.
No,
they're gonna do that thing lizard eyes do, where they like blink the other way. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I know. I not only now believe in God, but I believe him to be cruel and disturbed.
Yeah, it's I don't know how to feel about this, because on one hand you can tell that they're trying really hard to be humans. I don't know if they're suffering, but like on the other hand, what is their intentions? Why are they on this planet? And I'm just going to play a little bit of audio. You can tell he's speaking and he's trying to emulate the behavior of a human being, but it's just obviously synthetic.
Any person who goes to the Olympics to represent the United States and then says they don't want to represent the United States should be immediately stripped of the Olympic uniform. Any person.
So you would think, if you're not really paying attention, okay, sure, this is human, but like when you really look at it, you can tell this ain't no fucking human. Like, this is very clearly an alien. Now, I have a second piece of evidence that I do want to bring in that is being discussed. I actually sounded the alarm about this a couple of weeks ago. Hang on one second. Let me share this one. So I said... I said that, so this one here, it looks like two aliens trying to play it cool and act human while still adjusting to their super uncomfortable skin suits. And I think that you're all going to understand what I was saying here when you hear these obvious aliens speak. And just look at their mannerisms. These aren't human beings. I'm sorry.
2, 1. Hi, I'm Mike Lee. I'm here with my friend Scott Pressler, the one and only. We've been talking tonight about how to move forward with the Save America Act. The Save America Act is going to make sure that our elections are protected.
And I just want to thank Senator Mike Lee for not only sponsoring the
Look at the way he's standing.
Act, which was the original of proof of citizenship,
Yeah, that's
but
weird.
now we have the Save America Act, which is proof of citizenship plus what
The skin
is
suit's not
very
fitting right.
popular across the
No,
entire United States.
they could barely move.
Photo,
Like this one is very
voter
clearly a
ID.
smaller
And I
skin
want to
suit,
thank all
so
of
it's
you
leading
at
his
home
body to like
for
be hunched
calling
over to
these
fit.
senators and representatives peacefully
You can
and
see the strings.
respectfully getting them to
There's something, yeah.
co-sponsor Senator Mike Lee's legislation.
Yeah, we got just the other
Listen,
day,
I'm a guy who has long hair, and I've always had hair longer than most guys. So I have nothing wrong with guys who have long hair. There's people who have longer hair than mine. I get it, but I've never seen a guy with long hair and that looked this bad. Honestly, it looks so bad. Why does it look like that?
I don't know if this individual is openly homosexual or not, if that's the
He
character
is,
this
yes.
alien is playing. He is.
Yes.
Okay. Now this is just a hunch.
Just to be clear, because Kalinske went a little too far into the dark woke arena, into the territory of, that's just homophobia. That person's openly gay. It's not the same when you drop your Nick Fuentes style jokes at a man who's openly gay. Let me just say that. You dark woked a little too close to the sun there.
Happens to the best of us, right?
Yeah.
I will say, I get boy mode vibes from this alien on the right. Do you get boy mode vibes, or am I like crazy?
What does that mean?
It means it's basically a trans woman who hasn't come out yet.
Oh, I don't know. I'm staying out of that one here. I'm stepping away.
We'll have to debate amongst ourselves in the community, but I get those vibes. It's harder to tell for me, but I don't know. It's just I look into the non-existent soul of this person, and I just get the sense that there's still a secret. I don't know what it is. But like, here, let me just mute it so you can watch their mannerisms. What we do know for sure is that they both are not human beings. Like these are aliens. Especially this dude. This is the most obvious one. He's not even trying to be human-like. It's just so weird. Oh, creepy. Okay, I'll take this off the screen. I just wanted to share that with you all. So Obama, maybe this is what he was referring to. Who knows? Thoughts?
Oh, I was like, is there another one coming up? I didn't know.
Oh yeah, I thought you were playing another clip. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's all I've got for you for aliens.
We're peak.
They're among us.
Do we want to play the Obama clip with for people who haven't seen it? The Brian.
Yeah, we might as well, right?
And also play the Trump no homo at the Board of Peace clip too. That one's funny.
Oh, I haven't even heard of
Oh,
that. Okay.
right. We watched this on the Majority Report earlier. Right. This is weird. Very weird. Doesn't seem like a relevant conversation for the Board of Peace, right? I mean,
yeah. And he's not allowed to say no homo. Just straight allies and gay people can say it, or just allies in general. He's not an ally.
You revoked the pass.
Yeah, he does.
He's in a super chat, but sometimes you see a YouTube comment that's funny enough, you got to mention it. Someone in the chat about what's that guy that we just watched before? The guy with the long hair. What's his name again?
Scott Pressler.
Scott Pressler, something like that. One-Eye Dollar in my YouTube chat says he has the hair of an Afghan hound, which is spot on. It is the same exact type of pull up a picture of an Afghan hound. I know exactly what type of dog this guy's talking about. It is exactly the type of hair this guy has.
Oh my god! Oh my god, AI shit. Hang on, let me zoom in. Bro, look at that. Bro. That's the same. That's the same person.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe it's not an alien. Maybe it's just a fucking dog LARPing as a human being. That's crazy. Bro, this is Scott Pressler. Oh my god.
The ones where there's not the wind blowing in their hair. Yeah, that looks much. His hair's so straight. Why would you have hair that long and straighten it that much? Like,
it's uncharacteristically straight.
Yeah, it looks weird. Like, I know people straighten their hair, but you usually have a shorter style when you want it that straight.
Right.
Because when it's that long, it just looks like you have flat. It's all flat and looks weird.
This one looks just like him.
That's how they usually look. Like those other ones where their hair is blowing in the wind. Those are like glamour shots for dogs. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when I read that YouTube comment, I was specifically thinking how they look when they're just standing. I've seen these dogs in person before. That's the guy's hair.
Wow, that is spot on. Whoever said that. These dogs have beautiful hair, though.
They do, because they're a little bit more stylized than that guy's.
Do you see the resemblance, Lance?
I have no idea what we're talking about.
So
Scott Pressler's hair. Someone said he has the hair of an
Scott Pressler.
That's funny.
Okay, I have the Obama clip ready to go. Let me. Sorry if I slur my words. I'm very tired and I'm also deprived of calories because I'm dieting. So forgive me. I feel like I'm drunk. But let me press play.
Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the president of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens? Are aliens real?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just the fact that everyone lost their mind to that clip, I was like, I guess, like, you know, if you are a politician of any measure in the U.S., you just can't say things anymore because everyone's so conspiracy brained that, like, you know, it's within seconds, it's like, oh my God, he said the aliens are real. We have to find them. And I was just like, no, he didn't say that. I saw that clip and I was like, yeah, he's just having a casual conversation. You're like, oh, I don't know if they're real. You know, they're probably real, but I haven't seen them. And then I was just like, yeah, okay. Yes, so aliens are real.
I remember when I was a teenager, I was watching some kind of documentary, and there was an interview with Buzz Aldrin, and he said when they went to the moon, they saw aliens, and it was like a jellyfish-like creature in space. And I remember thinking, oh my God, I mean, he's very clearly credible. Unfortunately, he is a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. In fact, it's really sad. He's like super old now, and he had to move because he was living in squalor or something like that. Don't quote me. I saw the headline. I didn't read the article, but it's very sad. But I used to think that aliens were real because of him. I was young, though, to be fair. I also believed in God at the time, so, you know, just to gauge where I was at mentally.
Aliens are real. Just to be clear,
Me too.
I'm of the mind that there's just like, you know, there's the universe is so vast that mathematically, it statistically makes more sense. There is life in other parts of it. It's just we're so far and separated from one another that we'll never encounter each other. That's the other thing with how vast the universe is. That's like the Fermi paradox. I don't think that there's aliens in a U.S. bunker being held onto and being used for their, you know, delicious alien goo.
But I agree. No, I agree totally. I think that there statistically has to be aliens somewhere out there. Are they as intelligent as us? Probably. I think the overwhelming majority of extraterrestrial life is going to be like bacterial, unintelligent, you know, maybe evolved, but not as evolved as humans.
I want to hope though that there's at least one of these magical little, you know, marbles, these like, you know, randomly situated in space that had a civilization that got past the whole like climate change thing or blowing us up thing. Cause like you get advanced and eventually you'll discover the same laws of physics will apply throughout the universe. So they're going to find and discover all this kind of stuff, but are they going to blow themselves up like us or boil themselves like we are right now? Like we can it's just so frustrating. Cause like, again, all the people who are like really into sci-fi sci-fi, your Elon Musks and all of them are about talking about like a future in space. I'm like, everyone wants that. Like, who as a little boy doesn't dream of like, reaching the stars and exploring space?
Yeah, I would think like that too. But then as you get older and you realize how scary space travel is, I definitely would not sign up. I would not sign up for that now.
Inhospitable. Yeah, you have to like work out for how many hours a day not to like have your muscles like, and that's like that's the best case scenario is you are working out for hours a day, but you.
I'm not even worried about that. I'm worried about like the rocket ship exploding on takeoff, or something happening. Something happening while you're up there and you're stuck in space for an extra 2 years than you were supposed to, or who knows what could go wrong. It seems like a lot.
Yeah,
it's the ultimate like claustrophobia.
Yes.
Whenever I think about that, just the fact that there are people on the space station, that to me is fucking wild. The story about the 2 astronauts that everybody was blaming Biden for abandoning or whatever. I didn't give a shit about the political angle, but the story itself, to me, gave me like almost nightmares, because thinking about how, I was supposed to leave, but I can't, and I'm stranded here.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking some nightmare shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is creepy.
Nightmare fuel.
It's so inhospitable. So Elon Musk will never reach Mars. That's the good news, everybody. That is a lie. Just like he didn't want to go to the Pedo Island. Also,
he's already talking about a moon colony instead now. Like I think he's giving up on. I mean, we've actually been to the moon, so I mean,
the moon's
seems
boring.
like
there's nothing there.
You know what?
But like in terms of like
going to the moon,
what's that?
Well, I'm not going to spread a conspiracy. I'm just going to say what blew my mind about going to the moon is I didn't know that Americans went to the moon multiple times after the moon landings that everyone knows about. In fact, I think it's like 7 or 8 times. And then they brought up, I don't know if it was an archaeologist or a geologist, someone who deals with like rare minerals, rocks, that kind of stuff to go up. And when they got back, they were like, what do you think about trips to the moon? He's like, there's no incentive for us to go there because we know what it takes so much energy for us to get there versus what we could mine off the moon. It doesn't make sense from and then the US never went again, apparently.
Right. I mean, we were just going to the moon, like just to go there. Like, and
I
guess they were collecting things at first, but not much to like once you got something, it's all the same apparently.
But to be clear, not sending humans to the moon, right? Just like sending things to collect samples there.
There was other manned trips to the moon, apparently, after the one you know of, after the moon landing. Yeah.
Oh.
How many men walked on the moon? Let's see. A total of 12 men have walked on the moon. Yeah.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Apollo 12, Apollo 14, Apollo 15, Apollo 16, and Apollo 17.
Yeah, I only learned that maybe like 6 years ago, and the person who was explaining it to me had worked in like the Canadian equivalent of NASA, a space exploration program, and they were like, once they'd gone up on that last trip, brought someone who actually understood all the stuff that was up there, could study it, was like, there's just not a point outside of the flex. Like you can flex, which is pretty badass that humans have done that multiple times, like so many times, but there's not like a point to doing it from a get there, excavate, grab the minerals, bring them back home, and like setting up a permanent station there. We don't have the technology to do it.
So 12 people have walked on the moon from 1969 to 1972, and no one has been to the moon since 1972.
Well, I was today years old when I learned that. That's actually mind blowing.
Yeah, none of us have seen in real time someone walk on the moon.
True.
Wow.
None of us here on this stream right now. It's funny because when you search for this on Google, one of the suggested like people also ask questions is, why can't we go to the moon anymore? And it's like, it's not that we can't. It's just that what we were just discussing. It doesn't make sense.
It's so expensive. It's so energy intensive and costly. You have to do it as a national endeavor by the world's richest nation to be able to pull it off multiple times.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm reading about this right now. Apparently, the Apollo missions, on average, the cost per program adjusted for, inflate like today, costs $300 billion.
Oh, that's nothing to Elon Musk. He could fund that.
Yeah, that's an AI budget. Like that's a grand Palantir right there.
If it's not in the trillions, that's not too shabby.
Yeah, that's Palantir's last contract. Come on, that's one trip to the moon.
He
could fund with his own net worth on its own. He could fund 3 total Apollo missions all by himself. No help needed.
Wow.
What would you all do if you could go to the moon? I know what
Wouldn't
I would do.
I'd pass. I wouldn't do it.
If theoretically you could just be transported there and do one thing, what would you do? This is easy.
Oh, jump.
Do one thing on the moon?
Are you going to say goon? Wank?
No, desecrate the American flag that they planted, of course.
Oh.
Hey, Rebecca.
I also thought you were going to be like, goon on the moon.
I know, because he was building up to it. So it's like, as
Rebecca,
always,
we're talking about what we would
show.
do if we were able to go to the moon. What would you do?
Yes.
If I was able to go to the moon?
Yeah.
If I were able to go to the moon, I don't know. I would like look for. I don't know. That's not a question to ask Black folks. I'm really not sure. Maybe I would look for. I would look to see if I was able to go to the moon. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be by myself. It would probably be, but I would look for where to reside first. Like, where's the safest place to be first? How about that? Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
They thought that I would say gooning first. Although once you guys put gooning in my head, I will revise my answer.
You were building up to it so much.
To be fair to both of
what
you,
would you do if you were on the moon? You were teleported there. I was like, jump? I don't know.
I mean, jumping, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have 3 things. Okay, and I'll rank
I don't know why, but all of a sudden, because of this discussion, like the way you phrased the question at first, Mike, there's this Sesame Street song that I would listen to with my firstborn when he was the Sesame Street age, called "I Don't Want to Live on the Moon," and it is the saddest kid song imaginable.
Really?
And you made me think of it, so I got really I got nostalgic for a second. All right, go ahead. What would you do on the moon?
Welcome. So there's 3 things. First and foremost, I would desecrate the American flag after finding it. Second of all, I would do a bunch of flips because, gravity's lower, you could jump higher. And then third, once you guys brought up gooning, I thought about how there's no atmosphere on the moon, so I'd probably mushroom stamp the rocks, and it would stay there forever. Like, you could always look up at the moon and be like, that's my balls up there.
Oh, man, that's funny.
So, yeah, that's what I would do. I'd get it all done in like 5 minutes and come back, so pretty easy. Very quick. I'm glad Rebecca didn't have to hear that.
No, I heard a little bit of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said it when you were gone. Okay. So Les Wexner. So I'm not sure how much of the deposition you all watched, but Les Wexner, who was implicated in the Epstein files, his nearly 5-hour deposition was released, and there's some highlights. One clip in particular that I found really crazy was his lawyer whispered something into his ear. I won't spoil it for you, but it was very crazy. Hopefully this is the clip. So it's like a hot mic moment. Let me turn the volume all the way. Okay.
Answer the question. Okay. It was
Okay, so I'm not sure if you heard, but he whispered in his client's ear, "I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more
Play
than
it
5
again,
words."
because I feel like
Play it again. Yeah, I didn't hear that.
want to make it out.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
struggling.
You'll hear it. Yeah, okay.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question. Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow, I definitely heard it that time.
Is that
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
insane?
It is very. Someone said, "Yeah, it's pretty clear in the chat." No, it is clear if you know to listen for it. When you're not like trying to make the words out, it just sounds like someone whispering. Which might be, you might think you're catching something, but it could be, oh, they were saying something else. But if you know to look for it.
I do have just one question though, because this is just me based on the movies. If you're trying to hide what you're saying, wouldn't you cover the other way? Like he's not covering his mouth when he did that. Right? He's just covering the other side.
One more time.
Yeah, rewind it. I want to see again.
Okay. He Michael Scotted it.
It was just regularly done.
Oh, he doesn't cover it all. Never mind.
He doesn't cover it all. He's just getting really close.
He doesn't cover it at all. He just goes.
What's great is he's saying it with a big old smile on his face too. Look at that.
I was
He's
going to
really
say
trying to
that
hide.
it's funny.
Yeah. And listen, if I was an attorney, I'm not an attorney, but if I were an attorney and my client were very guilty, I would advise them to not speak that much. I would tell them to speak as little as possible. So to me, I felt like this was very telling. It's very weird for an attorney to say that, but it's just it's
not
crazy.
weird for an attorney to say that at all. I don't think so.
I mean, to say it right there, perhaps, right? Like this is what you say.
I guess they're usually more discreet about it. Maybe they write down on a piece of paper right in front of them.
Yeah, or have a code word.
You on a note?
Tap him on the foot or something. Like, hey, you're incriminating yourself. Shut the fuck up. But he just straight up said, I will fucking kill you if you don't. Like, I don't think he's being literal, like, I'm going to kill you. But he's just saying, you're talking too much. You have to stop because you're going to go to jail.
So where's the mic? Is it the ones like that are on the desk or something? Like,
I think it's one of those. So he probably thought that he was being discreet, but he was not as inconspicuous as he thought. He was whispering, he was whispering pretty loud.
Well, where's the mic? Where's the mic? I don't see it. Wait, can we play that clip? Can you don't even play it. Maybe just scroll through it. Where is the mic?
No, we could watch it again. That's fine. Well, this is at an angle, so it's probably going to be somewhere like behind the water bottle, I'm assuming. So we're not going to see it. It's out of frame.
Because the mic's not. It's pretty far. I wouldn't think I'm getting caught on the mic.
As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests, 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Hello.
What up? I had one more.
Another video for us? Seriously? It's been 5 minutes.
30 seconds. Wait.
Would you consider banning these crowdsourcing events because they can and sometimes do get out of hand?
So I'm not going to be banning snowball fights or organized snowball fights. I've shared my thoughts with New Yorkers, and I continue to believe that what we are seeing in this response to this winter blizzard from the city workers as a whole, and that includes the hardworking men and women of the NYPD, is part of why the city is getting back on its feet, and I'm appreciative of that work.
Thank you. Sorry, Julia, we have to move on.
Yeah.
Annie, go ahead, right.
Hello, guys. There's a phone going off. Welcome to Absurdity Space.
It's
Christina, this is Forrest.
10. Episode 10. I forgot.
Are you gonna be doing this for every episode?
What? Saying what episode?
It'll be episode 525,600, right? Of Absurdity Space.
25,600 episodes. Yeah, you hope we last that long. What? It's the first 10 episodes. I'll stop it after this one. I won't say episode 11. I will say episode 6, 7 when we get to 67, but that's the only thing. But I am Forrest Miller. I'm here with Christina Oakes on the Absurdity Space. And hopefully I'm leaving Long Island tomorrow. I'm really hoping, because I forgot how annoying it is to have a fucking phone that just goes off like a house phone. I'm so used to having my cell phone.
The thing is, she's old. Your grandmother's an old person. Old people have a landline still for some reason. That goes off every.
She doesn't really know how to use her cell phone, but she can make calls on it. I don't know why she keeps the landline going, but
I would just plug the landline for now.
Apparently,
it's probably
JD Vance is a Pakistani. I don't think that's true. I don't believe that that's a true statement.
Insert nervous chuckle here. That's all he does. I'm over here like, this is the guy that's supposed to take over MAGA. Yeah, right. That's just gonna die with Trump.
I have a weird feeling. I mean, it might be like Marco Rubio. Like, that would be crazy if it's.
Yeah, but he's such a wimp. He doesn't seem like he's just there. Like, you could tell he's not like
Ride or die. I mean, remember, he's never going to live up to the moment during the response to Obama's State of the Union, where he's doing exactly what you're doing right now.
Yeah. That's my favorite.
Like,
that's one of my favorite clips from 2016 when Trump's roasting him and he's like, "Little Marco," and he's like, "Water, I need water."
Yeah, I'm getting wrecked by liberal Zionists for sharing a meme. Well, you know, because you're involved in those discussions, and I'm over here like, you people bitch, even if we do create a third or vote for third party. So,
yeah, I just feel like,
Democrats.
I don't know. None of us have any power over this stuff. Like the comments on are like, well, why don't you run a candidate? It's like, because I don't know any candidates. I don't know any politicians. If I knew,
You live in New York, it doesn't matter. I live in South Carolina, it definitely doesn't matter. So it doesn't really matter who we run if we're in solid states.
But even so, like,
states.
I don't know. Like I don't have anybody's phone number. I can't call somebody
And
up.
a lot
say,
of genocide denial too in the comments. I was like, yeesh.
Damn. Yeah, you share a meme and you never know who's gonna respond to it. I don't know.
Thanks, Elmo.
Elmo?
Yeah, that's what we call Elon.
Oh,
that or
Elon.
elongated or muskrat or whatever.
You mean Elmo?
Yeah.
No.
El Nino.
Did you stay up last night and watch the State of the Union?
I thought it was boring. It is probably the most boring speech he's ever done.
It was like it was an hour and 47 minutes or something. Is that?
It's like, stand up if you believe illegal aliens are criminals and Americans are heroes. If you sit down, and I'm like, oh, Jesus, it's this stupid shit. Where it's like, how dare you not stand up for American citizens? It's like,
maybe he's had some of those comedians try to teach him how to do like crowd work.
Yeah. And then I feel bad for the children who get used by their parents to have like their 15 seconds of like spotlight. I'm like, he's like, I'm going to ban illegals for giving driver's licenses. I'm like, I don't think they can though. Like, what?
No, you can. There's some states where they do have illegal immigrants getting driver's license, but it's so that like.
But you have to pass like a driver's test or something. Like, like
they're not handing them out, but it's the same way.
See,
that
my uncle. Because my uncle has this idea that the reason why car insurance is so expensive is that like undocumented immigrants steal cars and then leave them in the ditch, and I'm like, that's not how that works. That's not how any of that works, dude. No.
I mean, I don't know. It's just that like the entire process of like the illegal immigrant thing, right? Like the entire thing is that they just want them to work. So it's like, yeah, they let them get driver's license because that means they can drive to work. They let them like, I don't know, like they don't let them vote, but like there's certain things they let them do because it's like these are people that, you know, they
need those cards that show they are actually taxpayers and pay into Social Security, yet they don't even get Social Security and stuff like that.
Yeah, because they tax the shit out of them, which is crazy. It's like,
but now I read a report saying that job growth was little to like non-existent in the last year, and I'm like, you can't blame Biden for that. I mean, all the shit that Biden had to deal with was Trump.
It's been a pretty I muted myself and then said something immediately. It's been like it's been like a crazy year of like the economy, right? Because it's like we were never going back to 2019, and like the promise of Trump getting reelected was like, remember how great 2019 was? And it's like, yeah, like it
wasn't that great.
I mean, what for economy wise, right? Like gas was really, really cheap in 2019.
Well,
like,
yeah, but again, that's a lot of Obama's stuff too. Finally taken into effect. A lot of people don't understand the economic cycles for presidents. They take a while, considering all the crap that Bush did. So
yeah, I mean, it was
Trump
on that
kept bragging
on that trajectory.
Yeah, when Trump kept bragging about his economy, I'm like, dude, that's Obama shit. That's finally like, he's finally getting his flowers, for his economy and all that. But then, COVID happened, and then
by 2019, it's a trajectory, right? Like it goes in one direction, and then if something happens, like COVID, let's say, it smashes off in the other direction. I don't think it's by 2019. I don't think you can necessarily say, oh, well, just Obama, like, but it's at that point, it's like, I don't know, things are like a certain way because of just kind of a general trajectory of the economy. And it's like, it's going to go that way until it hits a big thing like COVID. But it's like, it was never going to be as good as it was in 2019 because of COVID, because we did so much spending and, jobs kind of cut off and there was a huge economic shakeup. And it's like, that's what always happens, though. It was never going to be any other way. And it's like, but Trump was able to get out of there the first year of that before the economic slowdown really happened, and they go, oh, Biden.
Yeah, and they blame Biden. Yeah, But I'm like, here's a problem though. Biden ran on, I'm going to do better with COVID. But then he's like, let's reopen everything. No more stimulus checks. No more this, no more that. And it's like, dude, COVID's over. No, it's not. We're the first year in.
Yeah. Well, it was like, I don't know. I mean, Biden said he's going to do better at COVID, and then immediately was like, oh, let's get back to work as soon as the vaccines come. And then Trump said he was going to make it 2019 again, and then immediately just kind of the economy just kept going the way it's going. It's like everyone's just kind of an old man bullshitting, their voters, and it's like, I don't know. At some point, we need somebody just to be honest, to be like, look, things are shitty right now. Things are shitty all around. Like, I don't really. Our economy, like, I mean, of course it did, because it's like, we're the wealthiest country on earth, but like it recovered faster than like a lot of economies in Europe and stuff. Like a lot of them are still kind of dealing with slowdown, like not even speed up. And now we're trying to make them spend 5% of their overall spending on pretty much everybody on military hardware and stuff. But it's also we ship so much shit to Israel. We ship so much shit to Ukraine. Like a lot of stuff happened in that time period where we spent a lot of money, and the government kind of used up its complete like weapon supplies. Like a lot of stuff happened in that time period.
Yeah, and that's another thing too with my meme. I'm like, guys, it's not just the genocide that we're funding Israel. We're funding like their version of the American dream. They get free healthcare, they get subsidized housing, public transportation. I'm like, free abortions. I'm like, everything that Israel has, we're funding that we could be giving to ourselves, but we're not doing that. So it's not just the genocide and the bombs; it's everything.
I mean, I don't know.
No one's mad about that either. It's fine because they're
works in a really weird way where it's like we put like at least the way that Obama kind of set it up on his way out, which he also gave. He gave like the PLO money too, but on his way out, he set it up so that every year we'd give $3.8 billion, but it's in an account, and we buy weapons from ourselves, and basically Israel gets to take out whatever it wants. And then they kind of point to that every time, and they're like, see, it's actually just weapons that mostly you're giving us. But then the aid kind of ramped up last year, and we were just giving them more and more and more shit, the same as we were giving to Ukraine. And it's like, and to Taiwan, because we were like, why not throw Taiwan in there too?
Is it not a country?
I'm not answering that.
Also, Hassan Piker was right about Gavin Newsom. I remember a week ago, he was like, people like Gavin Newsom, I'm going to throw transgender people on the bus. And everyone's like, how dare you? And then Gavin Newsom's like, well, I feel like we're focusing on like, wedge issues and pronouns. And I'm like, what Democrats focusing on pronouns?
Yeah. I realized Gavin Newsom has the same kind of voice as RFK Jr., but it's just a little bit less gravelly.
I told my sister this, and she's like, don't be doing this to me. I'm like, really? You want him to be president? Anyway. But like, it's crazy because it's like it's like we were talking about before about like the moderates that are like saying that the Democrat Party has gone too far to the left, and like on what, and the stupid stuff like pronouns and abolish ICE and defund the police, stuff that doesn't really actually matter, or like stuff that's mostly just exacerbated by like libs of TikTok accounts.
Yeah, he said like what was the term? Culturally normal. Democrats have to be more culturally normal.
But like, that's not. I mean, telling transgender people to be culturally normal is so fucking insensitive too. Like, what?
Some of it's that he's from kooky California, and it's like his version of like normal.
Liberal San Francisco, liberal bastion for LGBTQ rights. Am I right? Like, ugh.
Like his version of like his version of cultural issues is probably way different than the rest of the country. But I think that comes out of virtue of him being part of the kooky California establishment. It's like even in other states where it's where it's liberal, like I don't think things are as fucking crazy as some of the California stuff. But it's like, I don't know, every time they try to do something to help people out in California, he vetoes it. So it's like the identity bills are really where he's shown as being like a liberal beacon, and now he's like, oh fuck. I really think that's what it is.
We're taxing billionaires. We're gonna, it's like, again, it's like, I don't want to do this for the umpteenth time when it comes to like getting a harm reduction candidate who doesn't actually reduce harm, because then we're gonna have someone like Trump. I'm like, guys, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting like a different result. We've been through this how many times? It's not working anymore.
I mean, it wasn't working last time either. People warned about it. They were like, this is if you guys are like Joe Biden, like we're just gonna get. I mean, they said worse Trump, but it's like we just have Trump but worse. I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Basically, everyone's like, what? Let's just capitulate to him, even though he doesn't care about us, and we get a little something in the long run. I'm like, unless you're Stephen Miller and like some people who are like really like ride or die since the first administration. That's about it. But there's so many people who are like, nah, fuck this guy. We can't.
Even like from the first administration. I mean, Stephen Miller, obviously. I don't think Bannon's not in this administration officially, right? He's just doing.
No, it's just basically Stephen Miller. Everyone else is like,
yeah. Even I felt like, you know, like even Barr kind of turned on him in 2021 during like January 6th. And you'd think that Barr would have been one of those people that like moved over to the next administration. Mnuchin was the one that was kind of like the adult in the room for a lot of the last administration.
Yeah, he's like, yo, Treasury, we can't be doing this stuff, dude.
Yeah. And so this time he got like more insane people kind of to run all of that stuff. I mean, Howard Lutnick's the fucking, I mean, as Commerce Secretary is insane. He's the guy who literally owned the
files.
He literally owned the World Trade Center, like offices in the World Trade Center. And when the World Trade Center got hit, he managed to call in his when he managed to sue American Airlines, and he told the victims' families from 9/11, like, don't worry, I got your back. Like, you know, this was because Cantor Fitzgerald was his company. I think they lost 70% of their employees in 9/11. Like 70% of people that worked for him, just, you know, died right away. And Cantor Fitzgerald was like, oh, don't worry, we're going to sue American Airlines. And he took the money from American Airlines, which was like $100 billion or something in a lawsuit.
And not give it to victims' families.
Yeah, give it mostly to the shareholders after telling the victims' families, like, don't worry, I got your back. It's like
literally one of the people saying that, you know, Giuliani was America's mayor. I'm like, why? Because he was mayor during 9/11. He did not do anything for the city of New York.
Yeah, well, he was very unpopular.
He was just there for the photo ops, and that's it.
He really managed to like get his popularity back, and you know, from a point where he was
killing all the homeless and cleaning up Times Square. I know, I've heard all the stories.
No, but I'm saying like he was just, it's not even just that. I mean, yeah, it is, but like he was also just thought of as like a weird guy. Like he had married his cousin, obviously.
There was a whole movie with James Woods about it, and I was like,
there was so much like weird lore about his life. He was just like this weird gremlin figure. I mean, look at him now. Like he's a collapsed kind of fucking alcoholic, but he was put to like this big pedestal. I remember Biden, like one of the last times Biden managed to get like a really good sentence out, he ethered his shit during one of the debates because he said whenever he says anything, the only things that come out of his mouth are a noun, a verb, and 9/11. And his campaign lane never.
Yeah, that was a good one. I was like, yeah, I remember that. I was like, damn, that's a good one. Yeah.
And everyone was sharing it to me like, look, Biden used to be. And it's like, yeah, but no, that's not Biden anymore. Yeah. That was like,
hasn't been him in a while.
Yeah, that was like 75% of Biden to go.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk about this BAFTA thing, or?
Yeah. You saw, I saw the clip, and I definitely have thoughts.
I was watching it live. I was like, what? So here's what happened. There's a guy who was nominated. He's got a movie out called I Swear. His name is John Davison. He's a Tourette's activist. He suffers from a form of Tourette's that makes him say very inappropriate things at very inappropriate times.
Have you seen some of the older clips of him since then?
Yeah, I watched the movie. It opens up with him about to get knighted by the Queen, and he's screaming "fuck the Queen," and he's like, "Oh, sorry." And I'm like,
the Queen laughs.
I'm like,
right? The Queen's like,
oh. Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, where's the sorry after the slur, you know? But the BAFTAs was really pushing hard for this movie because when it comes to the BAFTAs, yeah, there's sinners, yeah, there's one BAFTA, but the BAFTAs like to push like the UK films, obviously, because it's very new. It's going to be an Oscar contender next year, not this year, but next year, I guess, because like deadlines and whatnot. And so the first presenters were Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo, right? They're saying something, and then all of a sudden they hear a loud, hard R N word, and Delroy Lindo's like, and it's like no. And the funny thing is, no audible gasp, like you know, like no. It's not like when Joe Wilson, my congressman, screamed "You lie" to Obama, and everyone was like. It was not that. It's like the Brits like, this guy said an N-word, it's fine. And
so there's a thing behind this. He was screaming stuff out at presenters all night. They just cut all of the ones except that N-word out of it. So by the time
the first one.
Award, yeah.
And so and then a lot of people like a woman who worked on Sinners was like, yeah, he literally like looked at me and screamed it at me, and I'm like, oh. And then Machine did a very good thread about it. But what we're finding out is that BAFTAs didn't really warn people properly that like, oh, this guy's gonna be, you know, saying stuff inappropriately. We might have a hot mic on him. We don't know. It seemed like it. But like Warner Brothers immediately was like, what the fuck, guys? There's a 2-hour delay. You gotta apologize to Michael B. Jordan and Delroy and Lindo. Like, even like they fumbled this. In my opinion, the more I'm looking into this, BAFTAs did this on purpose to give this film publicity, which is awful because it's at the expense of 2 men of color having to hear that word and a man suffering from something that he cannot control. Now, when people were explaining this form of Tourette's to me, they're like, they cling on to stuff that's taboo. And I'm like, well, that doesn't help. That's not really a good explanation. I don't think it's intentional that they cling on to stuff that's considered taboo. It's just something that their brain does and that they can't really control it. So it's like some of the people who weren't really experts were explaining it in the worst way possible. And it's like, that's not good.
So basically it's a tick, right? Like, so you can't control it, but it's whatever you like. It's the most socially, and this is kind of my worst nightmare, is like being it, like being that kind of, like, you know, it's really hard. Like I just have I have a lot of empathy for somebody that gets into that situation, because I get really intrusive thoughts. But it's like, what if you had intrusive thoughts, which is what it is, but then your body just couldn't control it, and whatever your intrusive thought was just spilled out of your mouth. Like, that's a fucking nightmare to me. And so this guy has that, and it's 10% of people with Tourette's that have that specific tick. But that's the one that everyone famously kind of like makes fun of or like talks about, where it's like someone who who curses. But like when you see him walking with his mom,
it's like that episode of South Park. It's like Cartman or whatever having like Tourette's and doing that stuff, and it's like
he's the guy.
But like also too,
when he was 16, they took that video of him walking with his mom, and he's calling his mom like a stupid cunt, and he's saying like, you know, calling his mom like an old bitch, and he's saying like fuck you, and then like a woman walks by, and he's like he's saying like just really sexual shit, but he can't help it, and it's like whatever intrusive thoughts, it just has to come out. And like there's also I think when you have,
it's like when people see like something horrible happen, like our first reaction is to laugh, unfortunately, because I did that when Charlie Kirk got shot. But it's like, and it's a thing, but I feel like that's just a universal thing, because we can't process like something like that happening like in real time. But another thing is that a lot of people are like, well, what about Kanye West and his bipolar disorder? I'm like, yeah, but there's no medication that can really hone in on this form of Tourette's. There's medication for bipolar disorder and schizophrenia and borderline personality disorder, so that we don't go anti-Semitic. Like I worry that this is going to make people be like, well, I have the N-word pass because I have this medical condition. I was like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
That's not how
At the
works.
same time, it's like, I'm happy if people come away with this knowing more about it, because it just feels like it feels like it's such a hellish existence. And the guy seems very, very kind. Like he's not a bad guy, and he apologized to them after the fact, but he did it like privately. So everyone on Twitter was angry. They're like, oh, he's not apologizing. But like his people literally went to everybody that worked on Sinners, and they were like, look, like, we want to talk to you. He's really sorry. I mean, I think his PR people had to do it, because obviously like he's just gonna get up and say the N-word again. Like, it's kind of hard to imagine his face to face, but he like, they worked with the people. The thing is though, that he doesn't, the whole thing is like knowing that it's not your fault. And I think that apologizing in that public way kind of gives you a form of culpability in it that he's trying to avoid, because he's trying to say, hey, like, people that live like me, it's not our fault, right? So it's like, it's hard to, I'm not saying like not to apologize, but it does feel like we've reached this level of like, oh, like apologies are accountability. And it's like, but the only way to get accountability is if you did something. And it's like, or like, you know, making amends to someone if you did something. And it's like, his whole thing is trying to show that it's not something he has any control over. It's not something he
It's like people in a wheelchair, you know, you bump it, you might, you know, hit someone, or, you know, my Uma used to do this all the time. And it's like, watch where you're going, but you still got to, you know, apologize and just, you know, keep moving. You know, it's not like, I mean, the problem is that even though there wasn't intentional harm, there's still some form of harm. You know, if you just gotta, you know, apologize and move on. But again, I feel like the BAFTAs were really the biggest culprit of just, you know, we didn't have Ariana, what's her face doing, you know, Angela Bassett did the thing. We gotta create another viral moment. So why not? You know,
well, a big thing is that they put
something.
it next to a microphone, and he actually said, hey, you guys know I have this problem. I don't want to be near a microphone that's picking up.
Yes.
And they said, don't worry, we're going to tell everybody. Which at the beginning of the BAFTAs, they made 2 announcements, but they didn't tell the presenters, who are the important people on the stage.
Yeah, the people. Yeah, it's just telling the audience, not people that are backstage.
So they didn't. So the reason that Delroy Lindo and Michael B. Jordan didn't find out about it is because they literally didn't tell them. They told the people in the audience, like, hey, this guy's going to be doing this the entire time, which he was. And then they cut out every single one but the N-word.
Yeah.
Which is like, I don't know.
But they also cut out the dude saying "Free Palestine." It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
but
they cut it out like
the Baptists were,
instantaneously.
yeah, but the Baptists were like, no politics. I'm like, okay, but like I mean, maybe I'm looking into this, but I do feel like again, this was a publicity stunt because who watches the Baptists?
And I think this is going to change in April when this movie comes out in America, but it has not come out in America yet. And the BBC first followed this guy, and he's like, he's got to be in his 40s or 50s now. I couldn't find an exact age.
Yeah, he's in his 50s, I think.
But they started following him at 16, and he's been like a presence on the BBC ever since. So they interview him all the time. They update him. They're like, they've made multiple.
So for us Americans, we're like, who is this guy? What?
But like a lot of British people are like, oh, this is somebody. This is like this is a person who suffers from something that we've known all along. Like, imagine if, let's say Michael J. Fox, right? And like, imagine like Michael J. Fox was not somebody that they knew about, and let's say he went to Japan, and he's in Japan, and he's shaking, and he pours like a hot like thing of tea on somebody or something, but they don't know who. I mean, I'm sure that they do know, but like, you know, like Back to the Future or whatever. But like, let's say they didn't. Anybody?
Maybe they didn't know much about Parkinson's disease.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if they have Parkinson's disease, like, let's say that they didn't know anything about Back to the Future. They didn't know this is like a celebrity here that's like, you know, that suffered from this from a while. And it just seems like he's being a dick and he tried to pour something on a Japanese person. It would be a different situation, I think, than if it's like, yeah, I know that this is a person who doesn't mean this. Although, unless you're Larry David, and then you think that he still does. But you know, the episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm where he spills the tea on Larry David and he gets all pissed off because he thinks he's faking it.
Yeah, my favorite episode is the Palestinian chicken episode. That one always still goes hard.
But I'm just saying, like, this is somebody that. So a lot of the responses from people, I mean, you know, there's a lot of people that are already fucking racist on Twitter, but a lot of the responses were overly aggressive to, you know, black people that were obviously trying to grapple with what they just saw or what had happened.
Yeah, the problem is that people who were like, that's ableist, were calling, you know, people the N-word, and then other people were calling the R word, and it's like, you guys are not helping each other here by spewing slurs at each other.
Although I do think it's really funny that if they were like, okay, the only way to make amends for calling them the N-word is if they could call you the R word.
Yeah.
And it's like, then it's even, or
like, I'm just like, I was like, yeah, this is not, but I didn't feel, I'm like, it's only a matter of time before they actually both sides started like throwing the designating slurs at each other. And that happened real fast. But
people don't like it if you try to like, if you try to get in the middle and say, okay, I think I know what's happening here with the disconnect between people's responses to this, then they're like, oh, you're taking this side, you don't care about the other side, or you're taking, because like I had people that like I followed that were all of a sudden started acting like, because I was trying to explain like, okay, like I after like following a lot of these clips, like I kind of get it, like this is somebody who has been in like the British spotlight for a long time, and we don't know who it is, but they do, and it's like then people are like, oh, so you don't care about black people's feelings, and even people I follow, it's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And then people were like, you don't care about disabled people's feelings. And it's like, oh boy, this is like, because someone said racism or ableism, pick your poison or whatever. And I'm like,
it's like, which way of Western man?
Western, yeah, exactly. It's like, God. You know what would be interesting? I think this could happen at the Academy Awards. He presents with Delroy and Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, well, so
that would be interesting.
That movie
that could happen.
That movie is coming out in April in America. And so like we're gonna see that movie, and maybe people are gonna be like, oh shit, I was a dick. But I mean, I don't know how many. I don't think it's gonna go on like a massive theater run. Well, maybe now it will. Maybe that's the whole thing, right?
Yeah. Like, again, I feel like BBC did this as a thing because they were going hard for this movie.
I'm not entirely sure about this, but they announced that America had picked it up as a distribution theatrical run or whatever during the BAFTAs. So I do wonder, like, if it was one of those situations, because a lot of times when they have award ceremonies or they have these various things, like distribution is there and they want to see how the movie does, and it's like then they pick it up. So I mean, they could have been trying to get distribution, and it's like, here, we'll just have this guy throw out the N-word.
Yeah,
I fucked up though. I don't want to like. I don't want to think that badly of everybody involved, but I do think that
But it's the Brits. What do you expect? I mean, the fact that Sinners is the most awarded movie from a person of color in BAFTA's history, and it only won like 3 awards. That's insane. But also not shocking.
Like Delroy Lindo, British. You know what I mean?
British. Whoopi's British, but like, Delroy, he's been in the business for like, he's like that guy actor for like black men, I think, and that's what I told my mom. My mom's like, she.
Starting with I think Crooklyn or like one of those, or Clockers, like one of those Spike Lee movies. He was in pretty much every single Spike Lee movie, including The Five Bloods, which is like one of the better like non kind of big Spike Lee movies. Like,
yeah, and so the look on his face is like it's really like, I've been in this business for how many decades, and yeah, I still have to deal with this.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those really tough situations. They also
again, Force. If we were to cast Sinners and it came out in the mid '90s, we all know Delta Slim would still be Delroy Lindo.
Yeah.
Everyone else is different, but him.
I
can't picture anyone else playing, him.
All right, back to having the chat. I guess the chat was out
for the last like week or so. YouTube's been like. It's been wonky. It's been like, what's going on here? Is there like an attack or some sort that they're fighting off? What's going on here?
They're like,
remember when Elon was claiming Twitter was getting attacked or whatever? It's like, dude, you fired 80% of the people. You fired 80% of the people, and the app doesn't work. That's on you.
I thought, wait, I want to see if this is the right video, but I thought this was interesting. There was Jermaine Williams, who's the public advocate in New York City.
Yeah.
Actually he's both black and has Tourette's, and he put out this video that I thought was cool. I won't play the whole thing because it's like 4 minutes, but he put out his his thoughts because he's the first U.S. elected official with Tourette's.
Diagnosed over 30 years ago. As you might be able to tell, I'm also a very proud black man. I also have corpulella, which means I sometimes tick socially unacceptable words, including the N-word. So you might imagine I have some thoughts on the BAFTA controversy. Let's go. So I know everyone has a lot to say on this incident, a lot of anger and outrage, which I understand, a lot of opinions. I want to make sure we're able to put that outrage and required empathy in an intersecting controversy and issue with the information that's needed on a complicated thing. When I was elected over 15, 16 years ago, I was thought to be the first elected official with Tourette's syndrome. And thankfully, that is no longer the case. And people with corpulella only make up about 10 to 30% of people who actually have Tourette's syndrome. It's important to remember that it's not just a lack of a filter, it's an involuntary compulsion, whether it's vocal or body movements, and it can also include very bad intrusive thoughts. Now, before I was diagnosed, my mother saw a 2020 special. It actually had a man who was white, and his tick was one of his ticks was the N-word. This was over 30 years ago. I'll pause there because I'm going to come back to it in a moment. Now, obviously, we want to practice care when we're speaking about the person who has Tourette's syndrome, who is the ticker, because they also require some grace and some consideration. Regardless of the reason, a word like the N-word can cause a lot of harm. There's some spaces where it's not just about whether you're making noise, whether you're moving in a way that people might be a little uncomfortable. This is a very specific thing. So I'm only speaking about the N-word and use of it in different spaces. You also have to provide empathy and care for people who are receiving it, like Delroy Lindo, like Michael B. Jordan, like the thousands, if not more, of people who heard it. They deserve some care and compassion as well. And I believe that's where the ball was dropped. I don't think there was enough care that was provided. And there's some ways I want to talk about how we could have and how BAFTA and others can do better in the future. Back to that 2020 special. That white man who had ticks of an N-word, what he used to say was nickels, pennies, and dimes. And he augmented it in a way. And I learned to do that when I was diagnosed. And I want to be clear, so I don't want to harm people with Tourette's syndrome. Everyone with Tourette's is not the same. Everybody cannot do that. So don't stop asking people to do that. 2, it can be harmful to yourself if you're augmenting or trying to hold in ticks. When you hold it in, it comes out worse later. It can also be painful for you. So I want us to be clear about that. There are other things that we can do. One is you can move yourself from a situation in a specific, and this might have been one of the specific spaces that the N-word, if that is your tick, you may not want to be there for a few moments. I did hear that John did remove himself, so credit to him. But it was a story, his movie about his life, about this very issue, which was the reason he was there in the first place. So maybe that cannot be done, or it can. But here's what should have been done. BAFTA should have done a lot more to explain what was going to happen before and after. Definitely should have provided more care for Michael B. Jordan and Daryl Linda, so they had the information they needed, and they themselves could have explained what was going on. BAFTA could have censored the damn thing. You had time to censor it and provide more information about what you were censoring and why. And I believe, although it may be hard, that John himself needs to make some comments here to acknowledge, even though there's a reason, there is harm that can be caused. So we have to make sure we're doing this and putting the anger in the right places, but also providing the empathy and care for everyone that's involved. And I believe that was dropped when it came to Michael B. Jordan, Daryl Lindo, and shout out to them. Sadly, Black people have to know how to have poise in so many situations just so they can survive. Now, for kids, young people who are listening, I want to make sure you understand, if you have Tourette's, it's a part of you, but you're not defined by it. It doesn't have to limit what you do. You may have to change a little bit, but you can go so far in this life. So let's continue. One of the best things that might come out of this is more conversation, more information. Keep the anger, keep the empathy. Let's put it in the right place.
Yeah, so I thought it was good.
Yeah, I have a cousin who's got Tourette's, but his whole thing is like grunting and like blinking, and it's because he didn't really have like the best childhood. And again, like, you know, it sometimes it comes and goes, but then there's others where it's like, you know, everyone's probably looking at this video like, you know, this man seems fine, you know, because another one that went viral was this one girl who just, she does like, you know, middle fingers and she twitches and it's like, and whistles and stuff. So it's like that form is like an extreme case of like that form of Tourette's, and that can be very distracting for people who are not used to seeing that. It's like some people be like, I couldn't finish, like some people were like, I can't finish watching this because of all these, you know, all these things that are going on with her. And I'm like, well, that's what it is like for her, you know? And and I feel like, you know, it'll be important for more people to explain, like, it does come in different, it's a spectrum.
And, you know, I think that there's a lot of, it's not just Tourette's. Like there's some very autistic people that have that have tics as well. Like OCD, you know, OCD has a lot of similarities with Tourette's. Like there's a lot of.
I wish I had OCD, honestly, because I would be a better cleaner, I think.
I don't think you don't wish you had OCD. It's I'm pretty sure my grandma has it. Like that's like she's very.
I'm not talking like Charlie's mom, like 1, 2, 3, like, you know, like tapping or stuff, but like the excessive, like the needing to control something to actually soothe like anxieties or something.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like I'm pretty sure my grandma has it. She's like in rehab right now for like she broke her back, but she kind of has a thing where like if there's anything on
she's
the ground,
gonna outlive us all. She's
probably.
like what, 96?
90, she's like 94, 95. I think she's 94 right now. But there's a thing where like if something drops on the ground and like she sees it and there's like any kind of like she cannot focus on anything else until that thing is off the ground. And it's like it seems like a painful way to live, but it seems like even more painful if you know it was before people really went to like therapists or like had any kind of thing with it. So you spend your whole life not knowing why you're doing that, but like you are. Like I can't imagine that really. It's just like this is the way I am, and people are trying to like pull you away from it. And it's like I don't know, compulsions are really tough, I think. But then you have something like, you know, Tourette's where it's like Jermaine Williams said, like if you try to hold it in, it's worse later on, or it's like it comes out in a different way, and the way that it like comes out can actually like cause physical harm to you. And it's like it's crazy to think about that, like because like if you don't say the N-word, but no, like if you don't you know, like if you try to, because you know with anything really, with human beings, like if you don't like if your body wants to do something and you try to fight back against it, like it can cause like physical harm to you. So I can't imagine what it's like when it's something that like your whole mind is like, please don't, because like some things people are like the fact that it's a neurological and not like a mental condition, right? Like you have your mental faculties are 100% there, and it's like so your brain is like why logically why does this happen to me? But it's like physically you can't stop it, and it's like I don't know.
It's like when I give my Faye Dunaway styled mommy tears outburst at times. It's like it's getting worse the older I'm getting.
Like I don't know, it just getting intrusive thoughts already sucks without like like I get them constantly, and it's like, and you can't really until they subside, like you can't really do anything about them really. But it's like imagine
it's like also like the negative voice inside your head. It doesn't have to be your actual voice, but it could be like someone else's voice too. It's like my sister's the voice in my head that's like always like, but then again, she kind of was very not the most encouraging sister growing up, so that stuck with me.
But just imagine if every time you had an intrusive thought, like you couldn't control it, you just said it, and it's like I don't know. That's a different.
It'd be like Hassan's soundboard every time.
So yeah,
God, that's driving me nuts.
It's hard. It's hard to like, keep empathy for everybody involved in a certain situation. But it's like I have.
But that's one thing we learn. We learn the Brits are the worst.
Yeah.
No offense if you're British, but you're kind of the worst. Did you see Zohran Mamdani's promoting Brad Lander? Did you see the ad for that on his Instagram?
I just saw that he did it. Wait, let me. I'll put it up.
It's good. It's good. He's like, I don't take any special interest money, even APAC. He seems like a nice guy, Brad Lander.
Yeah, he does. Wait, let me.
He seems like a nice, like he kind of reminds me of like Tom Steyer, but like not a billionaire.
poor
I'm just
man.
happy to be here, Bernie. That type
poor
of
man Steyer.
Yeah, exactly.
Some bonds are unbreakable. Some ties are unshakable. And winning coalitions are still makeable. I'm Brad Lander, a lifelong progressive, and I'm running for Congress.
A lifelong progressive? You mean you haven't sold out the special interest?
Or APAC either.
That's impressive. So it shouldn't be.
And I'm not about to change.
But Congress needs to. So if you have some spare change, please go to bradlanderforcongress.com. Give whatever you can.
Because it's not enough to elect Democrats.
We need better Democrats.
And
some things are better together.
That is the cutest political ad I've seen in a while.
Yeah,
like it's like
it's
there's
kind
like a
of-
good
it's kind of
buddy
stupid, though.
movie.
They didn't even they purposely did the thing where it's like, and some things are better. They didn't even try to do it on perfect.
I know it's like you guys were not in sync when you said that.
The
You
story.
couldn't do another take.
The story behind they kind of broke up Brad Lander and Zoran at one point because so basically Zoran led Brad Lander to believe, or Brad Lander came to believe, that as long as he stayed endorsing Zoran when Zoran finally won, he was going to be made either deputy mayor or he was going to be made something in his administration. And that was never like a handshake deal that they had made. So he was going around telling people nonstop. This is reported in Gothamist, and this was reported in I think also Politico, but they like kind of went in depth with like a lot of people involved in the campaign. So he was going around telling everybody on the phone, like, and eventually it came back to Zoran, like, hey, Brad Lander keeps saying that like you promised him some kind of job, and I guess he hadn't. So Zoran got extremely like upset about that and was like, I never promised you a job. So they basically broke up for a while, and he said, like, I'm not putting you in my administration. I have no intention of putting you in my administration. And he was like, but if you run against Dan Goldman, who already is like one of Zoran's enemies. So he basically said, hey, run against one of my enemies, one of the guys that I hate, and I'll endorse you, but I'm not gonna like have a job for you in my administration, which is like, I don't know. It's like, run against.
I mean, we
somebody
do
I hate.
need better Democrats in Congress. So considering like 30 Republicans are like, I'm not seeking re-election.
Yeah, it's
Good,
hard
cool.
to like, I don't know. It's hard to see how much is like spin and how much is true on any side of like a piece like that, though. You know what I mean? It's like, because they tried to make it out to seem like Zoran was kind of playing Brad Lander, but Brad Lander was also kind of an idiot. And it's like, I don't know. So who knows how personalized that was, but it's like, it kind of made me sad because I liked their little friendship during the whole run.
It's like they made amends, though, it seems. Because I mean, if you get Zoran's endorsement, it's like in like the AOC endorsement these days.
Well, Zoran was the one that told him to run. He said if you run,
He probably has the best chance.
Yeah. But I don't know. I just find it kind of interesting. But it's like he's running against Dan Goldman, who's now you know, like except for his, I mean, he's been one of those weird people that like is kind of progressive and kind of a centrist. Like he tries to have a foot in each side, but
fence sitting.
Yeah, and his like opinions on Israel are obviously terrible, but besides Israel, right? Like he tries to kind of have a foot in each camp on that side.
Yeah, at least he's not like Deborah Messing, who decided to be like anti-trans despite winning GLAAD awards and shit like that. Like I feel like once you start going down like the liberal Zionism like route, you end up becoming more conservative on every other issue, and it's weird. Like there's all these like reverse canary mission where it's like, here's a celebrity who's clearly a Zionist, and it's like Aubrey Plaza because she signed that one fucking petition. Or like, oh, Anya Taylor-Joy is a Zionist because she's worked with companies that have done cosmetic companies that have given money to Israel. I'm like, but that doesn't mean she's a Zionist, guys. I feel like we're trying to do the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon with Zionism when there are people who clearly love Israel with every fiber of their being. That makes them an actual Zionist. Signing one petition.
They're trying to get back at people for doing the Canary Mission thing in the first place. Is what they're really trying to do. Like they don't really give a fuck. It's like
I feel like a lot of them are. I think a lot of these like, oh, this person's a Zionist account are just ops.
Yeah.
To make pro-Palestinian people look dumb, and I keep trying to tell people this, but they're like,
one that was like straight up slowly posting Nazi shit, and for some reason I had a feeling that's like it was like a Jackson Hinkle alt because it paid $1,000 for the gold check because that's how much a golden check cost. And so it's like who can really afford that? And it's like the way that they were posting like mostly Jackson Hinkle clips at one point. And it's like I think that's who runs this account. It eventually got banned because but it was calling itself like an organization. I don't think it was Reverse Canary Mission. It was one of those accounts that like slowly was posting more and more Nazi shit. It's like damn.
Yeah, like I know people who write characters, right? Like there's Bridgerton, there's Marvel. They write, they do like writing role play where they write plots and characters. And now there's a thing because I like to keep because I used to do that when I was younger as like something to have my mind creative and all that. But now it's getting to a point where people are like, you cannot use this person as a face claim because they are staunch Zionists. You can't be, and it's like, guys, we're gonna be. I'm like, you people are running out of face claims for characters if you're not using like the original person. Like I get it if there's an abusive piece of shit, but like not wanting Aubrey Plaza as a face claim for a character she's played in something is kind of weird to me. I'm like, you guys are not understanding that some of you are being played by ops.
Yeah, and it's also just like
not every also Aubrey Plaza has always been a big Biden fan because she's from Delaware. It's like being from New Jersey and not being a Springsteen fan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really care. Like, I don't really care about a lot of celebrities. Like, I care more about like what they use their platform to kind of do than I do about like a lot of times it's like, oh well, this person has this and this and this and believes these things. It's like, all right, but they're like good in movies, so it's like as long as they're not, as long as the majority of their effort or like a lot of their effort isn't being used to like finance some like evil shit. Like I'm not talking about like people that are like actually vile, but I'm talking about like we know
there's difference between like Aubrey Plaza and Deborah Messing, right? Like Deborah Messing's Instagram stories are.
Do you see the picture of?
Because she shares like libs of TikTok stuff now, and I'm like, oh Jesus.
You see the picture of
Matt
her?
Bernstein's video on her was great.
She posted this picture earlier where it's her. I can't remember who the other three are, but it's like they're all in like the same kind of costume, and then it's just Amy Schumer in the middle, and she just kind of looks miserable.
Yeah, she's like Zorro's New York, and I'm like, oh Jesus.
But yeah, it was like a really funny picture because the three of like the other celebrities all were like these glasses, and they're all kind of dressed the same, and then Amy Schumer in the middle was like.
Yeah.
Amy Schumer is one of those like weird people that I fucking hate that there's like a group of there's a group of like body positivity celebrities, like including Amy Schumer, like Lizzo, like there's a bunch of them that as soon as they got a chance to have Ozempic, they're off the body positivity train. And it's like it's like,
but also they're renaming it like the GPL, whatever it's called, pill instead of Ozempic because they know the stigma attached to Ozempic. I'm like, it's just Ozempic, but with a different name, the more clinical name.
Well, Ozempic's also owned by Denmark.
Yeah,
and they don't want to pay Denmark for it anymore. They're trying to make Ozempic in America again. Literally, it's
just do heroin. That's how you do it.
I want to say it's Denmark because I think it also goes in with I want to say it's Denmark because it goes in with the whole Greenland thing. We're trying to punish the biggest thing that Denmark's economy has produced in like a while.
I'm amazed Trump hasn't tried Ozempic.
I think he did.
How fat he is.
He did. Yeah, because you saw him when he first. I don't think he might have been the guy that he was talking about.
Maybe he just wears clothes that are too big for him. I don't know.
Well, when he first started running again, when he was campaigning, both he and Vance sit around Ozempic, and you could tell because they both skinnied up. But he looked crazy on fucking Ozempic. Those was when he had all those pictures and he had like the glassy-eyed stare.
Kachuski neck.
Yeah, and he was like losing a lot of weight, and you could see. So he had like those. It was when he was hanging out with Laura Loomer all the time. It looked like Laura Loomer was like his caretaker. That he was. If you looked,
and she was doing other things for him. That's fine.
But if you looked at what he looked like at Mar-a-Lago at that time, like all of his pictures, he was on Ozempic. Like you could see, he did a cycle.
Yeah,
as they call
but
it.
then you immediately gain the weight back and stuff. Because I know people who were doing like lots of Ozempic, and they're like, I haven't had a regular bowel movement forever. It's all just, and I'm like, well, maybe you're abusing it.
Yeah, I mean, can you really abuse? I think you could definitely do too much, but
you can abuse weight loss stuff. I mean, we're still having the conversation about whether or not certain celebrities are anorexic because some people are just naturally thin. So I'm like, guys, it's in the face. It's
for a
in
while,
the face.
Like, the early 2000s, right? Like a lot of people abused diet pills because the whole thing was that there was a little bit of either like speed.
I remember that Trim Spa stuff Anna Nicole Smith was promoting.
Yeah, like a lot of it had something. It had some kind of synthetic stuff that, like, it felt like you were taking like Adderall or like something like that, or some of it had other stuff where like there's diet pills would have like these like concentrates or whatever in it that sometimes would like make people feel like real jittery. You know what I mean? So they would start abusing it.
Yeah.
Ozempic's a little bit different because obviously you can only really take the cycle. I think that you're given, but it's like you can never stop taking it is the problem.
Yeah, because it's so funny because a lot of people accuse Ariana Grande of being anorexic. I'm like, guys, she's always been skinny. The fake tan, all that dark fake tanner hit it all. Her face still has fat to it. Do people not remember what? I mean, Karen Carpenter had a very thin face already, but from what I remember reading about is that she had an hourglass figure, so she always complained about her hips, and hips are bones. You cannot do anything about your hips. So when I'm looking at photos of her from, let me share this real quick. Wait, what? That's not what I wanted to do.
Now you can do stuff a little bit about your hips because they have like plastic surgeries for it and stuff. But
see, this is Karen Carpenter before 1976, right? She looks fine.
You didn't put it on. Oh,
I didn't put it up there. Okay. See, that's her. She looks great. And then boom, that is anorexia. That is just skin clinging to bones. So when people try to accuse all these actresses in Hollywood of being anorexic, I'm like, no, they're just a little thin. They're a little bit thinner. Some people cannot put on weight. She was taking 90 laxatives a day. She was taking a thyroid replacement medication, and taking Ipecac every day. Every night. That is what anorexia looks like, people. Not someone who has a collarbone, and I don't know, but it's just getting to the point where people are just like, this person is sick and needs our help, and it's like, no, they just are naturally thin. I mean, when I was on Adderall,
a lot of people just have too much going on with not enough going on with their lives. You know what I mean? They're just they get parasocial relationships to celebrities that they're like, oh, we got.
Yeah, again, guys, Ariana Grande is 5 feet tall. That her weight and height, perfect. Karen Carpenter was 5'4". I'm 5'4". When I went on Adderall, I was at almost 150. I went to 100 pounds, and even then, I still looked okay because I still had Karen Carpenter was 77 pounds at one point. 77 pounds, 5'4".
Back then, though, you didn't really they didn't really have as much of an understanding of it, at least not in popular imagination.
She had to die for people to have understanding of it because no one knew about it.
I feel like there is a weird thing that we're getting back to where it's the early 2000s, that people really people were really starving themselves, and a lot of
the heroin chic.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I feel like we're getting back to that, and it's I wish somebody would do I mean, there's no way to really whatever, but I wish someone would do some kind of cultural I don't know, reporting on it or something where you're why is that happening right now? And
because the problem is so many YouTube essayists are actually saying, yes, your favorite celebrity is anorexic. And I'm like, no, they're not. You're feeding into bullshit too. You're not helping.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of celebrities that have been anorexic forever, but I don't think There's just something right now, and maybe it's the prevalence of Ozempic, and maybe it's also the prevalence of like there's some connection, some psychic connection between the second Trump administration and the second Bush administration or something, because it feels like we're back to a certain cultural ferment where it's like our culture feels like
Gen Z embracing Y2K fashion.
Yeah, and it feels like there's a lot of stuff with that where it's like it feels like we're back to the early 2000s, and I'm not quite sure why that is, but it's like weight loss. I mean, weight, like with the weight that people are taking off, and with style, and with like a lot of things. Like I feel like early 2000s, like pop music is back in a big way. Maybe it never really left.
Yeah, we always go through like a 20-year nostalgic cycle, and I say this too about like if there was a nostalgia wave of like the 1970s in like the mid 90s, the Brady Bunch movie probably would have done a lot better. But like when I was in middle school in the mid 2000s, the 80s fashion was back. The leggings and the skirts and the the hand warmer gloves and stuff like that, and the fuzzy like we're going through like in the early 2000s, the bell bottoms and hip hugger jeans were back, low cut, belly flowy belly tops. So we're going through another 20-year cycle where we're feeding into this nostalgia again because it seems nice, and it's like the early 2000s weren't that great.
Yeah, well, I mean, they could kind of disappear you, like the Dixie chick, like if you said the wrong thing. And I think that Trump is hoping that like conservatives get that kind of power, but I don't think the Bush administration had mapped that out. I think it's just the fact that after 9/11, like patriotic fervor kind of took hold of everybody, and they were
yes, because we wouldn't in choir class, we would not stop singing Lee Greenwood's "God Bless the USA." I'm like, can we please play some Bruce Springsteen? Why can't we sing "This Land Is Your Land" or like what? Come on.
But it's like I think that
I hate that song now because of it.
I don't think you can really telegraph patriotism the same way. Like I think that if 9/11 hadn't happened, because I don't think the Bush administration planned 9/11. So I think if 9/11 hadn't happened,
they just ignored the signs.
Well, there's obviously that, but like, but I'm saying like I think that kind of just happened, and they saw a way to kind of destroy any kind of, because they wanted to obviously invade Iraq, they wanted to obviously invade Afghanistan. There's all these different things that they wanted to do, the neocons, and they saw their opportunity happen, and they took it. I think more than anything else.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can call it here for this week. Movie night extravaganza. We have Begonia coming up as our movie this week, next Tuesday, and then we have The Secret Agent the following Tuesday, and then we also are going to be doing a speed round that week of movies that we haven't covered from the Oscars. So we'll have more information about that next week.
Yeah.
See ya next week. See ya on the Flippity Flop.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Special Edition, Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. Dieter McBusiness is out this week. I am taking over for him, but he won't be completely gone because we will be watching a video of his a little later in the show. Folks, I just want to take this moment to say, watch this space, share the stream, like the stream, comment in the stream, tell your friends, tell them in real life. Don't just send them a link, but you can also send a link. Folks, anyone who was watching yesterday who may have been excited for me to be playing Resident Evil 4 today, after the show last night, I got an opportunity for a shift in the office, had to take it. My shifts come like that as they go. So I was in the office today. Resident Evil 4 will be tomorrow. But we got some stuff to talk about today before we get to Dieter's latest video. I know, Boku and good for Gabby. So sorry. No Leon S. Kennedy today. tomorrow. But first, I wanted to start out with some New York news. And let me just put this in here. Some New York news. Yeah, I know. I also know that chat has been on the fritz. It's not just you. I want to let every creator who's watching know. I was at work today. I was watching YouTube. I watched a little bit. Oh, Mr. Pune. A little bit of Pep Talks. Fellow This Space host was having trouble with his YouTube chat, and a completely different creator, Screwface Jean, who was doing a hip hop tournament. People send in their songs and he reviews them, and the chat votes on them. It's a really cool idea, elevating some smaller artists and smaller creators. But yeah, YouTube chat was also on the fritz for him. So it's all over the place. It's YouTube's problem. We're gonna deal with it. It's no problem. But first, let us talk about my home, my great home, New York, and some of the good and not so good politicians who inhabit this fair city. Last night, was this last night? No, this was on the 24th. Wait, that was yesterday. Jesus Christ. Last night, Richie Torres was approached by Drop Site News reporter Julian Andreon and was asked about Iran because the State of the Union was last night. Several Democrats, including Liz Warren, stood up to applaud the tough talk about Iran, which, shame on her. I was just coming around to liking her again. But Richie Torres stays sucking. And this is his response to this reporter.
Congressman, how do you plan to vote on the War Powers Resolution, Kana and Massey's War Powers Resolution? You don't.
What publication is this?
Drop Site News.
I don't recognize Drop Site News. Sorry.
You don't recognize the name, or you don't recognize the legitimacy?
I'm not familiar with it.
Not familiar. No comment on the war in Iran. The
comment. I have no idea who you are.
All right.
Okay, you don't need to know who he is if he's asking you a question. Also, I will point out they are currently in the tunnels underneath Congress that goes from the Capitol building to the offices. So you can't just get in there if you don't have press credentials. So he's just, I don't recognize you. And I like that the guy was savvy enough. That's Drop Site for you, to be like, you don't recognize the name of the outlet, or you don't recognize us as legitimate, because that would be a soundbite. Oh, you don't think I'm legitimate? What are we, fake news? Are you echoing Donald Trump here? So that's Richie Torres being a piece of shit. And here's a response from his challenger in the New York primary. Jose Vega shared this video of his response with constituents. After the breaking news from Drop Site, I'm currently in Richie Torres' district, going door to door, telling all his constituents what a warmonger Torres actually is and showing them the coverage of Drop Site News. So here we go. Let's take a look at this.
The guy I'm running against, his name is Richie Torres. There's a very important vote today about whether or not the U.S. will go to war with Iran. It's called the War Powers Resolution. Richie Torres is refusing to comment on how he will vote because he wants the war with Iran. Do you want war with Iran, sir? I know. Of course not, right?
Yeah.
So I appreciate you signing because this is a message that we don't want war with Iran. We have dozens of people going around door to door in different buildings right now to tell people that I'm running against him because I don't want war with Iran and I don't want to give our money to Israel. I'm tired of it, and we're sending a strong, The guy.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we're going around the institutions now. You fire somebody from MSNBC because they don't toe the line on Israel, like Mehdi Hassan. What does he do? He leaves. I'm starting Zateo right now. I'm taking whatever reporters I can get with me. Anybody else who gets fired from other places, come land here. Same thing with Drop Site. Ryan Grimm and others started Drop Site after again being iced out from like CNN and MSNBC and New York Times and regular outlets, normal, institutional, corrupt, bought by billionaires outlets, and they create their own, and now they're doing real reporting to the point where other outlets now have to use them as a source. Sometimes they won't mention the source to shade them. A lot of reporters I follow are like, hey, this is my story. I got this reporting. This is my footage. They don't want to acknowledge that these other places exist because it cuts in their bottom line, which is all they care about. All they care about. So yeah, that's that Richie Torres thing. Of course, we got Track APAC here. Fantastic work that they're doing. Also, two, I think, consultants or for reporters who are just like, fuck this. Everything seems to be tied into this one pack. You know, not just this pack. There's the oil lobby. There's several other lobbies, but it's effective. It's very effective to just be like, here's how much they take from this pack. Here's how much they take. We need more. They have an oil lobby one. I want a gun lobby. I want a tech lobby. I want a surveillance lobby. Tracking, just constantly posting this under whatever videos they put out, any messages they put out, protesters standing behind them when they give public speeches. Love it. But let's look at one of our better politicians here in the city, our fine mayor, Zoran Mamdani, responding to the violent attack on police officers yesterday in Washington Square Park that we've reported on here on this space, that they are still talking about because, again, they have nothing else. And they're really trying to smear Mamdani as like this anti-cop, radical, socialist, revolutionary guy, which, you know, I wish he was. He's not. He's just another politician. And here he is responding to questions if he will take action to stop to stop more attacks on police officers.
Would you consider banning these crowdsourcing events because they can and sometimes do get out of hand?
So I'm not going to be banning snowball fights or organized snowball fights. I've shared my thoughts with New Yorkers, and I continue to believe that what we are seeing in this response to this winter blizzard from the city workers as a whole, and that includes the hardworking men and women of the NYPD, is part of why the city is getting back on its feet, and I'm appreciative of that work.
Thank you. Sorry, Julia, we have to-
The end of statement. I love his way of doing shade too. I'm not going to ban snowball fights or organized snowball fights. Look, I'm the devil's advocate. I will even grant you that a couple years ago, it was like Kai Cenat or like some streamer person. I don't remember who it was. Was like just posted on whatever social media, hey, I'm gonna be in Union Square if you want to like meet, or like I'm doing a giveaway. First 10 people to show up gets like a PlayStation or something like that. And it clogged the streets, like thousands of people showed up. They did start like bashing in store windows and shit, and it did cause like a ruckus for sure, and it needed to be broken up by the cops. So is it a valid question to be like, hey, there's like spontaneous, remember even before that, like decades ago, there was flash mobs like, oh, everybody in Times Square just starts dancing in coordination because everyone organized on Discord or Twitter or something, and the city officials didn't know, and spontaneous events happen. Protests are organized like this. So, no, you should not stop that, but it's a valid question to ask, I guess. But in response to what happened yesterday, it is perfectly valid answer to be like, no, I am not going to ban snowball fights. Get the fuck out of here. And also, I will point out and add my own commentary. If if it was an attack, like the Sergeants Benevolent Association and all the police outlets are saying, if it was an attack with violent, hard chunks of ice, then all those people were attacking each other before those cops showed up to Washington Square Park. And people around the city are attacking each other all the time when it snows. Children are attacking other children with hard pieces of ice that can lacerate their faces. They said that these cops were in the fucking hospital. Bullshit. If this was an attack on the police, it was an attack on everyone else involved, all at each other, because it's a snowball fight. This is what I mean, man. These losers, the conservatives, the establishment, their lives are getting easier because their lives are like getting lazier too. So it's getting much, much easier for normies and people to just be like, this doesn't line up with what I'm looking at. Your statement doesn't line up with the video I can see in front of me. I think you're full of shit. This has happened with the genocide in Gaza. This has happened with the shooting of Charlie Kirk. You know, oh my God, it's a crazy leftist. No, you can see his like room, his social media posts. You can tell he's like right-leaning, kind of just all over the place, apolitical to an extent, but like right-leaning. Most shooters are, and people can see that. People can see what happened in Uvalde with the cops surrounding the building, not going in, preventing parents from going in. The one mother who slipped by and got in, got her kid out, was the only person to save a life that day. And you also see that there's no response from Texas, no response from the governor. They just hope that you forget. And to be fair, a lot of times you do forget stories. There was a story that I was reminded of yesterday where a couple years ago, this judge was digging into the Epstein files, and someone showed up to her house, shot her husband and child and her, but she survived and they died. Do you remember this story? It was huge. And then it just kind of goes away. Savannah Guthrie's mother is still missing. And that story is kind of just like, lawmaker. I mean, there was Ben Dixon keeps hammering this point home. The lawmaker in, I think it was Minnesota, shot and killed. There was bomb threats on lawmakers' houses. There was a plot to kidnap the governor, Gretchen Whitmer. These things keep happening, and they keep getting buried by the establishment media that doesn't want you to know how chaotic the fucking world is right now, how chaotic the country is, and that there is something you can do to change it. There is something you can do. It's just not what they want you to do. They don't want you to vote for radical people. They don't want you to organize and to unite as communities. They won't want you to unionize. They want you to focus on cops being pelted with snowballs. But let's also just take another moment here to praise Mamdani for 16 inches plowed. I'm sorry. Let's take a closer look at these graphics. 16 inches of snowfall in New York City as of February 23rd. Every street across all 5 boroughs plowed in New York City as of February 24th. But just these images next to each other, hilarious. Hilarious. Love it. Love it. Just wanted to make everyone watching giggle for a second. And once again, another great politician that we have here in New York, AOC, who chose not to go to the State of the Union last night, which I think was a good choice. This is her in a little ad with Mamdani speaking in Spanish to tell people about the childcare that's available. It's just cute, and I just want to play it for y'all.
Hola. Mi español no es el mejor.
No, no te preocupes, alcalde. Si su hijo o hija está cumpliendo 3 o 4 años en el 2026, usted puede registrarlos gratis en el programa Kinder 3 o Prekinder de la ciudad de Nueva York. Pero debe registrarse el 27 de febrero, que es la fecha límite. Cualquier padre de la familia de la ciudad de Nueva York, sin importar su ocupación, ingreso o estatus migratorio, es elegible para registrar a su...
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Just making sure that everyone who wants to knows in whatever language. I've been seeing these ads, by the way, in the back of taxi cabs, on the link stands that we have that are basically the things that replaced phone booths. You can like plug in your phone and charge it and whatever, and they have screens on the side, bus stop screens and whatnot. And these ads have been playing. So really appreciate the outreach. And yeah, man, getting the word out there. Quickly, I want to mention this because this is a tragic story and it's relevant because there is a He-Man movie coming out, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. I made a trailer reaction to it on my channel, so check that out. But this is a all too common story in comics, in animation, in media creation. And let me just show it to you here, folks. So the creator of He-Man, Roger Sweet, is suffering from dementia and he's unable to afford the necessary care. His wife has started a GoFundMe. This person who retweeted it says, Amazon MGM Studios, which is valued at almost $10 billion, is releasing a movie about He-Man this year, which will easily make millions of dollars. That's who's producing the movie, is Amazon. Meanwhile, the little creator of the character, who without him that movie wouldn't even exist, has to rely on a GoFundMe for his medical care. Fucking insane. Right? Here's the share of the link. And this, I wanted to talk about this because this is a story, like I said, in comics, to honor Matt in absentia, the letter hack. I remember Denny O'Neil needing this. I remember Peter David. Peter David created the modern idea of what She-Hulk is. Like the fourth wall breaking, before Deadpool, fourth wall breaking character, wisecracking, and wrote a lot of Hulk stories, a lot of She-Hulk stories. He also needed a GoFundMe. Bill Finger, who created Batman, Bob Kane is the one who's credited with creating Batman. He created the name Batman and drew a guy in a tuxedo with a little bat mask and a red cape. The guy who drew the bat suit created Robin, the Joker, the Bat Cave, the Batmobile, Alfred. Like, that's Bill Finger, the artist. He just wasn't as quick talking and slick and business savvy as Bob Kane was to get that right. He only got his name on Batman comics and movies in the last 15 years. And that was due to Neil Adams, another big writer and who had a lot of influence on Batman in the 70s, campaigning for it since the 70s, and finally got it through to DC in the 2010s, dude. And now Neil Adams is gone too. I met Neil Adams. He's fucking awesome. I was really depressed the day I met him, and I walked in with my book for him to sign. He goes, "You look like shit," and I'm like, "Yeah, I feel like shit." He's like, "All right, let's take a picture." It cheered me up. So that was kind of nice. But yeah, I just want to let y'all know. I mean, again, another story that comes to mind is Jim Starlin. Jim Starlin Jim Starlin is the guy who created Thanos for Marvel. Thanos is a ripoff of DC's Darkseid, for sure. Jim Starlin also worked at DC before, but again, who cares? Looks different enough. He is a space tyrant. How many different variations of a space tyrant are you going to do? He was asked when Endgame was coming out, like 2019. He was at Comic-Con. And he goes, by the way, Chuck, no, that YouTube's just having problems with live chats right now. And so Jim Starlin was asked at Comic-Con, are you excited to see Thanos on screen? Like, holy shit, this is your character being, he's the center of this movie. And he's like, yeah, that's great. But I just want to tell everybody to buy my creator-owned book, my independent book, because I get more money from that than I ever see from Marvel or any of the characters I created for Marvel or DC. Because you are a freelancer. The gig economy that is coming for all of you already came for comic book writers and artists 50, 60, 80 years ago. It's been happening. It's fucked up. When you think of He-Man, I'll post a link in the chat, which I know is kind of finicky right now. But if you have the spare dollars or anything, please contribute to Roger Sweet's campaign, because the creator of something, He-Man was a cartoon show literally just created to make toys, to advertise toys. It was a toy business cartoon show. But it's relevant enough that people have nostalgia for it. And Amazon has the rights, and they're fucking making a movie. And it's going to make millions of dollars, and they can afford to fucking keep the owner alive, the creator alive. We're in comfort, at least. So that's, I just had to tell y'all about that, because it's so fucked up. It's a huge problem. And again, it's the gig economy, and these are the repercussions of it. So now we're going to talk about the State of the Union. Because last night, I didn't want to watch it. I knew Trump was trying to break a record, and I'm like, I don't want to listen to you talk for like more than 2 hours. Go fuck yourself. But I had a headphone in listening to it while my wife and I watched Gilmore Girls. We're currently going through Gilmore Girls. And I will say, both of us are getting annoyed by Lorelai and Rory to the point where she's even like, dude, we might need to just stop watching this show. It's fucking annoying. But I was like, I would rather listen to them bicker back and forth than listen to Trump straight talk for 2 hours. So I was watching Mehdi Hassan and Francesca Fiorentini do the State of the Union. And again, it was notable in how boring it was. It was fucking boring. They're usually like kind of funny. There's like funny moments, or at least the commentary around it could be fun. It was just straight boring. Nothing really was said of importance. I'm going to talk about the important things that happened. Al Green, holding up the sign that says black people are not apes because of the AI thing that Trump put out a couple weeks ago. And Ilhan Omar shouting that he's killed Americans. Those are the only things you really need to know about the State of the Union. But I did want to visit one of my favorite, the response is what we're really going to get to. Now, the Democrats had a response, and the Working Families Party had a response. Democrats' response was fine. It's Abigail Spanberger. They're trying to build her, like I said yesterday, I believe, they're trying to build her up to like be this, oh my God, this big Democratic win that happened in Virginia. Don't worry about Zoran Mamdani and like that momentum that definitely spilled out to Virginia and New Jersey and other places. And just the tremendous unpopularity of Donald Trump and how like it's gonna happen anyway. Yes, you're gonna win. But I wanted to talk about my favorite response. Now, this was in response to one of Joe Biden's. And I just want everyone, again, you probably forgot that this happened, but this did happen. And, you know, jump scare. This is Katie Britt, and it does matter where she is, right? The Democratic response, it's in Colonial Williamsburg, a fake town created out of nostalgia for a time that never really existed. This is in a model kitchen. And matter of fact, looking back on this and thinking about the rise of like trad wife content and whatnot, and you know what Trump's been trying to do with Project 2025, and the right wing is trying to make everyone want to go back to the 50s, even though that time period never existed. You want to feel like you're on a sitcom. I just want to play a couple seconds of this because this was so creepy.
Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the people of the great state of Alabama in the United States Senate. However, that's not the job that matters most. I am a proud wife and mom of 2 school-aged kids. My daughter Bennett and my son Ridgway are why I ran for this.
Bennett and Ridgway? You named a child Ridgway? What's his nickname? Ridge? Anyways, that, all right.
Senate. I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation.
Now, the way she's talking and like the soft spoken way, and then she'll go into like, and I'm angry and scared. It very much mirrors someone else who has a documentary about her created by Candace Owens, The Bride of Charlie, Erica Kirk, A Wrinkle in Time, because she can't think of an original title. Even The Bride of Charlie is clearly just The Bride of Chucky. Very funny. But that contrast is there, right? Like Katie Britt to Erica Kirk, the way she talks, the performative way she is softening her voice to sound like a scared, vulnerable white woman that you need to protect with your manly ICE powers. Join ICE to protect Katie Britt and Erica Kirk. It popped in my head yesterday, and I wanted to remind y'all about what they're doing, what they're trying to do, and trying to convince women to be a part of. My wife and I are currently watching Love is Blind. There is a contestant whose father is out and out MAGA, asked the boyfriend if he voted for Trump. The boyfriend was like, no, because I wasn't here. I was in Australia, but I would have. And we're both kind of like, and this guy's an asshole. Like, he's like the villain of the season, very much like a fuckboy type. And we're like, girl, this is what you deserve. If you want to go and follow in the footsteps that your father clearly laid out for you, this is the kind of man you marry. One who lies to you, one who won't tell you where he's going, won't tell you if he's going to be stable, won't commit to anything. This is what you deserve if you go for this. And it's very interesting. We're having a good time with this season of Love is Blind. But like I said, one of the only notable things that happened was Ilhan Omar just shouted at Trump when he was talking about protecting Americans, saying, you murdered Americans, screw you. And Omar was on with Wolf Blitzer on CNN, another legacy institution that, people are finding ways around now. But sometimes it's valuable to go on there and just spit hot fire. And that's what happened. So let's take a look at this. I haven't watched this whole clip. Let's see what she says.
CNN reported before that speech that the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, advised your caucus, the Democratic members, to either skip the State of the Union address or sit there in silence.
I remember that. I remember before a couple weeks ago talking about that on stream, that they didn't want any theatrics. You should either skip it, don't show up, or you sit there quietly and take it. And she refused.
Should you have just boycotted the address, and do you think you violated the guidelines set out by your own leader?
No, I think it was really unavoidable. The president talked about protecting Americans, and I just had to remind him that his administration was responsible for killing 2 of my constituents.
In Minneapolis, many members of your Democratic Party criticized their Republican counterparts when they interrupted President Biden's State of the Union address, as a lot of us remember. Do you have any regrets at all about the interaction we played between you and President Trump just last night?
I do not, and I think many people look at that moment when the president says it is our responsibility to protect Americans, and he does not acknowledge the fact that 2 Americans, 2 of my constituents, 2 of our neighbors were killed, and it was important for me to just remind the American people that the president and his administration was responsible for killing 2 American citizens.
With hindsight,
All right. So Wolf Blitzer, as we know, is a Zionist. But again, it is valuable to go on CNN and just talk past him. Like, okay, I'll respond to your question. And then I tell the American people, I think it's important that people are reminded that when he says we want to protect Americans, that he's murdering Americans. The way I would have said "fuck you" so fast and gotten taken off the air. This is who we vote for. Okay, yes, we need to organize. We need electoral politics is not the end all be all. But when you are looking for electoral politics, and you are looking for candidates, pick candidates who share all our values, but can go on TV and not explode at someone who's clearly in bad faith, being like, Marjorie Taylor Greene shouted at Biden. What about you? You're shouting too. These are 2 equal things. We're presenting these to the audience as 2 equal things. And Ilhan's out there being like, well, I'm reminding America that he's killed Americans. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is just shouting to shout because she's a lunatic who is dressed like Cruella DeVille. Etch, I can see that. So maybe YouTube is coming back. Maybe the chat's starting to work again. I don't know. But keep trying, folks. Keep trying to type. The Working Families Party had their own response. And I wanted to watch some of this. I don't think we're going to get through all of it because I do want to get to Dieter's video. But I'm going to watch some of this because this is Summer Lee, who is, I saw the Majority Report describe her as like, she doesn't stand out that much all the time. But like, if you look at her record, it is consistently good. And I think that's a perfect example because she's been in Congress quite a while. So let's take a look at what Summer Lee had to say. Here we go.
The union. The Working Families Party is the political party for working people, not the bosses, not the big dollars. I'm proud to be a part of a movement that is built for and by the people. So let's start with a simple truth. What we are witnessing from our government is authoritarianism. Any response that doesn't acknowledge that truth is a disservice to Americans who deserve and need honesty right now. I listened to Donald Trump's speech tonight. While Trump and his friends profit off his presidency, he's gaslighting us. He wants to convince working families that we're better off under his regime. But we know the truth. Our country is in crisis. For millions of Americans, affordability is out of reach. Trump has driven up the unemployment rate, cutting thousands of federal jobs across the country. Everything he does is making Americans less safe at home and abroad. He's bringing us to the brink of wars in the Middle East and South America. And at home, ICE agents are hunting down human beings and cities are under siege. The FBI is raiding election offices in Georgia. Students are being disappeared for protesting tyranny and genocide in Palestine. The environmental protections we earned after a generation of advocacy are being stripped away. Educators are facing attacks on public and higher education because diversity and truth threaten corporate power. Workers are facing union busting and retaliation. And the Republican-led Congress, it's abdicated its post as a co-equal branch and yielded itself to the oligarchs in the White House. Trump bragged about his tariffs, but they were never about creating jobs. They were a tool for Trump to bully countries or companies into paying fealty to him personally, and about making working people pay the price for his tax cuts for billionaires.
This is fucking hot fire. This should have been the Democratic response. The Democratic response was tepid. We need to get back to norms. The norms are being violated. Oh no, Donald Trump is scary. Maybe they said the word authoritarianism, but she's talking about these are the truths. These are the facts that you have seen. These facts are lining up with what you have seen on video. And this should be resonating with a lot more people. I mean, Working Families Party really been doing the work. I mean, DSA as well, but Working Families Party, I think here in New York, really doing a great job of uplifting great candidates and having great slates of candidates to go to the polls, and you know who you're voting for, and boom.
The courts have blocked his illegal actions, but for too many small businesses and consumers, the damage is done.
Dude, and bringing up the people like the kidnapped students too. Like it's important.
He played up his tax cuts, but forgot to mention that it's $1 trillion giveaway to the wealthiest and well-connected. He talked a big game about banning stock trading, but wants to exempt himself so he can keep on cashing in. The state of the union is dire. We can't afford to believe Trump's lies, and we have to pay attention to his actions. This is not a normal time, and our response to it can't be politics as usual. Trump's speech wasn't a list of accomplishments. It was more like an obituary for the country working people built and a celebration for the billionaires who want to strip it for parts.
Fuck yes, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's keep going.
An obituary for our right to vote, for the ability to make rent or the chance to own a home, for good jobs with the right to organize and strike and stick up for each other. Trump's policies are hurting our communities. Working people feel it every single day. We certainly feel it where I come from in Western Pennsylvania, where I was born, raised, and now represent in Congress. I know what it's like to come from a working class background, to be burdened by student debt, and to witness our communities be neglected time and again. I ran for office because I wanted to make sure the marginalized and unheard voices of my district had representation. Special interests and dark money went hard against me, and still we won. And my district, Pennsylvania's 12th, people work way harder than their paychecks and bank accounts will ever reflect. It's a place where teachers and nurses like my sister show up, even when they're exhausted. Where steel workers carry the pride of generations in their hands, and where restaurant cooks start before sunrise and don't sit down again until midnight. And where childcare workers do some of the hardest work in America and still struggle to pay the rent. We have world-class hospitals, yet people can't access the care they need. Insurance companies drive families into bankruptcy. Parents work 2 jobs and still can't afford childcare. Patients ration medicine just to make it to the end of the month. No matter how hard we work, we continue to struggle. That's the real state of our union.
Fuck yeah, dude. Fucking preach. Summer Lee for goddamn president. Let's fucking go, dude. Why isn't she in the running? I mean, AOC, I'd be happy with AOC and put Summer Lee in the administration somewhere, but holy shit, what a response. I'm going to finish this later. I encourage you all to finish this. This is the Working Families Party on YouTube. This is fantastic. It's getting a like from me. It's fantastic. That is the state of our union. It is shaky, folks. It is shaky. And there is a way out. There is a way out, and it's happening now. People are uniting. People are talking to each other, talking to their neighbors, organizing in flashpoints like Minneapolis, but also around the country. I'm out here handing out leaflets for Lindsey Boylan to get on the ballot. I want a better city council so that I can have a better city and then a better country, because New York leads the fucking way. We're the greatest city on planet Earth. We're going to take a detour to deter and react to his latest video. I think this is the first time we're actually doing this. No, we did it once with Dieter, but Dieter in absentia, we're going to watch his video, America's Political Trichotomy. And I have said to Dieter, I've said while watching his stuff, this should be played in college classrooms. These are great breakdowns of the psychology of the American WASP and just conservatism, period.
An educator from my youth addressed my high school and simplified people into 3 categories: those who create problems, those who are immobilized by problems, and those who solve problems. The last 45 years have proven that there are 3 major categories of political ideologies in America that serve as intellectual umbrellas for more specific ideologies, such as fascism and socialism. Conservatism creates problems. Neoliberalism is immobilized by problems. And progressivism solves problems. Or at least progressives would solve problems if we ever actually acquired real power. Since 1980, conservative economic policy instilled in the American public the cultural assumption that tax cuts, deregulation, and minimizing government, save the military, of course, are legitimate methods for catalyzing economic growth, the benefits of which are supposed to be distributed among the people en masse, but never are. Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, and Donald Trump all prioritized the performance of the stock market over the interests of the American public.
I would add Bill Clinton as well. So did Obama, which he would agree with.
Indicative of America's wealth gap and income inequality problems. Did you know that the top 10% of households own well over 90% of publicly traded stock? For an inverse perspective, the bottom 50% of American households own roughly 2.5% of all wealth in America. These are just 2 of the basic statistics any progressive can use to prove that conservative capitalism does not produce an equal opportunity society. Financially speaking, the American dream does not manifest in a high-paying job so much as it does in the investing opportunities that come from years of having income that produces savings, which are then invested over time to yield returns. Put more simply, the American dream since 1980 has devolved from living a life of purpose to living off the returns of your investments so that you don't have to work anymore.
Greed is good, right? The Reaganites, the movie Wall Street. Greed is good. Sell out. Just start buying shit. Dieter can teach. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. Dieter can teach. I get hypnotized watching this. The way, just the pacing of how he talks, the rage that you could feel behind his voice. He is good. He needs a bigger platform. He needs a bigger platform. Subscribe to American Wasp here on YouTube, folks. Dieter McBusiness, American Wasp. He has 650 subscribers. He needs more. Get more. Again, I want these videos in college courses. Telling students, This is why you don't, because look, when I was a kid, and I'm in progressive private schools my whole life, my parents are Democrats, like former hippies and whatever. I fucking hate them all. And every authority in my life is telling me you should want to, everybody's equal. You should want to be a liberal. You should want to vote Democrat. Don't say these slurs. Don't offend these groups of people. And I'm like, why? Why? I don't see any racism outside. I'm here in New York City. I don't understand that I'm in a bubble because I'm a child, but I don't see any racism. I don't see any conservatism. I don't see people going to church. Why is church such a big problem? Why are these such big problems? I was watching a little bit of Christina and Forrest earlier talking about This Land Is Your Land. We used to sing that in school, in elementary school. And we would change the words to be like, this land is my land. It isn't your land, because fuck you. Stop making us sing these fucking songs. If I have to hear John Lennon's fucking Imagine one more goddamn time, I needed to hear why conservatism was bad from someone to literally explain it to me and be like, your dreams of like becoming a rich and famous director will not happen, are more likely to not happen under this current system than if we had a more democratized, socialized version of the country where, you know, technology kind of caught up. Everybody can have a YouTube channel. You have to work at it really hard, and you get paid fractions of what you get paid if you made a movie like Star Wars, like George Lucas, like my heroes. But there is a way to do it with there's a middle ground there of total exploitation and total everyone's living in tribes and nobody has electricity. I needed this in school.
A legendary Oliver Stone film about the financial giants that played the stock market in the 80s by the name of Wall Street not so subtly criticizes the devastating cultural assumption that Reaganomics endowed America with over the course of the last 45 years.
See, that's funny because I didn't know that movie was criticizing it. I should have, but I've also never seen the movie. I want to watch it, but I assume, much like American Psycho, Goodfellas, The Godfather, Scarface, Wolf of Wall Street, the people who watch it aren't really taking in the critique. Fight Club aren't really taking in the satire. They're just going, well, they seem to be really rich and having a good time. I want to do that. Not, this will eat away your soul. You will have no morals. People will hate you. It's like, I don't care. I get to do whatever I want. I'm Christian Bale, fucking and looking in the mirror. Idiots.
Greed is good. The saddest part of my three categories of American political ideologies is that 2 out of the 3 reinforce the greed is good cultural assumption, one explicitly and the other implicitly. While Republicans have unapologetically pursued tax cuts and deregulation with their political power, so too have Democrats since Bill Clinton transformed the party of structural change into the party of neoliberal incrementalism.
Of course, he brings up Bill Clinton because, of course, he's smart. He knows this shit. Looks like Chad is back 100% for most people. Thank you, Boku, for keeping up with it. Chuck, you haven't seen American Psycho? You should check it out. It's good. It's good. You know, it's not as like, I don't know. It's not that uncomfortable to watch. It is. I won't lie and say it isn't, but it's not like Human Centipede where like that's all you're getting and that's it. It's nuanced, it's funny, it's dark, it's creepy. You ever see the movie Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal? It's a little less disturbing than that movie. And that movie is fucking fantastic. Latino Mufuna says, Chuds also didn't realize that All in the Family was making fun of them with Archie Bunker. Yes, very true. Now, there was a great video essay I watched years ago. I think it was by Jose that broke down All in the Family and why it worked but also why it didn't work. Hey, Boku, Nightcrawler is great. It's a great movie about scurvy, gross, scummy journalists and ambulance chasers. But yes, All in the Family, the success of it is, yes, showing that these bigoted ideas are old and outdated. However, having Archie Bunker be the protagonist of the show, for all intents and purposes, inherently the audience identifies with that, or at least sympathizes with that. So you've now made your main character the person that everyone should learn to not to admonish. You know what I mean? But all in all in the Family is great. I love The Jeffersons, which is a spinoff of All in the Family. Anyways, let's continue.
Which politically amounts to nothing more than conservative capitulation. When Bill Clinton publicly pronounced the era of big government is over, he conceded the intellectual high ground that the Democratic Party still had a chance to hold. That conservative capitalism does not produce an equitable economy. Thus, the government should and must make changes to the system to make the system more equitable. With respect to the false binary, that is the question of whether or not government is the solution to citizens' problems or the source of citizens' problems, Bill Clinton let America forget the legacy of Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal Democratic Party. Any reasonable person who knows both their American history and has reason.
I just love how fucking angry he gets. Because it is. He's so fucking furious, but he's delivering it in this like college professor cadence. It's really impressive and it's natural. It's not even like he's doing this on purpose. This is just how he delivers.
Reasonable comprehension of problem solving can tell you that the presence of government in society is not a question of big versus small, but rather effective versus ineffective. By proclaiming the era of big government is over, Bill Clinton conceded ideological holy ground that banished the lovable ghost of FDR from Washington and allowed the ghost of Reagan to haunt the halls of the district for 30 years and counting. Bill Clinton personifies the dichotomy of public memory versus history. According to public memory,
that's a good distinction. Because like I was just talking about, did he fucking read my mind and make this video 2 weeks ago about what I was going to say? Because we've been talking about that this hour. That people forget these important stories that happen versus this is literally things that happen. These are all tied together. It's all important. The media will help you forget, though.
Clinton was a sleazy guy, but an effective president. Even Bernie Sanders is on public record calling Bill Clinton an overall good president. That was during the 2016 primaries, however. So I think Bernie was probably accommodating the memory of Clinton as opposed to the history of Clinton. Because according to history, Bill Clinton's policies devastated not just the Democratic Party's ideological foundation, but the foundations of America's economy, culture, and society established under the New Deal. Trade, banking, criminal justice, welfare, and the Fourth Estate were all transformed under Clinton and not for the better. History has proven that Clinton's North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, would lead to outsourcing, taking away millions of good middle-class jobs over the decades. Clinton's repeal of the New Deal's Glass-Steagall legislation allowed retail banks to merge with and become investment banks. The consolidation of financial institutions that would ensue exacerbated wealth inequality and produced the Great Recession of 2008. Clinton's racist crime bill devastated poor communities of color and gave way to law enforcement's culture of urban warfare, the militarization of our local police. The list of Clinton's failures doesn't end there. Clinton's welfare to work reform came from Newt Gingrich's Congress and hurt millions of poor families, both urban and rural. Finally, my personal favorite, Bill Clinton's 1996 Telecommunications Act allowed for historic levels of consolidation in media. And
I thought that was Reagan, but I get maybe Reagan did like the fair, not the fair use thing, but the like, you need a balanced voice on every news channel thing. I don't know. Reagan did some shit with communications to fuck shit up, right? To allow for like Limbaugh and stuff like that to exist.
Transformed the public good that was news into the for-profit entertainment business news has become today. 2016 brought about the greatest internal conflict the Democratic Party had seen since Ted Kennedy challenged Jimmy Carter, a sitting president, in 1980. The 2016 Democratic Party primary race between Hillary and Bernie would take establishment versus anti-establishment to a whole new level of cultural relevance. In case you've forgotten, the DNC establishment gave Hillary every advantage they could, while Bernie tried to transform the party by focusing on big-time policies such as Medicare for all, free college, and raising the minimum wage. Without revisiting history that you can Google on your own, let's just say that that race came down to the DNC establishment telling everyone on the left it's Hillary's turn, while progressives cared anew about Bill Clinton's legendary policy failures that I just listed. And they didn't want to revisit that style of government. Hillary versus Bernie in 2016, and to a lesser extent, Biden versus Bernie in 2020, exposed the vast ideological gap that exists on the left between baby boomer Democrats who think capitalism can work and younger progressives who are starting to pay more attention to politics, only to realize that the baby boomer politicians copped out of their responsibility to improve America generation to generation.
Fuck yeah, dude. Everybody go give Dieter a follow and finish this video on your own time. Because, folks, that's about gonna do it for me. I wanted to bring up the fact that, yes, Hillary thought it was her turn. I will never forget because I wasn't watching the news at the time. The way I got my news is, for most of my life, has been Saturday Night Live, stand-up comedy, and South Park. I remember vividly when the primary was happening in like 2007 or 8, and Tina Fey went on. I think she wasn't hosting it. She wasn't a regular on the show anymore. The Weekend Update hosts were Seth Meyers and Amy Poehler, and Tina Fey showed back up to be like, "Hey, Hillary, we love her. She may be a bitch, but like bitches get things done. You know, vote for Hillary." And then she lost the primary to Barack Obama, this upstart senator who gave the response speech to the State of the Union in 2004, tying it all in here in the theme. And he won the primary, upsetting Hillary, like a literal upset, but also she was very upset. And I remember Tracy Morgan coming on Saturday Night Live the next week or 2 weeks later, whenever that happened, being like, "You thought bitch was the new black? No. Black is the new black, bitch." And I think that really not the SNL thing, but I think that mood was the mood. You thought it was your turn, but oops, popularity and a majority of the vote didn't go your way. You're going to have to wait. It's not your turn, Hillary. You don't get turns. Maybe hanging out with Epstein, you thought you could you all get turns. It's Bill's turn now, then it's going to be George W. Bush, and then it'll be you, and then it'll be Trump or whoever. But that shit, that's for real. It's my turn. I stood by Bill when he cheated on me. I moved to New York and became a senator in New York to have some kind of job experience other than first lady. I got beaten by the black guy who we tried to smear as like a radical Black Panther terrorist by putting out the videos of Farrakhan. That was her campaign. That wasn't John McCain yet. It was still the primary. And now Bernie, this old fucking Jew from fucking Vermont, is going to take my spot. The popularity's on his side this time and not me. I'm Hillary Clinton. It's my turn. And you got your turn and you lost. You lost to Donald fucking Trump. A joke, a caricature of a rich guy from Back to the fucking Future, from Simpsons, South Park, every fucking cartoon that exists that made fun of a rich guy was some kind of pastiche on Donald Trump. You lost to him because you were all hanging out with Epstein together, or again, just funded by billionaires, as Dieter has laid out. You sold out. You copped out because Reagan was so successful, and you did, what are we going to do as the Democratic Party? How are we going to ever win again if we don't get big donors? Let's just bend over. What do you want? You want the crime bill? You want us to lock up black people? Fine. What do you want? Welfare cuts? We'll cut welfare. What do you want? Banks? You want the banking guys? You want to be able to invest with people's 401ks? Here you go. They threw it all out, and we're taking it back. We're here now, Hillary. You can't get rid of us, Hillary. We're going to take it back, Hillary. Anyways, folks, that's me. I might be on later at 10 o'clock for left past 10. But right now, we got the Valley Labor Report coming up. And thank you very much for sticking with me.
The ACLU filed a supplementary brief where they raise new arguments about what laws should apply, what the rules should be to determine when an employer can fire someone.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
We got another case at the NLRB that I wanted to talk to you about, and that's actually what kicked off the argument that you had with Richard Hanania. The ACLU is trying to make it easier for them to fire a worker for criticizing management. Can you give us the facts and the narrative of that case before we talk about what they're arguing right now?
Yeah, I mean, the short of it is that there's an employee, Kate O, and Kate was criticizing management, not just by herself, but for other people, had a number of grievances against a specific manager who the ACLU actually went on to investigate, and he ended up leaving the organization. I don't know, resigned, fired, always kind of hard to tell, but the investigation seemed to find merit actually in her complaints about how he was treating workers, which were not just her complaints, were other workers. And she posted some on social media criticizing certain things that the ACLU was asking them to do. Basic protected activity stuff, but also the kind of stuff that irritates management, especially if you're doing it publicly. Retaliation is something that you'll often see in those settings, and that's what she got. She got fired, and she, is a lawyer and was represented by a union at the time, the Nonprofit Employees Union, and they brought unfair labor practice charges, just alleging basic retaliation for protected speech, protected activity, complaining about working conditions, and also filed for arbitration because the ACLU had an arbitration policy, not as part of a collective bargaining agreement, but just because they didn't even have a CBA yet. They were still, negotiating that. But separately, they had their own arbitration policy that restricted the ACLU from firing people without just cause. So she also brought a claim in arbitration saying that she had been fired without just cause. And the ACLU's main argument on all of this is that she was essentially fired for being racist. But we've now had two proceedings. The ALJ opinion's like 100 pages long. There's nothing that she said that's racist. She's Korean American, for what that's worth. Her boss was black, but she didn't say anything about him being black. She was talking about how he was treating workers, and he ended up getting fired anyways for that. But they kind of were doing that thing, which I guess we associate a little bit with wokeness overreach or whatever. In this case, I would say it's more of like cynical management stuff, taking advantage of progressive nonprofit, internal politics and whatever. But she won. The administrative law judge said that she had been fired in violation of the NLRA. The arbitrator said that she had been fired without just cause. And so she won both of those, and she's sitting just kind of like waiting for appeals and stuff. Like the ACLU could at any time just say, all right, we lost. We're going to reinstate you with back pay, which is what, they're required to do. But they can also appeal and do other kinds of things to waste time and delay all that further. And so one of the things that they chose to do in January was, as soon as we got that new NLRB, finally we got 3 members on the board. They have a quorum. They sent in a motion saying that they want to file a supplementary brief, and they need the board to give them permission to do that. They want to file a supplementary brief where they raise new arguments about what laws should apply, what the rules should be to determine when an employer can fire someone. So it can't just be so under current law, and what was the law for a very long time. When you're engaging in protected speech and you're criticizing your employer, that's protected, but there are limits. If you say, hey, I don't like what you're paying me, and then just say, you stupid N-word or something, to your boss, that's going to lose protection of the act, as they say. Yeah, you talked about working conditions, but the way you did it was so opprobrious, as they say, that it goes over the line. And that was a very extreme test that they used for so long. My favorite case on this was a case called Pier 60, where a guy went on Facebook. This was like I think he worked in like he was like a waiter, but like at a resort hotel or something. And he was really mad at his boss, whose name was Bob. And he went onto Facebook and he just posted, "Bob is a nasty MFer. You don't know how to talk to anybody, blah, blah, blah." And he got fired, and the board reinstated him and said, that's not too far. You can say that if you want. And so that's a pretty extreme standard, like you have to be, mostly what they're worried about is if you're threatening people. Like, let's be honest, is if you're not just being mean about how you don't like your working conditions, but you're also kind of suggesting you're going to hit the guy, and she didn't do anything like that. So none of that was a problem for her. But during the first Trump administration, there was a case called General Motors where they had reversed that rule, that long running rule, which was called Atlantic Steel. They had reversed it and basically said that as long as the employer, kind of has a general policy, this is a very simple paraphrase, but let's say the employer just generally doesn't tolerate like impolite speech, In that case, if the way you complain about working conditions is impolite, then they can fire you. Not because, and the theory here is they're not firing you because you're complaining about working conditions. They're firing you because you're being impolite. And so
that would be, just to maybe sort of add on to that, that would be like a similar logic to the rule that says you can't do union solicitation in a break room if you are not allowed to do other solicitation in the break room. Am I remembering that correctly? Like if it is normal for a workplace to allow their workers to say like, oh, you know, my church is having a fundraiser, would you be willing to donate to it? Or my daughter has Girl Scout cookies, or, you know, whatever, or you know, something like that. If they're normally allowed to do that, then they can also do that with union stuff. But if they're never allowed to do any solicitation, then it's acceptable that they don't do union solicitation. Am I correct about that? About that being the law? And then if yes, is there kind of like a similar dynamic there in the reasoning?
Yeah, that is correct. Now, you do have certain solicitation rights that cannot be banned by the employer on non-work time and non-work areas. But beyond that, the employer can ban all solicitation, and that could include union solicitation. But they can't have a rule against solicitation that singles out union solicitation while allowing other kinds of non-work related solicitation. So a facially neutral rule, but it can't be discriminatory towards unions. And there is an analogy there that I see, right, is they're saying, well, we're just applying the same impoliteness rule to everything, not just to working condition speech. The way that they analogize it in General Motors is they actually analogize it to right line, which is the test that's applied to situations where, let's say, a worker does two different things. On the one hand, they engage in protected activity, they complain about working conditions. On the other hand, they were late for work, you know, the next day, and the employer fires them. And under right line, the kind of key question is, if all they had done was be late for work, and you weren't also pissed at them for talking about working conditions, would you have still fired them? And if the employer can show that, yeah, we fire everyone who's late from work all the time, then they're going to be allowed to do that, and we're not going to assume that the reason they fired them is because they're talking about working conditions. They analogize it to that. The problem with that analogy is that right line is dealing with two actions, right? On the one hand, I did protected activity. On the other hand, I violated a rule. Whereas when we're talking about losing protection of a particular speech act, that's just one thing. So we're actually determining whether it is protected. We're not determining whether you had some other motive. And the question of what kinds of speech should be protected, is that the kind of thing that should be subject to an employer's policy, with some employers having very permissive policies because they let people say all sorts of things, or, you know, others or should it be an objective thing that's true across the board, across all workplaces? I, of course, think it's the latter. That had been the rule since the 70s, and it was disturbed during the first Trump administration. The Biden administration flipped it back to what it had been since the 70s, and the ACLU is basically saying, hey, why don't we go back to how it was for a few years under the first Trump administration.
Okay, I see. Thank you for laying out that I like. That's I don't know, that's super persuasive to me, but obviously it would be, right? You know, I'm a union partisan. So you said on Twitter that you took issue with this. Obviously, you had a lot of words for the ACLU, and Richard Hanania took issue with your taking issue with the ACLU. You said that the ACLU is attempting to delete the speech rights of all private sector workers. And so Richard Hanania jumps in, and he says that everything about labor discourse uses upside down logic. Here, limit the speech of workers doesn't mean they can't speak. It just means they need to follow the rules that are a condition of their employment. This is like saying allowing businesses to set work schedules is government restricting freedom of travel for employees. You responded to it on Twitter, but I'm interested in a further elaboration of it. How would you respond? what is your response to that argument?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go at it. On Twitter, although I didn't say this explicitly, I just copy and pasted some text from the NLRA, the like top of the NLRA, where they're talking about the purpose of the law, which never comes up because that's not but it's in there and it's fun to read. And then there's also the Norris LaGuardia Act that preceded the NLRA, which was passed in 1932, and it has like a little purpose and like policy statement in it. And I find those very fascinating because they are so at odds with the way that we think about freedom and capitalism, which is what he's getting at. He's got this very Mickey Mouse idea that, hey, we're all making voluntary choices and you've reached an agreement with your employer, so that was like a voluntary agreement, and then if you break it, of course they can fire you and you can leave at any time, so it's all free association, free contract, all this kind of stuff, right? That's kind of this like philosophical way that we legitimize a system that when you look at it from the outside, you go, wow, it seems like actually there's people at the top and people at the bottom, and the people at the top really have a lot of power over people at the bottom. It seems like a lot of domination and exploitation going on. Instead of saying that, we go, it's actually everyone's just freely choosing this all the time. We're all just choosing to work, choosing that because we like our boss, whatever, right?
Right.
But that's kind of the foundational sort of myth of liberal capitalism, right? So I get why that's where he goes. But what I like about the NLRA and the Norris LaGuardia Act is whatever it lacks in its actual substance, which I don't think at present is all that helpful to workers, it has some very radical statements in it. So the Norris LaGuardia Act starts this way. He goes, whereas under prevailing economic conditions, developed with the aid of governmental authority for owners of property to organize in the corporate and other forms of ownership association, the individual unorganized worker is commonly helpless to exercise actual liberty of contract and to protect his freedom of labor and thereby to obtain acceptable terms and conditions of employment. So, they start with the idea that, hey, the government has created this capitalist system where we have owners and companies that kind of control and run everything. They control the capital. They control the means of production, in like a socialist sense. And for that reason, like a worker standing alone doesn't really have any power to like exercise actual freedom of contract and actual freedom of labor and speech or whatever. They're forced to subject themselves to one or another of these employing entities that kind of own everything and control everything. And so for that reason, like we need to be realistic about this and say that that is a place of power and control, and they're going to need legal protection of the state if we don't want the power that the owners were given by the state to trample over their rights. So I would say that's a very beautiful sentence and very weird because it sounds like something like a Marxist would write, but it's sitting there right in the U.S. Statutes. But that's the basic upshot. Like, do we want to talk about like liberal capitalist theory, or do we want to be like living in reality? And in a weird way, for the last 10 years or so, we realize now somewhat cynical, perhaps, sort of right-wing understandings of this, right? That was kind of the whole thing about cancel culture to an extent that they were critiquing was employers and educational institutions and public accommodations and all these things we interact with. Like, in order for us to be able to have individual freedom and be able to express what we think, good, bad, hateful, not hateful, whatever, however you want to view it, to have that freedom of individual expression, we need to be able to retain our employment, not get fired, not get kicked out of school, be able to go to the grocery store, be able to use card payment networks, be able to use banks, all that kind of stuff. And if those things start shutting down and our access to them gets shut down, if we say certain things, then we really don't have the right to say those things. And they were correct, like in the broadest way when they were saying those things. And now obviously things are on the other foot. But yeah, I think that's basically correct. I think anyone who has had a job in real life knows that at times you're like, oh, I don't know if I want to say that. I don't know if I want to get in the newspaper about how I'm supporting this or that candidate because I know my boss might not like it, and you're constantly having to navigate what level of political participation, public participation, what kinds of things you might say or coordinate with others, because you also need to maintain your professional status and your ability to retain employment.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
I do have to say I'm bummed that there are so many people that are not willing to kind of grapple with this. I mean, and really on either side, right? I mean, because we're a union radio program and we're concerned with just cause protections and free speech in the workplace and stuff. I mean, we've always been kind of skeptical of the sort of like, oh, you say an improper thing on Twitter and so you're going to get fired. I mean, that's always kind of been, we're like, well, they should have a union contract and then they wouldn't, then they wouldn't be fired. Right. But on either side, it's frustrating that there's so few people kind of grappling with, well, what should actually the policy be, and so Hanania is kind of falling into this because I'm sure that I guess I wasn't following him super closely during peak woke, I guess you would say, from 2018 to 2022 or whenever it was, but I imagine that he had some of these anti-cancel culture takes, but he says that he recognizes, his response on Twitter is that I recognize there are ways that the market restricts freedom, but freedom in I recognize freedom as in a libertarian sense as closer to the kind of freedom we should want than policies that abridge freedom of association. So he's like, okay, look, it seems to me the real world, I recognize what you're saying about the real world, but we should do policies to move us towards this more libertarian sort of freedom of contract sort of world than, what you're talking about, where the government is interfering in the freedom of contract. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, what does that mean? Like, what kind of steps would that entail? I mean, to me, when I think about it through my lens, I'm thinking, well, that would require quite a radical overhaul in a way that I don't think libertarians generally like. Like, in a weird way, this is an accommodation to capitalists, not maybe libertarian capitalism. It's an accommodation to capitalism to say, look, our kind of corporate system that we've set up with our laws, right, where we create corporate law and securities law and property law and contract law and bankruptcy law, that whole like installation, those like institutions that kind of create our thing, it does seem to crush individual freedom of kind of workers, people who don't own capital. But rather than kind of radically undo all that, what if we just kind of stick in some protections for them, to make sure that, the power doesn't go too far? That's like an accommodation to that. If you want to be like, well, I don't like those protections because that's like the state stepping in. Okay, well, let's take this logic and say, okay, well, the other path then to maintaining that freedom is to like fully unwind the whole corporate capitalist system. Like, that's what's going on in the Norris LaGuardia Act, that part that I just read, is they're like, well, we have this corporate capitalist system. It kind of is not good for the freedom of workers. Rather than unwind this corporate capitalist system, what if we stick in some protections for workers? And he's like, wow, but when you stick in those protections for workers, that's state action. I don't really like that. And you're like, okay, well, so we're not doing that. Then what do we have to do? Like, you kind of, now you see where we have to go. And it's probably not a place that someone like him would want to go. But I mean, look, I think, especially when it comes to making sure people feel like they have real freedom, I think there's a lot of things you can do that aren't just labor regulation, right? So, because labor regulation often doesn't work anyways, like people still get fired illegally and it can be hard to get them reinstated. And by the time you do, you've got moved on to another job, right? I'm not saying that's the best thing. Now, having a union president who can grieve it and like we saw with GM, which I think you're going to go in like that can do a whole lot for you. But there's other things as well, like just protecting people from like economic collapse, like personal economic collapse can do a lot, right? High unemployment benefits can do a lot. Universal health care can do a lot. Like, imagine if you felt like, hey, if I get fired, worst case scenario is I can get unemployment benefits that will replace like 90% of my income, and I don't lose my health insurance anyways because it's public health insurance. That is Denmark. That's literally, I've just described what it is in Denmark to lose your job. In that situation, you're also going to feel a lot more freedom unrelated to specific rules about how the employer can't do this and that, So I'm all for that as well. I'm not saying it's got to be a all or nothing, like labor regulation is your only tool, but you can't just pull it out and then expect things to go.
I think that's a great segue to, I mean, he's got like whole long essays. I mean, there was one of them about how the title is "Unions Are Not the Way to Help the Poor" or something, and it's like it's like thousands of words. I read most of it last night, and his primary gripe there, he's got all these moral arguments about how unions are evil and immoral and stuff because of, the government coercion. And I think we've kind of adequately addressed that to the extent that we can without him here to rebut it. And we did invite him on the program, but I'm not saying that he was like dodging. I mean, we're like a small Twitter account and we DM'd him. And so he probably just hasn't seen it. So, if he happens to see this, I would be interested in getting him on the show to rebut some of these. But so his primary gripe about it, or one of the primary gripes, is that unions and labor regulations are inefficient redistributive mechanisms, right? And so he's got an analogy here to try to demonstrate the absurdity of unions as a redistributive mechanism. He says, let's say a nation is concerned about poverty, so it passes a law that says the rich will have to give some of their money redistributed will have to have some of their money redistributed to the poor. But instead of a progressive income tax used to fund cash payments to the unfortunate, the government decides that wealthy people who happened to be born in the spring will give their money to poor people whose birthdays are in the summer. Moreover, this redistribution does not go to anybody who is too poor. You have to already have a job to qualify, and a certain kind of job at that. In fact, you are going to make the poorest of the poor worse off through the policy. Finally, instead of cash payments that they can spend on whatever they actually need, the recipients of aid get gift cards to Bed Bath and Beyond. That is from Why Unions Are Immoral. And so, you can, if you're familiar with kind of the way that unions work, you can kind of recognize some of the parallels that he's trying to get at here. Unions primarily only we would argue they benefit everybody, but they primarily certainly benefit the people who are members of the unions and work in a firm. So they don't help as directly other people. There are all sorts of other stuff like seniority that he doesn't like, that he feels like are kind of restrictive on innovation and things like this. And so he says, look, let's grant that there is too much inequality. I don't think he would grant it, actually, but he's saying, look, if we did, let's just redistribute income directly, like you, and so I'm interested in how you would respond to this, Brunig, because you are constantly, what one of your bailiwicks is like efficient distribution and tax systems and stuff, and lamenting inefficient redistribution. And so what do you make of the idea that let's just get rid of government protection for unions and labor regulation and go with direct income redistribution from the rich to the poor, and it's a direct transfer?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big welfare state fan as well. So I think you can do both. At People's Policy Project, my think tank, we mostly write about welfare policy. These two things just do different things. Labor relations policy deals with labor relations, right? And the welfare state primarily functions as a way to get money and resources to people who currently are not working. They may have worked at some other time, but you think about our welfare state, it goes to the elderly, it goes to disabled people, it goes a lot to kids, right? Like education and food stamps, and that's mostly for kids. Even Medicaid and CHIPS, mostly for kids. Unemployment benefits, people who are unemployed. Paid leave, if you're in a state that has that, that's when you're not working, right? So we have a system for getting money to people who aren't currently working, which is the welfare state. That should be improved. And then we also, but that still leaves the question of how are we going to organize how are we going to organize production, and how are we going to organize labor and companies and all that stuff, like the productive aspect of our society? How is that supposed to be organized? And what people like Richard are doing without realizing it is they're just kind of taking their own favored system as if it's like the baseline. It's the normal system, and then you have to give some argument for why we have to deviate from the distribution that would result from his kind of system, where you set up the rules to be this sort of like laissez capitalist productive system. But those aren't the default rules, right? We have all kinds of rules, and we could argue that what he wants is actually to redistribute away from the distribution that would result from some other set of rules. So let me make this concrete. This is an example I've used many times before, but McDonald's is a good case study there. So in Denmark, I think people have seen, like, McDonald's workers make whatever, $25 an hour, something like that. In the U.S., they make whatever, $10, $15 an hour, $12. It might depend on where you work, but there's a huge difference between the amount of money that they make. And you can explain why that is by saying, well, look, in Denmark, there's something called the Restaurants and Hotel Employees Union. We have like Unite here. And it covers all the restaurant hotel employees in the whole country, including McDonald's workers. So they kind of just get paid on the same scale as all the other restaurant workers. Here, McDonald's workers, we don't have that kind of union organization. There's this weird franchising that occurs, all this kind of stuff that makes it to where they're paid different amounts in the different countries. Now, Hanania wants us to start from the US model and go, why change to the Danish model? That's not efficient. Why would you switch to that one? That's and then we're redistributing money to McDonald's workers, but aren't there poorer people than McDonald's workers, et cetera, et cetera. But why not instead we flip it and we go, let's just assume the Danish thing is the default. Why then would we switch to the American approach? Why would you take money away from McDonald's workers to give it to McDonald's shareholders or whoever else winds up with that money in the American system? So what we're doing when we're creating the rules that govern production, labor relations, corporate law, securities law, whatever, we are determining the distribution of income. We're not changing it. We're not redistributing it as if there is some default distribution of income that we then reform to modify. No, we are determining it in the first place. So to my mind, if I'm having to determine it in the first place, I would like something like you have in the Nordic countries where almost everyone is in a union. And as a result, labor gets a higher share of the revenue that comes into a firm. And also the distribution of wages among workers is compressed. So higher paid workers make sort of less than they do here. Lower paid workers make more than they do here. I would take that, you put them out in front of me. I'm going to pick that option over this option. And that's got nothing to do with the welfare state. You also then need to do the welfare state. But what does taking $1 from a McDonald's shareholder, relative to the American context and having it put in a McDonald's paycheck, how does that have any effect on our ability to do the welfare state? It doesn't. And in fact, in these countries where they have the most unionization and wages are the most compressed, they also have the biggest welfare states. These two things typically go together, in part because it's the unions that put in place the welfare states. Like politically, that's the force behind those things.
And the final argument that he has that I wanted to get your thought on is the immorality of it. And so, he has this moral vision of the government coercion, but also, the fact that he feels like it undermines respect for entrepreneurs. So here is here's a quote from one of his essays about it. Organized labor targets the entrepreneurs and businesses who have done the most to alleviate the suffering of the poor, instead of season of birth-based redistribution, which we talked about in his analogy. It would be as if those who donated to charity were held uniquely responsible for any harms that befall those they give their money to. If you hand a poor person $1 and they buy a sandwich and choke on it, you're on the hook for their medical bills. Being pro-organized labor reflects an anti-capitalist attitude which leads to an inverted understanding of human progress and a demonization of the members of society society we should feel most grateful towards, and specifically calls out Bezos as somebody who has, done great things for society, and so
how grateful are you?
Therefore, therefore, not only should society at large feel grateful to him, but also Amazon workers specifically.
Sorry. I mean, so I'm trying to even get my head around this. Like, on the one hand, it's kind of like a vibes point, right? Where he says, hey, the nature of organizing a union and sort of fighting for higher pay and that sort of thing, like, you can't help but say, well, who else is getting this money? And, they kind of become the villain. And, I keep slipping back into my sort of socialist thought and just thinking like, well, that's what you're identifying is that in our system, there's an inherent antagonism between capital and labor, right? This is like the most basic stuff ever, right? Because the company gets money in, they pay their suppliers, and then there's like a pot of money left. And some of that money will go to the owners and some of the money will go to the workers. And every dollar you give one or the other is a dollar that could have gone to one or the other, right? So that's an inherent part of our system, is that there's just an antagonism between allocating money to owners, allocating money to workers. If you want to like have that not be the case, again, you're talking about something very radical that would need to change to bring these things into public ownership, collective ownership, whatever, right? And then you extinguish that inherent tension. But if you're going to set it up like this, like that's the tension that's going to be present. The other funny thing
I
is, like,
think also I'm interested in some more from you on this, but also I mean it really takes for granted it's just like saying taxation is theft. Takes for granted that the people who had the income to begin with had the right to it to begin with. It takes for granted that the ownership structure is right and moral, and that there shouldn't be a different percentage of ownership and control over the enterprise. It takes for granted that Bezos ought to be able to, almost single-handedly control a nearly $1 trillion enterprise, because he happened to be there kind of at the beginning of it. And so therefore, because of that, the people that contributed to it and made it what it is today, they don't get the control over it. They just, and it really takes that for granted without arguing for it, which I think is a frustrating thing.
Yes. No, there's question begging that goes into this in a number of levels. Another level is related to sort of who produced what value, which again is a very fundamental thing, right? So he's just assuming that the money that flows to an entrepreneur or an owner, that is an accurate assessment of how much value they created. But if you were to change the rules such that instead of Bezos having 100 billion, he only had 80 billion, that would necessarily mean that there was $20 billion of value that he actually generated that now, someone else has. But what is our like objective measure? How do we know that the amount of value he actually generated was 100 billion instead of 80? How do we know this? And you can't just tell me because he got it, right? Because that now it's circular. Because in a different set of rules and systems, he wouldn't have got it, right? So we need something outside of just pointing to the fact that he got it to explain why that is his value and not someone else's value. And that, again, goes to the key of the whole way we have these sorts of disputes, right? Is the workers are coming in and saying, well, wait a minute, I think maybe you were actually taking money in excess of what you produced. Like, sure, you did entrepreneurial labor. I'm not saying that that doesn't take work. Of course it does. But there's millions of us who built the warehouses, who move all the packages, and I think we are maybe more responsible for more of the value than we have gotten. And maybe you've taken more of it than you actually contributed. And there's no like scientific way to settle that. It's a normative judgment.
Right. Exactly. Well, would love to have him on to rebut sometime, and so maybe that'll work out at some point in the future. But appreciate you coming on and hanging out with us. Is there anything else going on at the NLRB that you think that folks should know about? Any other cases that should be watched?
The big thing that's come out, kind of reassuringly, though maybe only for a little while, is it's pretty clear that they're not looking to overturn board law at the present. So, for at least the next 6 months, it seems like things are going to be stable. Um, you know, I don't, it takes longer than that to process a case anyway, so maybe that's not that helpful. But that was a big thing to look for, was, are they going to come in immediately and start overturning precedent? Both the general counsel and the board has indicated that they do not intend to do that. So, that could be slightly good news for the time being.
You've got a new book out. Tell us about it.
That's right, the National Labor Relations book. So in addition, I run NLRB Edge, which is a newsletter that tracks the NLRB, nlrbedge.com, and then I also have a website, nlrbresearch.com, which contains all of the legal material that's at the board, all their decisions, all their memos, everything going all the way back to 1945. And it also has all the stuff on all the dockets. Anyways, because I have all that information, it's kind of occurred to me that I could use AI and large language models to produce outlines of board law. And those things exist. Lawyers produce them. They're called legal reference books. There's one called Developing Labor Law. Very expensive, though, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And with AI and LLMs, you could kind of do it in a more automatic fashion. And I used to be a programmer, and I mean, I guess I still am, but not, so I kind of know how to do that stuff. So I used the LLMs to create a book that essentially gives you a rundown of the 100 most cited cases in NLRB history and how those cases have been applied. So we take the 100 most recent cases that cite to each of the 100 most cited cases, and we get 10,000 cases. And what results is a book that, surprisingly, I mean, as someone who does, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good rundown of the most common stuff you're going to run into in board law, like retaliation and discrimination and information requests and unilateral changes and coercive rules and all this kind of stuff that comes up a lot. It's got a good rundown of it. And yeah, you can get it at nlrbresearch.com/book. It's $10. Is designed to be useful to union staff, rank and file, the kind of people who deal with this stuff but aren't lawyers, don't have access to legal databases, but could use something helpful, to kind of get the ball rolling on charges and even just spotting things that are illegal and stuff like that. So yeah, check it out.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate it. And I've enjoyed the conversation on Twitter about the use case for LLMs and AI. And I've been trying over the last couple of months to learn a little bit, to try to find applications in my life where I can use it. I had a really big sort of revelation, I guess you could say, maybe about a year ago. I was driving a letter carrier and a NASA IT specialist to a union press conference, and the letter carrier, who's a steward, right, was going back and forth with the IT specialist the whole ride. It was an hour and a half. We were going to Chattanooga, and the whole ride they spent talking about applications of ChatGPT and how it's helpful for him in doing grievances and stuff like this, and going back about the latest models and it's all and how it's allowed him to file a whole lot more grievances. So I think that there's a lot of interesting use cases. So.
A grievance robot. That's the way to go. Yeah, no, I mean, like any tool, used for good or bad, but we should use it for good.
There you go.
For as long as it exists.
Yeah. All right, Matt Brunig, labor lawyer, proprietor of NLRB Edge. Thank you so much for taking the time. I appreciate it. Always enjoy talking to you.
In 1980, Reagan won Massachusetts. There were over 100,000 students unregistered, over 50,000 blacks, 50,000 Hispanics. He won by 2,500.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
This is one of my favorite speeches by Jesse Jackson, and he's someone I've been listening to pretty much the whole time I've been in politics and organizing, for most of my adult life at this point. And I think whatever you think of Jackson's politics or him as a person, you can recognize someone who is a master of rhetoric and someone who really knows how to give a hell of a speech. He had some really great ones. He had some great one-liners he could hit you with. But the thing that really stands out to me is that, you know, a lot of folks who came of age in the last 10 years or so in politics have been really inspired by the Bernie Sanders campaigns in 2016 and 2020. And it's remarkable how much Jesse Jackson's campaigns in the 80s were really precursors to that. Very similar theory of change in terms of activating the non-voters, the disengaged, trying to bring a coalition of poor and working class people across racial lines with the Rainbow Coalition, and really leaning on, trying to get out and activate the marginalized and get those folks to the polls, and doing that with a message of progressive populism and being willing to stand up to the corporate interest. And of course, in the 80s, right, this is like the height of Reaganism. And we know the opposition that Sanders faced in his runs, and certainly the opposition that Jackson faced as well, not just from corporate interests, but from racial bigotry as well. So all that to say, you know, certainly heard the news this week that he passed, and it really made an impact on me. And so we wanted to share a little bit of his work with y'all today. And we also wanted to just lift up that damn near every union out there put a press release out this week about Jesse Jackson, because throughout his career, he showed up for pretty much every union out there. You can find him, you know, standing in solidarity with the UAW, with the machinists, with the, you know, SEIU, you name it. He probably was there at some point. And so that's something that I really, really appreciate. Someone who stood with labor, stood with poor and working class people, and tried to give a voice for poor and working class people, and speak to our need to organize collectively and come together as a rainbow and really reshape this country.
Let's play clip 3.
The 8 Democrats running for the nomination. This time around, you got a chance and you got a choice. You want somebody who marched for you to get the right to vote. You got a choice. You want somebody who challenged corporate America to hire you and give you contracts. You got a choice. It's choice time. All this talk about qualification. What do blacks know about foreign policy? It's an insult. I was 3 years old. I came into my consciousness. My daddy was coming home from the war. Foreign policy. If he was so dumb, how'd he get over there and get back? If he didn't know foreign policy, why'd they give him a gun? And when they gave it to him, he knew which way to shoot. We know foreign policy. When you buy Honda and Toyota, that's foreign policy. That's right. Russian vodka, that's foreign policy. Panasonic and Sandee, that's foreign policy. Mercedes-Benz, that's foreign policy. As a matter of fact, we came here on a foreign policy. Yeah! I know y'all in a hurry, I'm gonna leave it now. It's time for a new course. A new coalition, a new leadership. Somebody got to rise above race, rise above sex. A new leadership, a choice, a chance. Don't cry about what you don't have. Use what you got. Reagan won the last time, not by genius. Reagan won when we were asleep. He won by the margin of despair. He won by the margin of the fracture of our coalition. He won by the margin of racial division. He won by default. I close with another story. There's a little shepherd boy named David. Everybody in town was scared of Goliath. Philadelphia, your time has come. Don't stop at the mayor's office. Go on higher. Because you must never forget that about the time we began to take over cities, Nixon shifted the power to the suburbs. And now Reagan shifted it to the states. So you got mayors with more and more responsibility and less power. We got more and more folk and fewer services. We cannot stop. We got to rise on higher. Little David. Little David. Little David. Took off his unnecessary garments. Little David. Didn't want to get weighted down with a lot of foolishness. Little David took what God gave him, a slingshot and a God biscuit, a rock. Our problem today is, David, the reason we're going to organize Pennsylvania and win because we're going to stop the rocks. It's been laying around and pick them up. That's right. In 1980, Reagan won Massachusetts by 2,500 votes. There were over 100,000 students unregistered, over 50,000 blacks, over 50,000 Hispanics. He won by 2,500. Ted Kennedy State. Rocks just laying around. He won Illinois by 300,000 votes. 800,000 unregistered blacks, 500,000 Hispanics. Rocks just laying around. He won. In 1980, 3 million high school students unregistered to vote. Now they've been registered to draft. Rocks just laying around. 11 million college students who could have chosen jobs over jails and peace over wall that didn't vote. Now they're crying. Rocks just laying around. Reagan won 8 southern states by 182,000 votes. Well, there were 3 million unregistered blacks in them same 8 states. Rocks just laying around. He won New York by 165,000 votes. 600,000 students unregistered. 900,000 blacks. 600,000 Hispanics. Rocks just laying around. 1980, Reagan won Pennsylvania by 300,000 votes. 400,000 students unregistered. More than 600,000 blacks unregistered. Reagan won Pennsylvania by the margin of despair, by the margin of the fracture of our coalition. Your time has come. Pick up your slingshot, pick up your rock, declare our time has come. A new day has begun. Red, yellow, black, and white, we're all precious in God's sight. Our time has come.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
I mean, really, obviously a gifted orator. One of the things that really stood out to me is, you can find people that are really gifted orators, but who in their impressive oration do not actually have much to say.
Right.
And there was, great movement and passion and one-liners, but within those, the passion and the movement and the one-liners is, just an astounding amount of substance, like real stuff there. He was not just speaking to speak. And that's something, as I listen to people today, and sometimes you have like really gifted orators who so often that there's just not actually that much to say, and then you go back and you listen to some of the old speeches from MLK or from Jesse Jackson or from other people. FDR. The substance in those speeches are really hit me, as I kind of feel like so much has been lost today. And Adam mentioned that just about every union put out a statement on the passing of Reverend Jesse Jackson. I want to list off the collection that we found of them: the AFL-CIO, the Labor Federation, the United Auto Workers, the United Electrical Workers, UE, the Stagehands Union, International Association of Theatrical and Stage Employees, the Communication Workers of America, the American Federation of Teachers, the International Association of Machinists, the Service Employees International Union, and I'm sure there were others, but those were just the ones that we found. So yeah.
Yeah, and I wanted to lift up this comment someone left in our YouTube chat because I thought this was interesting. The year that Jesse won Alabama's vote in the Democratic primary, 2 local TV stations had 0 reporters at his local headquarters to interview anyone. They were that certain a black person could not win an Alabama vote.
And I did not realize that he won the primary in 1988. That's pretty crazy. I just looked it up, and he did. In 1988. Jesse Jackson won the Alabama primary. He got 176,000 popular votes to Al Gore's 151,000, and both of them got 28 delegates. So that was with Jesse Jackson receiving 43% of the vote and Al Gore receiving 37%. That's I did not realize that. Did you know that?
I had forgotten that. I hadn't heard that about his Alabama victory in a long time. So yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. Someone else, or actually Huntsville Dem Worker, also remarked on the margin of despair. And that was one of the things about that speech that did really sit with me, is there is a theory of change being explained here. And it resonates with me in Alabama because I think about how Alabama and states here in the South are just written off, right? We're considered to be so conservative, so right-wing, it's a lost cause. And you look at the elections, and sometimes, it seems that way. But our current Republican governor, Kay Ivey, she won in a landslide in 2022, but only 1 in 4 Alabamians even voted for her. Over 60% didn't even participate in the election. Are those all rocks just lying around for us to pick up? I don't think they all are, but some of them are. And I think that's really, really critical to look at how we continue to build the coalition and build out and get more and more people engaged and participating and spreading the word, getting their friends and family and coworkers involved, because that's the only way we can do it, is through people power. The wealthy and the powerful, they have so much on their side, but we have strength in numbers. And when we as working people come together, we bring our talents and skills and our relationships together, we can really do amazing things. And I think that's really the spirit of Jesse's campaigns and the long career of service he
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening. Welcome to PEPAGANDA. Happy to have everybody here, ready to go for a live edition of the show. Gotta be real with y'all. Was not going to be like that until we had something fall through. So I'm happy to be here, though. But just so you guys know, coming up soon on this space, I had a awesome interview with Dieter McBusiness, a fellow This Space contributor. It was a great interview, so that will be on the channel soon. But can't believe you narked us out. Well, welcome to my my viewers from my last stream. Appreciate you all coming on over and having a good old time over here on This Space. So today is going to be more of it's going to be a chill stream. We're not going to do too much of the news stuff because I want to give you guys a little preview of some things that we do over on my channel. I like to watch some Piers Morgan content. I know. I hate the fact that I do, but there's a really good one. Clearly a war for Israel. They discuss what's going on with Iran, and I think that that's pretty important, despite the fact that Donald Trump doesn't seem to think that it's very important to discuss. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Donald Trump decided to maybe give it all of 90 seconds yesterday. Like, Jesus, we're the closest we have been to going to war in what? Oh, I mean, since we left Afghanistan, sure, let's go back to the beginning, 2001, 3. I know that there were, 2 that we kind of got into, but yeah, we're the closest at actually going to war and having a hot conflict. And here we are. We're just like, we'll see what happens. So let me add this to the screen and we're just going to go for it. Clearly a war for Israel. Boom. And before I do hit play here, just want to say if you guys can hit the like on the stream, it really, really helps out this space and everybody that's part of this collective. And I hope you guys also check out the other content that is here. We have an awesome group of creators that are all working for the same goals. So, yeah, just really appreciate them and I appreciate you.
John Bolton. Okay, we've been on this rodeo before.
Oh my God, he's looking even more like a freaking Bullwinkle cartoon. Sorry, I'm not going to pause this much, but
thought now with Iran
right off the bat.
My position would be that we are entitled to and should use enough force to help destabilize the regime and get the opposition into power.
General Clark, hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel.
Can we have some respect for the general, please?
This isn't about what the facts are. This is about how you are looking at the facts. And this isn't, no, we don't interrupt.
You're not my teacher.
As we speak, the United States is assembling a formidable arsenal of warships and aircraft in the Middle East. It's the biggest military buildup in that region since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. And a lot of the talking points are very familiar too. Iran wants to build long-range missiles which could strike the continental United States. Iran is governed by fanatics who butcher their own people.
I feel like some ordinary gamer over here.
They hate us. They're misogynists and they don't share our values. All of these things, as far as I can see, are true.
Here's looking rough.
Because they justify a United States war, which currently looks inevitable.
Must not be healing as well as he
even
thought.
have begun by the time we air this debate. there are big practical questions which haven't been answered. Is the US planning a surgical strike against specific facilities or powerful men, or is there something more decisive and risky?
Is he still on? Oh, yeah.
Build up in
he won't not be for quite some time. Hip surgery?
Applies.
Oh, yeah.
Is
Hip
the aim
surgery
to
is a big
bully
one.
this regime in negotiations, or is it to change the regime altogether?
Hip surgery is actually one of those ones that he needs to be careful because that's the one that kind of leads to an addiction.
Protesters are calling for the return of Reza Pahlavi as monarch, but the monarchists don't have the guns. So who is really going to govern a new Iran? And the biggest question being asked in the United States is simply, well, why are we doing this? 7 in 10 Americans don't support a war with Iran. Many sympathize with the plight of the Iranian people, but as with Ukraine, want nothing to do with a conflict happening thousands of miles away. And many others are making the case that the United States is again doing Israel's bidding. I'll be joined by a panel to debate all this shortly, but we start with the former National Security Advisor, John Bolton. John Bolton, welcome back to Uncensored. Would Donald Trump be right, do you think, to launch a full attack on Iran?
Well, I don't think anybody's contemplating American boots on the ground. I think we're talking about some kind
This guy, by the way, was like, he gets horny over that question.
of air attack.
So just so you know,
I think
like,
we have
he
for
wants
too
it
long
to happen.
ignored the Iranian
Yeah.
opposition. We haven't coordinated
Stop
with them. But I
trying
also
to go to war
believe
with
at
the
this
dog.
moment that the regime in Tehran is at its weakest point.
Sorry, guys. I literally have like a cartoon in my house right now. My cat is antagonizing my dog, and it's
and I think there is no chance for peace and stability in the Middle East, or really because of the nuclear and terrorist threats that the regime poses around the world until it goes. So my position would be that we are entitled to and should use enough force.
I'm gonna have to buy him a new lamb chop now because I think that lamb chop just saw its last day.
Help destabilize the regime and
What up,
get
Jet?
the opposition into power.
See ya.
But we saw recently in Venezuela the removal of Maduro, which was
Groove
a very
Dragon.
surgically precise
Good to
military
see.
operation, which involved no American loss of life, and he was taken to a United States federal prison. This is very different and much more complicated. To get in anywhere near where, for argument's sake, the Ayatollah is or the senior regime leaders in Iran is not going to be anything like it was with Maduro in Venezuela, is it?
You saw a bunch of lamb chop pet toys. That's his favorite. That's literally like.
Well, it won't. I don't think
He's gotten
it should
them
be. I
all
think
the
we made a
sizes. He
mistake
loves
in
them.
Venezuela and not getting more of the gang of criminals
likes
running
the-
the country rather than just Maduro.
He beheads them.
And I think, in fact, inside Iraq today, I would argue that the real rulers of the country are the commanders of the Revolutionary
I'm basically stoner.
Guard.
Shut
I think
up.
the Ayatollahs provide
Dude, I'm having lasagna tonight.
a religious legitimacy, a kind of ideological camouflage, but the real powers in the Revolutionary Guard.
I'm not
And in
kidding
fact,
either.
it's the bases and headquarters of the Guard
Oh, that's
that really
funny.
should be our principal targets.
There are lots of people.
You're right.
As you know, who will say, well, John Bolton, okay, we've been on this rodeo before rhetorically. It was in the build-up to the Iraq War in 2003. And the rhetoric then was that Saddam Hussein was a bad guy. All the things we're saying about the Iranian leadership now, that he had weapons of mass destruction, that he was representing a direct threat to the United States and to the UK and others, and therefore he had to be removed. And we all know that turned out, well, not to be true in the question of his ability to have weapons of mass destruction. They never got found, but also that it caused total carnage in Iraq and the wider Middle East. It led to the rise of ISIS and everything that followed from there, and was pretty much a catastrophe. You were one of the leading lights at the time saying we should do that. Does that not give you pause for thought now with Iran?
You're being such.
No, I think you have to look at each circumstance on its individual
you
facts.
say?
And I think you can start with Iraq, or you could go back a little bit further. In World War II, we determined that removing Adolf Hitler and the Nazis from Germany would be a good thing, and we did it. And it turned out Germany's okay these days. So, there's a lot of history here we don't have time to discuss. I think in the case of Iran, there's no regime worse than the one that's in power now. And that what they recently did to their own citizens, if you're not worried about nuclear weapons and terrorism, look at how they massacred tens of thousands of their own citizens.
Just fall asleep.
But that would be an example, I would argue, to counter your point about they've never been weaker, that we've
Oh,
seen
lay on my-
over
Okay,
the
we'll
since
just lay down.
79 when they
There you
took control, the Ayatollahs and
What
Revolutionary
did she-
Guard. We've
yeah,
seen
yeah,
a
yes.
number of uprisings, all of which have been quashed in similar ruthless fashion. This seemed to me to be particularly bloody, even by their standards of quashing rebellions, but didn't suggest to me that they've been as weakened as people think.
Well, I think the support for the regime has disappeared across the country, and what supports it really are the elements of the Revolutionary Guard and some of the conventional military, which is why the opposition, which by and large is without weapons, needs outside help. So that's why if we target the instruments of Iranian state power, those which threaten us, Israel, the Arab states, and which repress its own people, the Revolutionary Guard, the besieging militia, the nuclear
Or that
and
one
ballistic
before.
missile programs, then I think we can help convince people, even inside the regime itself, in the regular military, that this is not going to end well for them.
This question may have been overtaken by events when this airs, but is Donald Trump potentially playing a game of bluff here with the Iranian leadership? Has he got this huge military buildup primarily to force them to the negotiating table to unequivocally
That's why he hasn't pulled the trigger.
declare they will not pursue
Excuse me.
nuclear weapons?
The trigger.
I don't think he knows what he wants to do. If you look at comments by his lead negotiator, Steve Witkoff, over the weekend, he said, we can't figure out why with all these air and naval assets, they're not ready to make a deal, which sounds like the reaction of a Manhattan real estate dealer. The fact is that that may be what Trump was hoping, but I don't think he's made a decision to strike either to vindicate the red line that he drew for the Ayatollahs against killing any more of their own people, on the one hand, or a strike hopefully coordinated with the opposition to destabilize the regime. For Trump, making decisions is very hard. He likes to keep his options open. And the mere fact we've put a lot of capabilities out there for Trump does not necessarily mean he will use them.
If you were a betting man, maybe you are a betting man, but if you were a betting man, would you think that the United States will attack Iran this week?
My bet is that at a minimum,
I don't think so
Trump
anymore.
has to vindicate that red line. Otherwise, he loses credibility. And it's very much in Trump's character to have a pretty significant strike, but a one and done affair and say, that's it, I declare victory, and now we're going home. As he's fully capable of doing that.
God, dude, he raided your house and you're still somehow kissing his ass?
John Bolton, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Maybe he's bored with it. Maybe it's Cheetah.
.com/peers, P-I-E-R.
Good company.
Use code PEERS when you check out.
I am not paid by them. We are not paid by them in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying, not a bad company.
Turning now to my panel is the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the Iranian-American attorney and activist Elika Lebon, and former Canadian lawmaker and Iran activist Goldie Gamari. And Dave Smith will be joining us shortly. So welcome to all of you. Elika Lebon, it looks increasingly... Well, welcome back to Uncensored, first of all.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Just in terms of where we are with this, the scale
of
the build-up of the military,
or was that somebody? I think that's somebody behind her.
Suggests that a military strike is almost inevitable. Is that a good thing?
Yes, it is absolutely a good thing. We have a regime who we've just witnessed committing an unprecedented massacre, one of the worst atrocities
This is the one that goes
in
south?
modern
Yeah.
times. And there really is no way for this regime to go down by just simply relying on the Iranian people. They do not have weapons. They do not have any means to take this regime out. The idea that the Iranian people should free themselves is
Cenk's extra sweaty.
as absurd as saying a person who is kidnapped and held
nice
hostage
steak
in
dinner.
somebody's basement without any weapons should free themselves. And so there really is no other means to take this regime out. And so now we're in a position where this regime has gone as far as it can possibly go. It's funded its proxies across the Middle East. It has supported massacres such as October 7th. It has shown unrelentless signs of committing its empire expansion across the Middle East. It has embedded and entrenched in its ideology its intent to do so. It has killed Israelis, Iranians, even Muslims, and there really is no better solution for humanity than to remove this regime with targeted strikes on military bases, which, by the way, is a rescue operation and really doesn't need to be framed as a war.
Cenk Uygur, welcome back to Uncensored.
Dave is just sitting there like...
When I hear someone like Elika talking in such a emotive way about this, I completely understand why a lot of people who have a vested personal interest in Iran and have so many people they know there, obviously, feel this strongly about it. But I'm skeptical when I hear people like John Bolton, because it reminds me exactly of the build-up to the Iraq War, which I opposed as editor of the Daily Mirror in the UK. I led the media campaign against it over here and was very sad and angry when I failed in that campaign. I wish I'd been successful. But it's the same kind of jungle drums beating. And the problem is, once you go into a place like Iraq, as it turned out, or now Iran, then it's very hard to control the sequence of events that follows. I don't see this as being as clean a situation as, say, Venezuela, where you just take out Maduro and everyone goes home. I think this could be a real hornet's nest.
Yeah. So Young Turks is the longest running show in online history. So we were on the air during the Iraq War buildup, and we were one of only 2 national shows screaming, no, don't do it. Don't listen to people like John Bolton.
I hate to give him credit on that, but that's why I watched. They were instrumental in my media diet in having a place that was not just towing the fucking company line. It was them. Alex Jones was actually one of them too, surprisingly.
Neocons have always been wrong, preposterously wrong.
That, but it's
they
true.
said, oh, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. It's so dangerous. We have to go in. They said it was connected to 9/11. It was all lies. Now here comes the same liars lying to us again on behalf of Israel and saying, oh my God, Iran is so dangerous. Weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, that's the ticket. We'll use that same BS argument. And then the second argument coming from John Bolton and the Israelis is hilarious. We care so much about the Iranian people. Those Muslim lives mean so much to Israel and to the neocons. That's why we have to bomb them and kill them. Get out of here. Nonsense. So look, for the folks on here who are Iranian, there are plenty of Persians who say, yeah, we hate this current government. I don't blame them for that. I have great sympathy for them in that regard. But you could say,
about Bohemian Grove? Yeah.
Hey, the Iranian people would like this. Trust me, bro. Maybe. The Israelis can say, we demand
what was that? The owl god or whatever the fuck?
Another war in the Middle East on our behalf. Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq. And that one cost you a couple
doing my
$2 trillion
on the ground
and
reporting.
Hundreds of thousands of people
in the bushes
who lost their lives. But we demand that America listen to our orders again. And that's exactly what they're doing. Or we can listen to the American people. How is this a difficult choice? You cited a poll where 70% of Americans said we don't want this. There's another poll out that says 85%. So if we were having a panel here that was representative of the American people, it would be at least 8 people saying,
Merlek,
don't go in. It has nothing to do with us. And 2 people going, yeah, we need it for Iran. And 1 person for Iran, and 1 person going, we need it for Israel. So we don't need it at all. It's going to be an epic disaster if we get in. Unfortunately, the president's a bit of a child, so the Israelis lead him around by the nose. Attack their sites. No, get their uranium. No, get their ballistic missiles. No, make sure they don't support the proxy groups. Constantly pushing the American people into their stupid, endless wars where we waste so many lives and the entire American treasure. We did $8 trillion on the global war on Israel's enemies. Enough. Serve America. Going into this war would be absolute madness, and it would turn into disaster. On behalf of the American people, I say loudly.
You know what? Bravo, Cenk. Good.
No.
I got to give him credit on that one. That was
Goldie Gamara. You fled Iran as a toddler.
Dead on. Why do we always do this though? We always do this. They do this. They're trying to do this with Cuba. They always do this. They did it with Venezuela. They find one person that's just like, yeah, this regime was very mean to me and my family, and then you find out that they made millions and they happen to pay more because of that kind of shit. It's always so disingenuous.
More personally invested in its future than somebody like you. What is your response to Cenk Uygur?
I mean, this whole Jews control the world trope is just becoming very old. This is, please don't interrupt me, Cenk. I let you spout your jihadi propaganda. I don't have the time or patience to deal with your nonsense. So all right, you know what? Pierce, I actually just sent you a clip of the Islamic regime, state TV, airing your interview from last time where they are defending Cenk and they're attacking me. I just sent that clip to your producers. So, you have to ask yourself,
what is her fucking position?
When you have the Islamic regime defending the arguments of someone like Cenk, it makes you wonder, is Cenk working for the regime or is he being a useful idiot for them? All I'm saying is that, these anti-Semitic tropes, no one's buying them anymore. Ultimately, the Iranian people have made it very clear what they want. And as you can see, the fact that even I'm speaking is threatening Cenk so much that he feels the need to laugh and interrupt. But, I do not listen to the words, or I don't even want to legitimize the words of anyone who is being defended by the Islamic regime, because you don't go on the Islamic regime state TV unless you're basically sanctioned by Khamenei. So it's very strange to me that someone who claims that they're America first is being defended by the Islamic regime.
Curveball.
Well, to be clear, I don't think Cenk has gone on Iranian state TV. They've used a clip of him, right? He hasn't
Exactly.
gone on
They used a clip of him to defend his arguments about how Israel is behind everything. So again,
she's
when your
disingenuous
arguments line up with the most brutal
yeah, she's disingenuous as hell. So her framing
that means we agree with you?
when the Islamic regime is basically relying on
Christ Almighty, this is exactly what was going on with the Epstein file thing, where it's like all those names, and now they are doing exactly what I said they were going to do, where they're just like, oh, well, you can't really just go based on the names on the list because Kurt Cobain was on there and Marilyn Monroe. That doesn't make much sense. So it's just like, okay, so we just ignore everybody that's on that list. Well, except for the Democrats.
Someone like Cenk Uygur, especially with these anti-Semitic tropes, I think it just goes to show how strange the situation is.
Okay, let me bring in Dave Smith.
Poser guy.
Dave Smith, welcome back to.
You're all anti-Semites if you don't go to war for Israel. Yeah, nobody's buying that crap anymore. Go fight your own wars.
Have you guys seen the video of that goth girl at Dunkin' Donuts where I'm not gonna describe it, but all it says in the caption is these goth girls got calmed down.
Besides which, you obviously work for the Israelis. So why should we listen to anyone who works for the Israelis?
Cenk, last time I checked, your name is not Cenk. Your name is not Dave Smith. You may like it to be, but it's not.
No.
So let me come to the actual Dave Smith.
No, I'm
Dave. I'm seeing a lot of this pushback actually from people on the Iranian side saying this whole debate gets quickly framed as this is what Israel wants to do in Iran, when actually there might be perfectly legitimate reasons why the United States, for its own defense and for its own geopolitical reasons, may want to dismantle this Iranian
He is
regime.
totally slurring.
Well, okay, but this is an argument I've seen. What is your response to that argument? That it's not just that Israel's bidding; it actually suits America.
My lap is like,
and indeed, I've seen people like
it's at
Saudi
that point
Arabia.
where I'm like, oh,
and
I
others
would
saying,
like to move now.
They've been reported as saying
I can't.
they're perfectly happy if the US wants to do this.
I can't move.
Well, I mean, first off, I'll defend Cenk and say, I don't know. I think I'm the only Jewish guy on the panel here. There's nothing even remotely anti-Semitic about what Cenk said. And obviously, Pierce, there's no, I don't.
Do you speak for the Jews?
No, I think all this, no, I don't. I think actually all this identitarian.
That tells me that he totally got put on something else. Oh, I think I know what he got put on.
Zionism is pretty stupid, but I think it was pretty stupid to call Cenk.
Someone's on the perkies and they don't know what to do.
anti-Semitic for saying that obviously Israel. I mean, Pierce, it's just completely undeniable.
Shout out Kirk.
That Israel wants this war. Every other week, Netanyahu comes here, and when he does, that's all they talk about. And if you want to say that, I mean, look, of all the wars, in fact, you know, John Mearsheimer and Walt wrote that great book, The Israel Lobby, and they had a couple of great anecdotes in there where U.S. officials were saying during the Iraq war to the Israelis, like, hey, shut up, because you're making this look like this is a war for Israel. Like, you don't want to reveal that too much. In this case, this is clearly a war for Israel. I mean, that's what the geopolitical motivator is here. And listen, for both you guys, I'm an anti-government guy across the board. I'm anti all governments, including the mullahs and the Ayatollah. But if you're actually arguing that U.S. foreign policy
anti-government, so what? No governments, nothing, no central body to represent us. We just represent ourselves and just kind of do it willy-nilly. When the fuck did he become an anarchist?
Moves based on humanitarian impulses. It's just too ridiculous.
Like, has he always been a libertarian anarchist? I mean, I didn't know he had that side of him.
I mean, we back the Saudis in their genocide of the people of Yemen. We back Israel in their genocide of the people of Gaza. We back all types of just brutal regimes. The United Arab Emirates and their role in Sudan right now, that doesn't stop us from backing them. So the idea that this has anything to do with like the treatment of the Iranian people, that's all just ridiculous. It's not about that. And Pierce, all those people, all those same people who you correctly stood up and fought against, who wanted to lie us into Iraq, they've all in their own words admitted that Iran has always been the goal, that eventually we get regime change there too. And as far as the idea that, well, we can do a regime change without boots on the ground, it's possible. Maybe they can locate where the Ayatollah is and take him out. And maybe that does, unlike the situation in Venezuela, actually take out the regime. But there's every reason in the world to think that that would be the worst thing for the Iranian people. You look at examples like Libya or Syria, where we were able to orchestrate regime changes without massive numbers of troops on the ground. And it's a disaster for the people. Libya is a failed state to this day. And that is what Benjamin Netanyahu is quite happy to make Iran, because they see that as advantageous to them. And so, yeah, that's all a big part of this, and why any sane American would want to support this policy. It makes no sense. As Cenk said, no one wants this war. None of the other states in the region want it. Europe doesn't want it. Your own country, Pierce, has been given pushback to the U.S. over the last 48 hours about it. The American people don't want it. The only people who want this war are Israel and the Israel lobby, essentially.
That's not true.
Elika, I can see you. I can see you frowning there, Elika. What's your response to Dave Smith?
First of all, you know, the idea that Israel wants this war and therefore that negates everything else in the universe just proves that this anti-Zionist ideology makes Israel the sun around which they orbit. And when they orbit Israel like the sun, nothing else exists to them anymore. It is perfectly possible for multiple people to align in a shared goal. Of course, Israel wants this war. Why would Israel not want to take out a regime that has been terrorizing them through their proxies, not just for the past 2 years, but for the past decades? Of course, it is in Israel's interest, as it should be, because why wouldn't you want a terrorist state that has an eschatological vision of eliminating you for justice to arrive on earth to be eliminated? Okay, yes, we all understand it is Israel's goal, and good for them that it's their goal. Okay, second of all, the Iranian people also have their own sovereignty, their own national interests in mind, and those are aligned goals. Now, it isn't just the Iranian people, it isn't just the Israeli people. If you do not eliminate the Islamic regime, you end up in a forever war that ultimately implicates the US. And so if you don't want war, you take out this regime. You said you could do diplomacy with the regime all of these years. You tried to...
My cat just rolled back and just went like, eh.
Do the JCPOA. You tried to do this Obama-style diplomacy, and then what happened down the line? Their proxies just kept getting stronger. They continued to do their attacks all over the Middle East. They did October 7th, and what happened when October 7th happened was that Israel had to go to war with Hamas, and guess what? The US had to be implicated to defend its ally. So if you don't want a forever war, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Yeah, she's literally, she's describing Christian evangelicism.
Eliminate the source of the forever war. You have to eliminate the people. You have to eliminate the people who make war inevitable. Israel has only ever responded to the acts of the
And that's everybody. That's every fucking human on the planet, you dummy.
regime, and Nazis. And
no, now we really are kind of breaking it into like, okay, is humanity good, nice, kind, empathetic, or are they warmongers?
To go even further, it was actually very popular at the time.
We're the baddies.
To say no to war with Germany, to say no to war with the Nazis. But guess what? All of those deaths that ensued, those were deaths that were made inevitable by the Nazis because they were relentless. You had the peace for our time, the Munich Agreement, where everyone was like, finally, we're going to have peace. Then they invaded Poland, and you can see these people who are ideological extremists will always inevitably pull the entire world into war. So if you are anti-war, fantastic. Let's eliminate this regime so there's no more wars and no more threats to the United States and the rest of the world.
Okay, let me just take a short break from the panel. I'll come back to you in a moment. I want to just move now because Dave Smith referenced the infamous list which held that Iran was always the aim in the Middle East. And we're now joined by the former NATO commander, General Wesley Clark. General Clark, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Thank you.
There was, of course, this famous Pentagon memo.
It stands as farting.
After 9/11. You said it described a plan to take out 7 countries in 5 years, beginning with Iraq, ending with Iran. The other countries were Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, and Sudan. You know, some will look at this and say, well, this is the fruition of the plan, and Iran is the last one standing. Lebanon, of course, a bit more complicated, but the other.
Oh, my dog just ripped ass so bad. Oh, my cat just
regime change. What would you say to people that think that?
Yeah, you smelled that too, huh?
Well, I'd say that it's that was over 20 years ago that memo was written. And the US
he's literally just sleeping like a cherub, just.
This government doesn't really have plans that extend that far. So it wasn't really a plan. That was a concept that came out of the neocons. And maybe it was a plan that they thought they could eliminate all those regimes that might be hostile to the United States in the region. But it never really resolved itself into a plan, per se.
What up, DJX?
It just happens.
Fucking sticks in here.
And when you are a country like the United States and you find opponents around the world and particularly Iran calling us the great Satan and so forth. You know, Iran's been on the warpath against the United States from the very beginning. They targeted the Marine barracks in Lebanon, killed 283 people with a truck-mounted bomb. It was a terrible tragedy. They went after the French embassy. We actually, in the United States, we held back the Shah in Iran. We sent a 4-star general to Iran in 1978 to tell the Iranian generals, don't interfere with the emergence of real democracy in Iran. And so they blocked the Iranian.
That farts are rough. That was my dog that farted.
It was loyal to the Shah from keeping the Shah in power.
He's sleeping and he did it.
We
And just like
helped.
He did one of the SBD ones too, where it was the air just.
Khomeini get to power. Now we didn't intend that. We thought a man named Shapur.
Oh no! If I have to toot, I'm now going to Hassan toot on this dog because no, that's what he deserves for dropping that bomb on me.
FDR was going to take the reins, but he was quickly overthrown by.
No, you ever see me fart in my dog's face? Trust me, it was earned.
Fundamentalists like Khomeini, but. The point is that the United States
are the worst.
Didn't
they are.
begin this fight with Iran. Iran decided, Khomeini decided that to purify his regime, to have a moral purpose in life, and for the Iranian people, he wanted to go after enemies. And so he picked 2 enemies, Israel and the United States. So the fact that after 40 some odd years, we're turning now to Iran and people are talking about regime change. Yeah, it's sort of a natural course of events.
General Clark, from a purely military perspective, the sheer size and scale of the American military buildup here around Iran is reminiscent of 2003 and the build-up before they went into Iraq. Is there a point where, as someone put it to me back in 2003, the American military train has left the station.
Hey, he's
In
got
other
a
words,
majority report collar that says pause it.
it reaches the point when it has to do something.
He has 2 of them.
No, I don't think that's the case. These assets are deployable and they can be redeployed quite easily. 2 aircraft carriers, they sail off. The aircraft
Hey, you know how much money that is every time that they send them out like that?
squadrons
It's not just free, man.
redeploy.
Although, I mean, they already allocated those funds, so I guess I'll shut the fuck up
Be done.
because they're
It's,
just gonna
it's
rob
not a-
our fucking taxes, $7 trillion or whatever the fuck.
Use it or lose it kind of situation. Putting those forces there doesn't inevitably mean they'll be used. No. You know,
And in terms
2000
of
when people
well,
talk like that,
the obvious question. Yeah, sorry.
you had a lot of ground troops that were over there in 2003. You don't have any ground troops there, so you can sail off, fly off, no problem.
And in terms
Watching.
of what an American attack might look like,
Watching
and it
stuff.
may even be, by the time this posts, America's done something. What is the most likely form of attack? It presumably won't be anything like we saw in Venezuela,
likes to watch
with a
TV.
very quick
Weird.
surgical strike, which removed Maduro and got him out. And presumably it won't be like the strikes we saw last summer on the Iranian nuclear facilities. So what would this one look like?
I would suspect that it would be first. Of course, you've got to clear out the air defense radars and whatever residual air defense is there. So you have freedom of operations in the skies. And that includes going after aircraft that could be used to intercept you at air bases and so forth. But I don't think there's that much left. It seems to me that could be done very quickly, maybe a few sorties during one night could handle most of what's there. And then you're going after the ballistic missile systems, where they're stored, where they're produced, where the launchers are, where the underground storage is. That's a tougher problem. That might take several days, maybe weeks. And then you start on the headquarters of the IRGC, and finally you go after the nuclear. So if you're going to do a limited strike, probably you take out the any air defense radars, and you start on the ballistic missiles. A night, maybe 2 days.
But if you're
warmongering pieces of shit. I mean, this is the guy that was directly responsible for some of the decisions that cost some of my friends their lives.
If your mission is to affect regime change, how would that come about?
I don't think that's the mission at this point. I think the president is looking at a limited strike to try to get a negotiated settlement. But what the United States is asking for is something more than what we obtained in 2015 through President Obama's efforts.
JD Vance would be fucking heavy breathing over that fucking chair behind him.
So we'd be looking at no nuclear.
Do you have a matching sofa for that chaise?
For enrichment or minimal nuclear activities at all. Maybe that would be a compromise. And then stop the ballistic missile program and get rid of that axis of resistance. And on these latter 2 points, Iran doesn't seem to be prepared to compromise. And so there may not be a compromise in this, but I think the president wants to go at this, hopefully, and get a diplomatic solution rather than pound away at Iran with air power.
I spoke to Ambassador John Bolton earlier, who was saying that he believes the Iranian regime has never been weaker, and therefore there's never been a better time to try and take it on. Would you agree with that?
I think the regime is weaker in terms of public support, in terms of the economic structure, but actually this regime has shown itself to be pretty well structured internally. It's as far as we know, we haven't really turned any major figures. There's no major disagreements within the regime. People in the regime have loyalty, plus they've been bought off. Sometimes their children are in Europe or even in the United States. They're relatively well off compared to the rest of the population. So they're living off the fat of the land, so to speak. And we haven't been able to turn them. If you're going to get regime change, you need to crack the a wall of resistance of the IRGC. We need a general or
the rich people
or two who says, you know, this is
so what he's saying is they need a dissenter in the rich class to be like, they're fucking me. Yeah, you know what?
gone. This is crazy. Why would you have a government that 85, 90 million people hate, that kills tens of thousands of its own people? Why would you do that?
Your numbers, they match up. Yeah, say it again. Say it again. Say it again slowly, and then just kind of think about, red, white, and blue.
So presumably there are responsible people somewhere in that Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
What the fuck? This guy was just like, I'm very confident in saying that.
Corps who can see past
fucking
the ideology.
Try not to be ageist, but goddamn, he's making it hard.
And the bribery that's going on, the corruption, and maybe look for the good of the Iranian people, and that's what we would be hoping for. Now, I wouldn't have access.
That's what you care about. Yep, that's what it cares about.
As to those people being outside the chain of command right now, but hopefully we are in communications with people like that, and that's the way you would get regime change.
And finally, before we go to the panel, and you're going to stay with the panel, and thank you for that.
This guy smells like mothballs, and you know it.
There are several members of the panel who believe this is all being done purely at the behest of Israel, that it's not in America's national interest to be doing this, and that Netanyahu has railroaded Trump into potentially attacking Iran. Do you think there's merit to that argument?
Well, not as much merit as you might think. The United States has continuously said that we're against the proliferation of nuclear weapons. And Iran has really, since the days of the
shit, if he's
Shah,
38,
had a nuclear program.
Does that make me 15?
And the Khomeini regime kept it going. There was a fake in 2007. They fooled American intelligence into issuing an estimate that said they had stopped it, but I don't think they stopped it. And so we know now they're very close to getting the materials to use the nuclear weapon. That's destabilizing the whole world, and especially the Middle East. So it's not just us, it's our friends and allies in the region that don't want it. And the Iranians themselves are working on longer and longer range missiles. So we don't need another hostile state that has sworn its purpose is to destroy another state to have nuclear weapons. It's not just about Israel, it's about global stability.
Okay, let's go back to the panel. Cenk Uygur, I mean, there's your answer from a former commander of NATO forces, which is it's not just about Israel wanting this to happen. It is in America's strategic interest to prevent Iran developing nuclear weapons.
Nonsense. So, I mean, I really respect General Clark. I don't know what's happened to him. That letter was very
Snixaby, hello.
very clear. They did, the neocons and Israel First did execute it. They have knocked out 6 to 7 of those countries, just like they said they would. They've gone to Iran at the end, just like they said they would. If we're talking about a country that is destabilizing the region and the world with endless wars, that country is Israel. I mean, look, this whole thing is topsy-turvy. The whole framing of the discussion is ludicrous. Israel has attacked 7 of its neighbors, not Iran. Israel forced us into the Iraq war, and they said it would be easy, and it was a disaster.
Jake, stop. I don't want to give you that much credit.
And we wound up killing hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. We lost thousands of our own men. The fake weapons of mass destruction evidence came from where? It came from Israel. They pushed us into the war with Libya. Now there's modern day slavery back in Libya. Every war they have pushed us into has cost us trillions. Hold on, General Clark. Hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel. I'm not going to go to another war for Israel. We're not going to spend trillions more for Israel. We're not going to lose American soldiers for Israel. The Israelis have bought 94% of Congress. The Israelis have bought Donald Trump. And this is a fact. And you guys keep obfuscating these facts.
Can we have some respect for the general, please? I think doesn't deserve to be screamed
No,
at.
he's
General
interrupting
Clark,
me.
you
He
want
should
to
have
respond?
respect for the American people, 85% of whom do not want to go. General Clark, why are you pushing us into this war when
You know what?
85% of Americans...
I'm with Jake on that one. I hate the fact that these people, like, I hate when people are just like, this man is a general. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Don't want it.
I don't care if he's a god. I'm going to treat him like he's just a fellow person. That's your problem.
And you
can worship him later.
yourself know that the neocons have wanted this war for 20...
This man doesn't respect me, then I don't respect him. That's how I work. I match energy. And that's what he's doing. You know what? Bravo, Jack.
Our interests? What interest? We said nuclear, and then we got rid of their nuclear facilities. Then now all of a sudden ballistic missiles...
Never throw a fucking title at me and expect respect. Like, seriously, if you expect respect just because you throw some shit like that...
Tell me with a straight face that we have
Why
a
don't
right
you
to demand that any
talking
country
and I
end their
will
ballistic
respond.
missile program.
Why don't you stop
ballistic missiles? We'd have to get rid of the
Someone
whole
else
world for Israel if we're going to
Let
get rid
him
of ballistic
speak,
missiles.
Chang.
Show a little
Let him
bit
respond.
of courtesy to other people. Now,
He expects respect. No, that's part of my problem.
General Clark.
I can't stand soldiers that are just like, well, I serve my country. What you do?
hear what I say? Listen, first of all, there is no they there. We've been through the Bush administration. There were neocons. We've been through the Obama administration. There were no neocons there. We've been through the
I don't know about that.
Trump administration. He didn't want a war. We've been through the Biden administration. Now we're
He expects authoritarianism in conversation.
another Trump administration.
Dude, I know non-generals. I know people that just served that expect that.
When you say they, there's no they there. There's no
Nothing's worse than some fucking military moms where they're like, my son served in the military.
Secret.
Meanwhile, her son is committing,
plot behind
fucking car thefts and shit like that. You're just like, okay.
Israeli lobby is the number one donor to every single person you met.
I'm the only person that knows
Biden,
someone like
Clinton,
that.
Every one of them. The Israeli lobby has been here the whole time, General
really hard to be on
Clark.
the
Wakey,
program when I
wakey.
don't get a chance to talk. I
Chang,
don't know who
Chang,
this-
please
Yeah.
let General Clark
It's
finish
not
his
showing
point.
me common courtesy. Now just
I
be
agree.
quiet and
I agree. Chang,
I've got
let
a
it-
chance to
let
say
the
something.
general
I'm gonna
respond.
say it, and I'm going to say it not just to you, but to all the other panelists. So there's no they there. This is about national interests. And you can go through these states one by one. First of all, I was against the invasion of Iraq. I knew it was a mistake and it wasn't going to work out well. I was against it. But it's the men and women in uniform. Of course, you're not against your own soldiers fighting. You want them to succeed. But the mission was a bad mission, and I called it for that. Syria, there was a revolution there. President Obama said Bashar Assad shouldn't stay in charge. But unfortunately, he did until Turkey got rid of him. On Libya, I warned the United States not to intervene because there was no follow-on for that, and we've still got a mess in Libya. We've never
Reminds me of the song by Dispatch called The General.
been able to come to terms with Darfur, Sudan, and what's happening in the center of Africa. Now, when you turn to Iran, Iran has been a continuous problem for the United States. They killed hundreds of our soldiers with the explosively formed penetrators when we were in Iraq. They started this thing back in the late 1970s, early 80s. They assassinated a bunch of Iranian generals because they'd been to school in the United States. So what's their beef with the United States? They want trouble from the United States. That's their raison d'etre. That's what keeps the, well, you can shake your head, but I'm telling you, look at the propaganda. So is Israel concerned? Of course Israel should be concerned. As the Ayatollah has said and others, when they get nuclear weapons, they're going to use them. Now, I've been all through the Gulf leadership. Maybe you've talked to those leaders too, but I have, and they don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They can't do much about it, but they hope that we will. And unfortunately, the agreement that we thought we solved it with in 2015 was thrown out in 2018. And I agree that that agreement wasn't a great agreement. It didn't stop their ballistic missiles, and it didn't stop their axis of resistance. It didn't deal with Hezbollah, but it was an agreement. Now we don't have anything. And so we're on the precipice of another set of military strikes in the region. Is that a good thing? No, it's not a good thing. It'd be a lot better if Iran would simply become a normal state, engage in trade, work with its neighbors, stop trying to take over the region, stop threatening Israel. But Iran doesn't seem, under its present regime, to want to do that. So that's where we're headed. Thank you, Piers.
Please, can I just answer something?
Let me wait 1 second. I will come to everybody, but I want to get Dave Smith's response to that. Dave Smith.
Okay, well, I mean, if the general who is on the record, not just on that Amy Goodman interview, but here on this show, Pierce, who said the plans went back a decade before that, and that they were resurrected in a study paid for by the Israelis. If he's walking away from that or saying, well, yeah, that happened, but there were 4 different administrations in there, so there's no they there. Well, as Cenk was pointing out there, Benjamin Netanyahu's been here pretty much the entire time. The Israel lobby's been here pretty much the entire time. And you'd certainly have to admit, sir, it's an awfully big coincidence that you saw that there was a plan to overthrow 7 countries. And that since that time, now, obviously, none of us are arguing it didn't happen the way you said it was going to. It's supposed to happen in 5 years. And obviously, the war in Iraq ended up being a quagmire that was unforeseen by most of the military establishment at the time. But Israel and or the United States of America have attacked all of those countries, maybe minus Sudan, which kind of collapsed without those attacks. That would seem to be a huge coincidence there. And it seems much more likely that those entrenched interests that were pushing for that continued to push for that over all of these years, especially when the fact is that we can look at who's been advocating for all of these policies over the years, and it's been Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israel Firsters and the Israel Lobby and all of them. I think
do you like cussing?
It's kind of crazy to expect us to
Boku, you what?
Somehow get them out of any responsibility for this. And in terms of, Pierce,
not even a good comedian.
Summer, I was on this show. We were having a bunch of arguments. Everybody back then said it was about the 60% enriched uranium, that I was crazy for claiming that this was about a regime.
Oh, for anybody that was on stream last night on Twitch, we watched that story with Big J Ogerson, where he was talking about, cheating on his girlfriend. That is his best friend.
Change operation.
Dave
and here
Smith.
we are a few months later. President Trump has boasted that he obliterated their nuclear program, that it's no issue. And yet we still need to go back to war with Iran once again. The fact of the matter is that the impetus for the global war on terrorism to begin with was our beef with radical Sunni terrorist groups. There's no reason for the United States of America to be at war with the Shiites. And you can mention, by the way, I don't think the general is correct in saying that Iran was responsible for killing that many soldiers in Iraq. I think they were Iraqi Shiites, and I think most of those roadside bombs were made in Iraq. My friend Scott Horton has demonstrated this in his great book, Enough Already. But the bottom line is just that...
Honestly, you're still recovering from the chat glitch? Oh, Natch.
38 trillion...
Hey, you know what? You did well with it.
Dollars in debt. Well, 1 second, General, and I won't interrupt you at all. Well, let me just finish my point. And I don't think that's true. But regardless, yeah. Okay. Anyway, okay. Listen. I said 38. Is it 39 or 40? I can't keep track anymore. We're close to $40 trillion in debt. We have major problems in our own country, including a drug overdose epidemic, a homelessness epidemic. We have we have tens of millions of people who are in our country illegally, and yet we're flirting with what is obviously, definitionally, a war of choice, a war of aggression. Iran, we're not responding to an attack from Iran, and to move all these goalposts. Oh, they support proxies in the region. They have intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yeah, in other words, they're a government. Yes, in other words, they haven't just completely, as Witkoff said the other day, that Trump was curious why they haven't capitulated. In other words, they haven't completely capitulated to us and said they're going to make themselves entirely defenseless against the Israelis who attack them throughout the years with impunity. This is ridiculous. We have no need to fight this war. We're flirting with another catastrophe for no reason.
Okay, let me bring in the two ladies who've been waiting very patiently. Elika, I'll come to you one moment, but let Goldie Gamari respond first, and then Elika. Goldie first.
Well, thank you so much, Pierce. First of all, I just want to thank the general for his service and thank all American military for everything they've done to defend democracy and freedom around the world. So thank you for your service, General.
I don't have my soundboard, so I'll just do this one.
So
Sorry.
The way that we have to frame this and the way that we have to look at it, Pierce, is that right now we are in a forever war with the Islamic regime. And what happened is back in 1979, it was Jimmy Carter and the Democrats that backed the Ayatollah. And that's what basically led to the Islamic coup d'etat. And so right now, Iran is unfortunately a failed state.
Damn,
and
Pep, A for effort.
What Iranians are
Thanks.
trying to do is, we're trying to rectify the mistake. Is regime change the goal? 100%. Absolutely. We Iranians, we have been trying to
When was this episode? 2 days ago.
fix Jimmy Carter's mistake.
I have this weird thing where I'll watch Piers Morgan episodes like 1 or 2 days after they air.
Since 1979.
You feel like she's on Piers a lot? Yeah.
Since the Islamic regime took over, that we actually have a United States president who is standing with the Iranian people.
I remember that we like ran into her on like an actual news program, and we immediately were just like, "Oh, this is propaganda."
Recognizing full well that U.S. and Iranian interests are aligned right now. And by Iranian, I mean the Iranian people. I don't mean the Islamic regime that's occupying us. Because, as the general said, prior to 1979, Iran and the United States were allies. So right now, the country is currently in that failed state situation. And I can say that, Iranians in occupied Iran are incredibly grateful that the United States is coming to help liberate them. This is not a war, Pierce. This is not a war. This is a rescue mission. The United States is coming to help rescue 90 million Iranians who have been held hostage by a brutal and savage dictatorship. With respect to what Dave Smith was saying about the proxies, I'll leave that up to the general.
Okay, Elika.
Nonsense.
So when there's these constant examples of where the US has failed in intervention, you have to wonder, why is it that they keep repeating the worst case scenarios? Why don't they talk about the US intervention?
By the way, guys, there's no left past 10, so we're just going to finish this and then wrap up the evening.
In Kuwait, to stop Iraq's intervention, right? Which actually...
Hey, beginning of yesterday, end of today.
Led to stability in Kuwait. Why don't we talk about Bosnia? Why don't we talk about Kosovo? Why don't we talk about the times where NATO and the US have done tremendous work to bring stability?
Honestly, I don't know. I was just told that there's no left past 10 tonight, so...
strikes, okay? The reason that they keep mentioning this is because they want to...
Hey, you get me for a little bit more. Come on.
Constantly frame this in the worst case scenario for the US.
Oh, you want to talk about your week not being complete? Dude, I wasn't even like allowed on YouTube yesterday.
So as to
I had a day, dude.
Defend the terrorist regime, which makes you wonder why. Second of all, this claim that we don't want to intervene in Iran because it's going to be a failed state and it's going to kill hundreds of thousands of people. I'm sorry, you don't care now that it's a failed state. You don't care now how many people are being
Pep is here. Let's go.
killed. You want to talk about Iraq? You want to say hundreds of thousands.
Thanks for the help with the chat situation. I appreciate that.
The people were killed in Iraq. How many
Yeah, I get put in timeout. Yes, I did.
people did Saddam Hussein kill?
Yes, I did. I didn't just get put in timeout. I got put in like a long timeout, but thanks to the help of all the fine folks at this space for going to bat for me, they reinstated me fairly quickly.
180,000 Kurds alone. Chemical genocide against Kurds. The ethnic cleansing of Turks,
and
of
we
Kurds,
backed them.
of Shia Muslims. So you want to say that?
Explain, please. Yeah, screw it in overtime. So I had a situation where I got mass reported from. I do two streams on YouTube. I do a vertical and a horizontal stream. The vertical stream got mass reported. That one got taken down for a community guidelines violation, and then they locked down my account because of that. Well, it was all bullshit. Which this is the problem. You can't really get a hold of somebody on YouTube, which is even more insulting because when you do get to certain like milestones, they get a hold of you. which I have had an actual phone call with somebody from YouTube, which it gave me hope where I'm like, oh, I felt like I had like, you know, a channel rep, if you will. No, they don't. No. Don't ever get fooled by that.
We should have just left Saddam Hussein, and he's expanding his war in Kuwait, his war in
This space is a great model for a YouTube union. Yep.
Iran, and you want to say that what the US did was
No.
so bad.
I have peoples. I got peoples that jumped on the tweet. I tagged just your normal team YouTube thing, which ironically I had to do again today to get answers about the chat stuff.
Fine, it was bad, but before it was worse. And if it was,
I'm back.
Was left unchecked, how much worse would it be?
But yes, I got put in timeout.
So
Sorry.
this isn't about what the facts are. This is about how you are looking at the facts. And this isn't. No, we don't interrupt.
The part where I got unwhatevered. Oh, I just I went to Twitter. I tagged Team YouTube in it, and enough people jumped on that my account was reinstated very, very quickly.
This is an intentional.
I was just going to ask a question.
Nope. They said it could be 24 hours. They said it could be 72 hours. They said that it could be forever. They didn't know.
You interrupted me before plenty of times.
I went past the 24-hour thing, so it wasn't just a 24-hour ban. It was because somebody like actually went, oh, our bad.
You can ask me my question.
You're not my teacher, so don't like scold me.
Stop. We're not looking at this through the lens of fact. We're looking at this through the lens of how can we look at this in the most negative way so we don't support attacks on the regime. Second of all, this constant thing about Israel is the one that wants this war. We have
Boku. No, I'm positive it wasn't just a temp ban.
all conceded and acknowledged that Israel does.
No, yeah, that could have been bad.
For obvious reasons.
Trust me, I was lamenting it pretty fucking hard.
Talking about you take Israel and you take the IRGC, you take this terrorist regime that has enshrined an
I don't do anything
vision to eliminate Israel in its charter and has repeatedly acted on that vision. Any sane country in the world, whether it was US or Israel, would obviously want to protect itself. So you're talking about a liberal democracy that seeks safety and protection of its own people, and you're talking about a terrorist state that wants to eliminate that state. And so to even look at this in any other lens is just to be out of touch with reality. You talk about Israel doing these strikes on Hezbollah when Hezbollah is the one that is throwing its rockets into Israel. You talk about its strikes on the Houthis. Think about this.
Well, what's going on? Nothing.
The regime created the regime created Hezbollah.
You ever have a D&D game that like not everybody can make it, so they got canceled?
As a second IRGC to station it in the closest border.
Of course, it was vertical. Yeah, I know. Although they did something with chat that fixed it today. Oh my God. I'll go into that tomorrow.
Israel for the sole purpose of eliminating Israel
and
creating
I opened
a second
Tuesday
Islamic
and
Republic
closed Wednesday.
in Lebanon. Now you want to say that in response to that, Israel should just bend over and do nothing? Of course, Israel wants this war because it is.
Come on. How much more can Israel do?
It is
endless goddamn war because of Israel. Can I respond to this utter rubbish, this garbage Israeli propaganda?
You legit didn't know about the stream?
You've lost your mind, okay?
Well, the last 2 weeks I wasn't doing it.
Oh, yeah. Anti-Semitism, blah, blah, blah. We've heard that garbage over and over
that was on last
to
week, though.
shield Israel from criticism. We're not going to take it anymore. You call the whole country anti-Semites. You think Israel is called all of America?
Certain trolls don't show back up soon. It'll confirm what we already thought we knew was true. Yeah.
Anti-Semites. 85% of us don't want this war. And then you come in and go, you dirty anti-Semite Americans. You owe us more war. You owe us trillions of dollars. We are beloved Israel. We want endless war.
Jake, one question for you. What percentage of Germans were anti-Semites?
Oh, damn.
Oh.
I had 20K on the stream today.
So,
Jesus.
What the hell does that have to do with this? The real fascists here are Israel.
Is that really a
You want to ask me what percentage of Israel are fascists?
I mean, did they pulled you down? Yeah.
Unfortunately, the percentage is over.
Yeah, what really sucked was I was in the middle of learning about the cartel stuff that my dad was stuck in. And, and for anybody that doesn't watch my stream regularly, my dad was in Puerto Vallarta when the cartels set those fires. His building was one of the buildings that was set on fire. I was told that I could only give so much information, which even what I gave, I think it was too much, but he was just like, no, I need people to know what's going on just in case, because he feels like I think my dad thinks I have a way bigger platform than I actually do.
50%.
You know what the point is, Cenk? The point is that it is a mind.
Yeah, I still had Twitch running at the time, though, so I stayed live, and then I ended up just kind of having fun.
Can I actually answer any of this
Oh, yeah, dude, that Bill Hicks watch party was fun.
garbage that they're putting out there?
Is he still there? No, he has made it. No, that's why I'm kind of nonchalant about it, is because he is back in America. No, he came back yesterday. It was funny because I was just like, oh, did you get like a ride from the military? He was just like, I took a taxi. I was like,
Sing her,
Israeli
please. It's getting,
propaganda.
you're a very rude
Interrupting
person.
her. She's gone on for 10 minutes.
Glaze, okay. Guys, I'll post it in this space now that I can. I have to show, like, I'm going to send you guys the pic of my dad with, he's got soot on his shirt, and he sends me that, and he's just like, I want to be a firefighter. When I grow up, it's like, I hate you.
How long do you think you went on, sir?
Okay.
Let me, Cenk, I'll give you I'll give you a brief right of reply there.
It's a taxi,
and then
yeah,
I'll go
right?
to the general.
So,
Grab some chat for my dad.
Guys,
Dude, my dad's a shit. Like, it's funny. The most of you have figured it out. Yeah, he's a pretty fucking funny dude.
This is a total
He's just
illusion.
insufferable.
The country starting all the wars in the
I wonder
Middle
where I
East
got
is Israel, not Iran. The ones that have the religious ideology of taking over the Middle East is Israel. They call it Greater Israel. It's a patch on their uniform. It's a map in their Knesset. They're trying, and their cabinet members say we're going for Greater Israel. Greater Israel is most of the Middle East. The reason why
thanks, Gabby.
knocking
Appreciate
out their
that.
nuclear, so-called nuclear program wasn't enough for these warmongers is because they want every country in the Middle East defenseless so Israel can attack and take more land. And have they actually attacked and taken more land? Yes, they currently have 53% of Gaza. They say they're never going to give back Golan Heights. They keep talking about how Israel should exist. Israel already exists, already has nukes, and is super dangerous with those nukes. They already have Iron Dome. They already have the greatest military in the Middle East. It's the Palestinians who don't exist because the Israelis won't allow them. The Israelis are doing a fascist, a Greater Israel project, and our press won't talk about it, even though the Israelis talk about it nonstop. We've shown video after video on the Young Turks of how they're going for Greater Israel. And the idea that Iran is taking over their neighbors, they haven't taken over any neighbors. Israel keeps taking land.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, that's my actual that's my last name. I'm a public figure. I don't give a shit. And yeah,
Well,
so it's Papa Pepper.
Our press keeps lying to you and pretending that Israel's the victim when they are the aggressor, and they don't do it with their own money, and they don't do
He's
it
so
with their
happy
own
that he's known by that here, because that is exactly what he was called by all my friends. So
troops. They force America to spend trillions of dollars and lose American soldiers for Israel. 85% of this country does not want it. When you hear this propaganda telling you, yeah, Israel wants it, and if Israel doesn't get what it wants, we're going to call all of you anti-Semites. All you Americans are anti-Semites unless you give Israel $330 billion, spend $8 trillion
oh
on
my
the
God, did you just do the baby bag? Dude, my dad, if he saw that, he would start just be like, oh, someone did. I want my baby back, baby back, baby.
And we want another war. And
it's like, stop.
Another war. And then they pretend Iran wants it.
We used to go to Chili's when I was a kid, and he would order like that. He would just be like, I want my baby back, baby back. Please, no, please stop, Dad.
Israel is making us pay for their endless war. Don't listen to the liars. Stand up for the American people.
You've made the
not
point.
The Israeli people. I'm looking at this propaganda. Now she saw.
And then if we went to an Olive Garden, he would always say, he's just like, you better get your oven started because I'm going to be maxing out on those breadsticks.
About how the Iraq war was a
Okay,
great
you made
idea.
your point, Cenk.
And how we're going to be greeted as liberators. That's what they told us in Iraq. No, the Iranian people also do not want to be bombed. That is an Israeli lie.
I need to. Okay, but running.
I love my dad, but again, he's a lot.
At a time, I just want you've actually reminded me. I don't want to come to Dave Smith.
Can't think of anywhere.
Then go to the general. Tucker Carlson interviewed the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike
I'm just playing
Huckabee, this week, and Mike Huckabee said something.
Dad's probably exactly my age. Like
condemnation.
Let's
pretty much
see.
every other
actually, my dad's exactly 30 years older than me, so that means he's 69.
country
Nice.
in the region because he said this.
I recently just brought up that Revelation hymn, by the way. And he was like, what? I'm like, you didn't know that? He's like, I never placed that. It's just like
particular area
what?
that we're talking about now.
It's like
Israel is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose.
Oh, my dad's a trip.
It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can
Honestly,
look at.
I will say this. I got half my sense of humor, half from him.
It that way. Christian Zionism. I want to go back because that's where we
fuck
started.
this
on.
guy.
I'm going to let you off on
Sorry.
this because you have
Go
said
ahead.
it 3 times
Okay.
that God gave this land to this people. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis.
Hate to say
You're
that this
saying
was a
that's
good
the
line
original
questioning from
deed.
Tucker.
It would be.
Yeah, your sense of humor is meh.
Be fine if they took it.
Wow.
Take it all, Dave, was the U.S. ambassador to Israel.
That's the closest I have ever been called out to the point where I'm just like, all right, partner, let's go outside. 10 paces.
Oh yeah, I'm so glad you played that clip. I'm about to do a whole show on breaking down that interview. I think one of the things that's so, I mean, aside from the fact that it's just like how
my humor's
insane and what a religious fundamentalist you have to be to believe
Of all the things that trolls could say to me, God damn it.
that God
And you're not even a troll.
gave Iraq to Netanyahu or something like that. But was really wild about this, as I'm sure the general can back up, that since at least the 1970s, the official U.S. position has been that we
Your dad's a
support
character too, so you know.
67 borders.
You
and
know
we
that special
ultimately
type of embarrassment the second that your dad opens his mouth and you're just like, no.
want a Palestinian state. The U.S. is officially, not that we're going to do anything about any of that, but we're officially against the settlement expansions in the West Bank. And here you have the U.S. ambassador to Israel. I mean, it sure seems like he's the Israeli ambassador, if you ask me, but his title
My
is
dad's the quintessential non-voter.
the U.S. ambassador to Israel, just saying because of his religious beliefs that he would be absolutely fine with Israel not just taking the West Bank and Gaza and the Golan Heights as they have since 1967, but evidently, Pierce, taking huge swaths of Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and for anybody who does not believe that God promised Iraq to Netanyahu, that is just insanity. And you do notice on this panel how a lot of people beat up on the mullahs for being religious extremists, and like, I got no beef with you on that. It certainly is true that they are. But as Cenk was pointing out, the level of extreme religious fanaticism that drives policy, both U.S. policy toward Israel and Israeli policy at the top of their government, there really is something to behold. We're not as secular and as one might believe. And I just want to say, and then I'll shut up for the rest of the panel. But I do got to say, man, Pierce, as I know you've seen all the time, you know, this thing where like if we start arguing that we shouldn't have war in Iran, then the response that we get is like, oh, you must secretly love the Ayatollah or something like that. The only reason you're doing this is because you want to protect that regime. This is like the lowest IQ,
Literally
most
said that about the cartels.
faith form of political.
They're like, oh, what are leftists going to change their profile pictures of the cartel? Hey.
Argumentation. And, you know, people did say the same thing about people like you, Pierce, and evidently people like you, General Clark, which I was unaware of, who opposed the war in Iraq. You were protecting Saddam Hussein or spreading Saddam talking points. Over the last couple years, Pierce, isn't it amazing just on your show? I love Vladimir Putin, and I love Hamas, and I also love the Iran, and I guess I love the Houthis, but actually I'm
Pierce
just like
called
a
out.
Jewish
I like that.
libertarian from Brooklyn who doesn't want to see more
Disagree with,
people get killed and my country get bankrupted. That's really the truth of this. And for all of you guys, your response is always, excuse me, no interrupting, little girl. And for all of you guys, listen, again, this is my.
If you don't want my opinion, don't invite me on.
Let me come to the general. General, before I come to you for the final word, because you deserve the final.
You talked more than me, General.
That's a very fun. I mean, Dave makes a very good point. I remember being called a Saddam apologist because I thought the illegal war in Iraq was an atrocity that should never have been waged, and I've similarly been called an anti-Semite because I think that the Israeli government went way too far in Gaza.
Honestly, Dave would be if it wasn't even like Me Too. It was the cancel culture bullshit broke his brain.
All of these things are preposterous, and they're a deliberate attempt to stifle freedom of speech and genuine opinion.
It broke a lot of comedians' brains.
I think it's a great shame.
That's why Tim Dillon is the way he
Cenk and
is.
Dave for quite a long time now. I've never heard a moment of anti-Semitism from either of them, and to say that is what motivates them is a hatred of Jewish people is completely preposterous. Well, hang on, Elegant. I've got to. We've run out of time. I just want to say that
about Cenk, that's very disingenuous.
no, it's not. He's not anti-Semitic.
Nah, Cenk
he has a big problem with he has a big problem with the Israeli government. Let's not get into it.
Doing insults. Let General Clark talk.
If somebody can look, okay, for another show, but Elika, if you want to go away and find me evidence of Cenk Uygur saying anything which indicates a hatred of Jewish people, that's fine. If you want to find me evidence where he says he hates Jews,
hold on, we just gotta walk past that one.
Talk about an Israeli point of view. My existence offends you, and I'm the person who's a bigot. You're the bigot.
I didn't say that.
Let General
I
Clark
said
talk.
your existence is the evidence.
Okay,
You literally said that.
I'm going to wrap things
We
up.
have it
I'm
on
going to
tape.
wrap things
That's
up.
not that fucking different. To be fair.
I'm coming to General Clark, so please give the general some respect. I can tell
Again, no.
you that the money market, Poly Market, says there's a 21% chance of a US strike on Iran by March the 1st, 57% chance by March the 31st, 73% chance by the end of the year. Over $370 million has been spent in this market. So the smart money going on an attack by the end of March. Would you agree with that, General?
What I'd say is that when you start dropping bombs on nations, and it's easy to start a war, it's not easy to finish it. So we don't know what's going to happen when it gets
the cafefe
going.
I like that, the cafefe happening, or the cafefening.
So there's going to be a lot of judgment calls between now and then.
Yeah, we had Kyle in our chat that his workaround was spot on. Although Natch came up with some good
we're
stuff.
just going to have to see how they go. But I will say this, that there has been a continuum of American interest to see a peaceful Middle East, and that Iran has been the troublemaker in that Middle East since the overthrow of the Shah. And secondly, that in terms of Israel itself, I was there when Israel pulled back out of southern Lebanon. Some people said, you're making a mistake. Ehud Barak said, nope, we're going to do it. Sure enough, it led to trouble. I was there when later when Israel pulled out of Gaza, and they said, no, let's let Gaza be there. I remember when Condoleezza Rice advocated for democracy. Let's have the Palestinians vote, and they voted in Hamas. So there have been many, many efforts to head this off, and yet Israel finds itself in a very, very unfriendly area. The Abraham Accords, that was a good step forward, but who's against the Abraham Accords? Well, Iran, of course. They don't want peace in the region. Now, in terms of what's happening inside Israel, I'm a believer in the two-state solution, the same solution that President Clinton tried to get implemented in 1999, 2000, and was blocked by the PLO, Yasser Arafat, and probably by Iranian money. So we've had many, many efforts to solve this problem. But letting Iran have a nuclear weapon, no, that's not a way to solve the problem. So while the United States has the power and the influence, we should be doing what we can to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And that's the end of the story as far as I'm concerned. Piers, thank you for giving me a chance.
General Clark, it's always a great honor to have you on the program. You're one of the generals I most respect, and I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you all very much to my panel. It was a lively and fiery debate at times, but it's, war is a fiery, lively business, so it should be.
I mean, I guess a weird way to put that at the very end there, but can't ban Braille. Oh, was that not Morse code? I will say this, today has shown me how many people are very creative with some of their solutions, but I will also say how many people on my channel spoke Spanish. Like, and I get it. Yes, you may have been using Translate, but nah, some of y'all weren't. Some of y'all were fucking speaking like fluent Spanish. Yeah. Yeah, it was Boris code. All right, folks. I feel bad for keeping some other people around here, and without a left past 10. You still get some left past 10, but it's just pep past 10. Hey, get a little accidental pep past 10. I like that. I honestly don't know why they are not here tonight. So do be kind to your left past tenors, and do not give them too much guff, because you know what? They deserve a little bit of peace. They deserve a night off. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes you gotta take a night off. Sometimes it's a forced night off. Hey! So you have to go late. I don't have to. No. What ended up happening, inside baseball. Let's go. I almost said, there we go. Yeah, no, with no left past 10, I'm not leaning into anybody. So I had the segment lined up. I do a lot of chit chatting, and I kind of do this thing that, chat. What I will do, though, is I'm going to hang out with you guys for until the 9:30 mark. I'm not sure if our producer knew that I cannot stand ending at a random time. I'm so sorry. So we're going to end at 9:30. So we have a nice round number that we're ending at. Yeah, this is just how I work. 10:01. Well, I mean, technically, what time is it? It's 10:23. No, I'm fine. Right? I mean, I'm center. Like, I'm center. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. I'm center of the country. What do you call it? Central time. I just made the biggest fuck up I've ever made on YouTube. Somebody's gonna clip that, and that's gonna devastate me. You don't understand. Everybody's gonna hate me now. Oh, I've been exposed. Oh my god. Can you imagine the people that would actually come out and just be like, yo, Pep just admitted it, check it out. I'm center. Oh, we knew it. All your Taylor Lorenz fucking videos and all the little bits of criticism you have, it all makes sense now. Thanks, Pep Mods and everyone. Gonna jump to Rick Renstrom for some sweet music. Oh, hell yeah. No, I always support everybody like jumping onto a different stream. Doesn't matter what it is. Not sure if we're rating anybody here, but no, I'm always for that. Like, I hope you guys like always enjoy your night. Post stream. Especially with, you know what? I'm going to take this quick opportunity just to do a little bit of a pluggaroo. If you guys have not already followed me over on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you could do that. Here, let's see. Boom. And also, I am on Twitch. Ooh, I could play some Kirk music. Actually, yeah, I could totally play some. Oh, yeah, you know what? I have permission. I have special permissions for that, and that means this space does too. All right, that's always fun. Yeah, here. Okay. I can't play it from Spotify though. I have to play it from YouTube. I don't know how the hell it knows, but it does. Here, I'll put this in the background though. Which, by the way, if you have not already subbed to Kirk Official Music, he is getting so close to that 1,000. Let's get him there. Really appreciate that. Let's see. SoFlex. There we go. Do you have your Spotify app connected to your Discord? No. Am I supposed to? Now I'm just vibing. um, oh, I get the notification anytime that I go like somewhere else. So wait, I realized I could share this.
She got it down by the dose and not perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so
You'll be heading to Rick's too? Where you send us? I don't know. I don't have control of that.
I can't waste this. Peep the chain, now come take this. Wait till flame, now come taste this. I said you always feeling down.
Actually, after this, I got something really cool.
And I asked you if you used to stacking bins, man. That girl changed my mind. I said she want me, but she could do me out. It got me and my family. If you flex, you want it bad. Best play all the time, but you know I'm stacking racks here all around. When she ain't all about me, say she be gone. When she step to me, that's no fun at all. So flex, that's dope. I should cash in on my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. That's dope. Hey, she cashing on my checks.
I got a special drop here. That's cool.
All right. You ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex.
I got one more band that I also have the privilege of knowing and having permissions, and also that extends to YouTube here. Let me stop sharing that. Boom. And start sharing this. All right. I haven't heard this yet. So here, let me do my little thing here where I say, you're listening to WPEP Radio. This is going to be real quick. We have a band, Hang Your Hate, with some awesome rock music to close out the night. Let's check out this debut from Hang Your Hate on WPEP Radio. Oh, shit. It's a Mac Miller cover? God damn it. Never mind. We can't play this from PEP Radio because it's a Mac Miller cover. God damn it. It had to be a cover. Well, fuck it. I'm still going to play something from Hang Your Hate because they deserve it. They are an awesome band. You know what? Yeah, here. I'll close out with the song that we all know. Well, that a lot of my audience knows and love, but Smooth DJ. That's what I was trying to do. Thank you, Reference Frame.
Big waves, short waves, and blocking all my ability to safely say something. All I wanna do is just...
No joke, though. Follow these guys. Also, they're coming to Chicago in May. I'm going to try and make it out to their show. It's on a Tuesday.
Never have to hide, just be living and it's take all for me. How did you find everything you need? Just tell me. How did you find it easy? When on me.
You guys rule. Yes, they may be friends of the channel, but legit.
And did I give you something to laugh about? Am I the butt of the joke? The modern day humor delivered in the form of insults. Every now and then I'd like to shake my world around. Can you pull the rope hanging from my back now? Can I blame it on God? Is that
Wait, did it drop? Like drop? Like we don't have volume? Closed captions? What? Oh shit. I was about to say it should be good, right? Like
trick to a mouth?
okay.
How did you find everything you need? Just tell me. How did you
I was about to say, I know I have fucking permissions for these guys. I know this.
How did you find everything you need? Just tell me. How did you find it easy?
This is sick. It's ducking? Oh shit. Okay. Well then. Here, I'll just link the I'll link it just in case. And then yes, I have to make sure that I send any permissions because no, I already got this. All right, whatever. Oh. I can still hear audio is just not is just quiet. Don't know why. Okay. Well then. No, I'm trying to figure it out now. Okay. That's okay. I'm just gonna link the song so we can finish it that way. Very worst case, this has to get cut out from the stream. It's okay. It's okay. And then I will make sure that permissions are granted the right way, but I'm pretty sure that they already are. So I'm just gonna say I think the mic software is reducing it. Oh, it thinks I'm talking. Oh, well. I just got a headline. A surprising number of Republicans believe that Trump is becoming erratic with age. Oh man, what a way to, what a time to bring that up. Because now I kind of want to talk about it, but I've already gone longer than I intended to. I got a little into the trying to play the music, but yes, I'm also nervous. So make sure that, everything is all good here. As I said, I mean, I'm getting thumbs up on my end, but that, could be different. Either way. Got to see FNF a few years back on the reunion tour. One hell of a concert. Nice. All right, folks. Well, you know what this means? This means I'm going to wrap up the show because I just want to keep it safe. Like I said, please go follow Hang Your Hate. They are awesome. Let's see. And then tomorrow, come and join my... it's going to be an interesting show because I think that I'm going to have to do like a shorter show, but I promised you guys I'm getting a dental procedure tomorrow and I'm going to have to get some Novocaine. So as much as I can even stand going like this the entire time, because that's essentially what's going to be. Very, very worst case, I make a video for you guys, but I did promise you. But all right, folks. I'm gonna wrap it up. I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. Thank you for hanging out for Left Past 10. I mean, technically, I did my own little Left Past 10, right? It's past 10. I'm a leftist. Hey, oh, my ass off. New character. Hey, let's not do that. Sounds good. Sounds like a good time. It is a good time. We have good times. If I have one motto on my channel, it is that we have fun And well, we have fun here, but we do have fun here at this space. We also have fun there. I'm rambling. I'm doing my Midwest goodbye. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. I will catch you all next week if you are not coming to my channel. Which come on, Pep Talks TV. But yes, I will see you guys next week. Pepaganda Tuesdays to start this space. I appreciate y'all being here tonight. Good night. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.